caused a, if you will, accumulation between how they feel and how their boats are running. Despite all that, these warriors are right back out here ready to go. Just finishing up our free practice. We have about 3:45 left. Then we're going to be going to our first qualifier of the day. Let's talk a little bit about the qualifiers. We're going to start with the ski ladies. That's on the calendar first. And then we're going to be moving straight from that into ski GP1 and then runabout GP1 in freestyle. We've got a huge day ahead of us, so I hope you've got a lot of snacks and beverages and a comfy place. That's going to go on for a little bit as we work for pole positions, Q1 and Q2, you know the drill. Then quickly they're going to go to fuel distribution, and we're going to go right into moto number 1. That will be ski ladies again, ski GP, and then runabout GP. And then we'll have another quick runabout GP1. We'll have a free practice. We're just doing that first moto for ski ladies in ski GP. So the ski classes will have 3 motos, and the runabout will only have 2. Freestyle is also on deck. That'll happen, and first in the afternoon they'll be doing a practice, and then in the evening they'll have their first moto. At 1900 tonight, we're going to go to parallel slalom, and we'll be doing that till 2100. So for the local products in the USA hanging out with us, that'll be around 7 to 9. And then we'll have a wrap after that, and then we're going to get ready for tomorrow. But it is a huge day. We started on the morning at 8 a.m. with a fantastic riders meeting and all kinds of innovations here at the UIM ABP Aquabike World Championship final round here in Lake Toba. This is the Grand Prix of Lake Toba. And one of the cool things that's happening this year is we're on a light system, and it's a brand new innovation light system as well. I'll walk you through it once we get the cameras on it, but man, it's cool. I think you guys are going to really like it. Make it even easier. Now, we are breaking up that starting line. We're going to have the 3 grids, 3 big buoys. We've got green, yellow, red. 1 through 5 will be going to the greens. 6 through 15 will be going to the yellows, and then the rest of the pack will be picking up the reds. Obviously, you want to be on the greens if possible. So qualifying is going to start in just 1 minute, few minutes, and we'll start with the ski ladies. Now the cool news is we're only doing Q1. I don't know if it's cool for us anyway, because they don't have to go out for 2. There's 12 women on the line, so they don't necessarily have to do 2 qualifiers, and they voted this morning in the riders meeting to just have the 1 qualifier. So they'll only be doing 1 today. And that works out really well. Now, qualifiers usually work where you have the first qualifier, and then the top 10 are invited back out to battle it out on the second qualifier for the pole position. So 2 qualifiers will be what you'll be watching for ski GP1 and also for runabout GP1 today. But the ladies do not have to do it. Smart girls. So we're just doing the 1 qualifier, and that'll determine our pole position on that first qualifier. On average, the qualifiers are 15 minutes. 10 minutes for the second one. And Kasha just moved in free practice, popped a 1:36.204. Man, he looked good yesterday. Props to the Hungarian rider at that final cup, Simo Lungun yesterday. Took the whole shot, was leading most of the race. We were all cheering and excited watching the racing to see him back out, especially after he broke his boat the day before, 2 days before. And that last couple of laps, boom, unfortunately broke. And that kicked him out of it completely. He had the opportunity to take the win at the Simulungu Cup, so it was a heartbreaker for the gentleman from Hungary. But nevertheless, was riding spectacular. I'm sure they worked very late last night to make sure that those boats were taken care of and ready to go for today. And again, remember, Georgi, I didn't even know this. Georgi was telling me last year was his first year ever in endurance. Got top 5 last year. I was like, dude, you're awesome. All right, final free practice times. Just like breezing in the morning. Doesn't count for anything, but it's cool to watch. Jeremy Perez with a 1:34.636. Georgi Kasha with a 1:36.204. Egidius. Oh, something's up under his hood. Egidius got a 136.939 in free practice. Rasmus Koch Hansen good to back him out. He had a dislocated disc. His disc was out last year, so he wasn't able to race. It's great to have him back on the water. He came in fourth in practice. Not that that matters, but a 140.951. And Sam Johansson with a 141.235. There's your top 5 as far as times for free practice. Giving you a little, I don't know, foreshadowing possibly for what's going to happen in qualifying. I want to say welcome to all the different countries that are waking up this morning. Europe, it's 4:25 thereabouts, so hopefully you guys are able to chime in. And Australian guys are there in the afternoon. Maybe you'll be able to join us. And there is a shot of the finish line. Now the barge is positioned right behind us. We are, I don't know if this is a fishing barge or what the heck this is, a big transport barge. It's massive. And we have cameras up here. We have 2 camera setups up here. We also have all of our timing. And timing, of course, is facing that start-finish line. Marco Petrini, the race director, is up here. Bart Seegers, our assistant race director, is also up on the barge. Anton is here representing for Indonesia. He is the authority for powerboat racing in Indonesia and has been a tremendous help for us this entire week. We couldn't have done it without him. All of our gentlemen here behind us handling timing, and of course the production team, sound team, and the crew is both upstairs and downstairs. We have an entire editing suite below us. Right now we've got Freestyle coming out to do a little show for us and warm up, get a little free practice for them as well. I've noticed the bay here in Pinguruan, they're very good about keeping this they're floating plants. I wish I knew exactly what they were, but they are these big green floating plants. They've got long root systems, and we've had to come through periodically the last 5 days cleaning those areas. Oh, you can hear the crowds lighting it up for our showmen. We've got Yassine Fadli and Rashid Al-Molla on the water, as well as Paulo Nunes and the Wolf. Roberto Mariani and Paulo Nunes for whipping it up for the crowds today. Here comes Rashid and Yassine to come help them out. Crowds. Look how many crowds we instantly had here. Wait till tomorrow, it's going to be even wilder. Beautiful. Little precursor from what's going to be happening this evening when they go to their first official points opportunity, or their moto. We're at about 71 degrees out here today. It's really nice when the wind is coming in, but boy, if that wind stops, you can feel this humidity. Humidity's, as you know, very, very high out in Indonesia, just in all parts of Indonesia. Makes for a very lush landscape, but it's definitely affecting the teams. Wonderful Indonesia, the slogan for Indonesia. And you can see everybody enjoying the show as our incredible freestylers out doing their cool thing. The ambassadors of air on the water. Roberto Mariani is always such a crowd favorite. One of the best showmen in the business. And you can see everybody waving at him. And he is so smart. I love how close he gets into the crowd. He's performing a lot of the tricks, wow, just within 5 feet or so of that wall. He pulled out a little bit further here to get set up, but it's just a great guy. There's Rashid Al-Molla and Yassine Fadli. gosh. Rashid, you were just such an amazing man. I got to come back with Yassine and Rashid yesterday from the Simu Lungun Cup. We have to transfer each one of those endurance rounds. We had to actually transfer ourselves as well as the boats. They had to ride their boats out for points and bring them back for extra points. So we were on the police boat, the huge police boat yesterday. And I got to hang out with Rashid and Yassine Fadli. Just amazing pair of people. Both very successful businessmen and wonderful, wonderful ambassadors of this incredible sport. Hello Nunez, still going at it, the pilot. He's also him and his partner, Joanna Grossa, are beekeepers. I was talking to him yesterday, catching up, and he said that he's reduced down to only 3 different hives. They really got devastated with, they've got some kind of killer hornet or killer bee that's been devastating the bee colonies in Europe. So a little sad thing that I got to catch up with him about, but hopefully he'll be able to bring that back. Yep, Moto 1 is tonight between 7 and 9. That's going to be during the parallel slalom. That's when they're going to start their competition. Right now they're just goofing off, as you can tell. I just love watching this. Can you hear the crowds in the background? They absolutely love it. This will continue to grow throughout the weekend as we compete, and I just love Indonesia. I love how welcoming they are. They've opened their hearts. They've been so generous. We've really been spoiled this whole week. Everywhere we go, people want pictures with the riders and the competitors, and it's super fun. I will say the trek from the paddock over to this barge is a monster. We've got a long way. You can just see part of it. Did you see the flags way over there? They're way past those flags. It feels like it's about a 2-kilometer trot. Just gonna pull down the free practice for Ski GP. I'll get that pulled up in 1 minute. We'll also take a look at ski ladies. Playing it up for the crowd, Rashid Al Mullah. He's so fun. Him and Yassine were chatting with some of the police officers. So we had an open seat on the very front seat. So you imagine it's like a big police boat. This thing's huge. It's fully covered, the front part of it. And Yassine jumped to the front seat next to the pilot that was also a police officer. And the police officer was just staring at him like, what are you doing, dude? That's hilarious. Yassine's like, I'm in the boat. I'm helping you drive the boat. Oh man, they're fun. Crazy, crazy. We sure love you guys. Thanks for joining us on this live stream as we get rolling. It is going to be a monster of a day. Again, ski ladies are going to be first, just 1 qualifier for them. Men are going to have 2 qualifiers. Massive, massive entry list. I'm going to tease that out and not tell you who all's on it yet, though. Actually, I think you can check. But then we're going to go to Runabout. Runabout's going to have 2 qualifiers as well. Then when we go to motos, the ski divisions are going to have 3 motos. And the Runabout division will only have 2. All right, free practice just for fun. Yasmin Eprows had a 1:44.537. Benedict Drond had a 1:47.658. Jessica Siobhan had a 1:49.032. Eminelli Ortendahl had a 1:49.681. And Estelle Perret a 1:51.645. She's still a little injured after the European round. She actually got her, I think it was her leg got injured. So hopefully she's okay. But she is on the water and ready to go. 6th, 7th, and 8th, Virginia Morales, who's got her beautiful baby girl out here. She had a 1:59.141. She's in, well, not in 6, but she had the 6th fastest time in free practice. 7th fastest time was Joanna Grasso with a 2.00645, and Lisa Kassan Battaglia with a 2.02526. Naomi Benini with a 2:05.838, and Sophie Borgstrom a 2:07.866. Janine Johansson with a 2:09.077. Well, there you go. You hear the whistles. They are indicating to the riders, freestylers, that we got to do a wrap as we get ready for our first qualifier. In order for us to stay on time, this is going to be a very tight timeline today. Man, just so many people. We have been incredibly lucky all week. We've had overcast skies, but we have not got popped with rain. Lucky us. And, well, I take that back. Let me quantify. We haven't got caught with rain during the racing. After, however, we had several downpours. Fortunately, the equipment was fine. Vilken was sharing with me, our audio gentleman was sharing with me that they got soaked on, I think it was the 2nd day of competition. They were getting caught in a bunch of rain, managed to keep all the equipment safe. Oh my gosh. He's actually going to send me, you have to send me that video. He was just showing me the video of those guys coming back. Yeah, Naomi, by the way, in qualifying, Naomi's going to be, Naomi Benini is going to be on a stock boat. So that is going to be a bit tricky. This course is not going to be super favorable for that. Having said that, though, we're at altitude. And altitude does shake up the box quite a bit. With altitude, it reduces the horsepower on these engines quite a bit. So a lot of the riders are having to adjust for that. Stock boat, I don't know. We'll see how it handles out there. Andrea Guidi is also going to be on a stock engine. I talked to him, and when I caught up with him, I was like, come on, you got to give more horsepower, buddy. He said, yeah, next year. He'll hook it up next year. Looking out over the water, hopefully the rain will hold off. It is up in the hills back in Pengururan. You know, when we came in from the flight, it's about a 3-hour trek from the airport to Pengururan. We saw monkeys. There were monkeys just on the backside. There's like a little area, park, jungle, where we were able to drive through. It was sort of the last 25 kilometers or so, I think. And we ran into monkeys on the road. It was just so much fun. So hopefully, when we come back, we'll get to see them as well. We're here hanging out in one of the prettiest, most pristine places on the planet. You can see the cool signage up here, a ton of vendors along the roadways and also along the race area. Love the balloons and the different showcases. Everybody's so fun. Tons of different foods you can try out here. I tried, I think it's gado gado. I'm gonna get corrected immediately, I can tell. It was good. It's a salad with peanut dressing. Oh, somebody just told me I said it right. Yay, I win. Anyway, it was fantastic. It's like a salad. It's got a spicy peanut dressing to it. Fantastic. I've been trying to grab some at least a little bit daily. Also, they have it's like a fried, you know how you have fried mozzarella sticks? Well, it's like fried mozzarella, but the cheese is actually better. We had that this morning for breakfast. So just enjoying some of the food out here has really been fun. Hope you guys are having a good time. Ooh, I'm seeing umbrellas pop up. So we're going to pray that the rain doesn't hit us. We do have some cover over here, but hopefully we won't get hit with it. We haven't yet. I haven't started feeling it yet. All right, now we're bringing the freestyles guys back to the paddock, and we're going to be transitioning, as you know, with the ladies for the first qualifier. So that'll be our first qualifier of the day. Ski Ladies GP1, followed by Ski GP1, followed by Runabout GP1. Ooh, pretty. Pingu Ruran is a town and district. It's the same name in North Sumatra province of Indonesia, and what you're looking at here over Lake Toba, this super volcanic lake, it's the seat or capital of Samosir Regency. Now we're on, sounds funny, we're on an island, and then we're on an island in a lake. So the big island is Sumatra, and then Samosir is an island within an island, if you will, on a huge volcanic lake. I hope I explained that good enough. And Samosir is the largest town on Samosir Island. That's where we are, Pingu Ruran. Typical cool tropical rainforest climate. It's not your average. So like in Jakarta, it has a tremendous amount of humidity and high heat. And here, it's chilly. I mean, it's only 71 degrees, which I kind of love because I hang out from Colorado, but I think a lot of the locals are giggling because it is cool, and quite a few of our crew are not used to that. Population here is just under 35,000. They have a hot spring here right in Samosir Island. It's located on a place that's called Pusek Bukit Mountain. I've heard it's quite gorgeous. And they make a lot of the typical Batak ulus cloths. We were actually gifted an ulus when we got off of the airplane coming in. We had this beautiful welcoming celebration, and they put it over your neck and around you, and they're very decorative, very beautiful, very intricate pieces of cloth, long pieces of cloth, like a scarf, but they call them ulus. And there's quite a history behind them, and it's all made by hand, all manual process made by hand, and a lot of it is right here in Pingu Ruran. You are looking at one of the Bolan or Batak type houses. They are very steep roofs, shaped like a triangle. And there's not a whole ton of them left, so it's a culture that's disappearing. They're trying very hard to maintain their culture here, including the Batak language, which is a rare language. In fact, I met a young lady named Tuti who was escorting a whole group down here. Met her in Jakarta, and we happened to be on the plane coming in. And she speaks Batak. She's from this region. And man, she was giving me so many cool stories about that. But they lose a lot of their family as the kids are growing up. They're, of course, wanting to go to Jakarta and other areas of Indonesia for college, university, etc. So they're trying very hard to maintain that and keep the growth of Batak. But it's been tough. I love that they've been working on that. And that is one of the many ferries that they have around here. As you can imagine, lake transportation is just as important as the roads. The roads are like what you would imagine. I'm trying to think, like if you were in a village in sort of a more backcountry area, that's what you see a lot of these roads like. A lot of them, even the paved roads that we have, there were several sections where they've had some mudslides this week, so they've had to do quick cleaning of these roads every night. Houses are right up against the roads, and although it's not a densely packed by any stretch, it is tricky to get through the roads, and the roads are narrow. So if you are driving in Indonesia, and particularly in Sumatra, a scooter is sort of the preferred way to go, but you definitely need to understand how to ride a scooter. Getting a chance to look out over Lake Toba here. Now, if you can imagine, we're situated at Pingu Ruran, and we are looking out across the lake. And that big mountain that you see sort of in the back, the clouds are covering it at the moment. That big mountain is a spiritual spot. A lot of the political aspirees, if you will, a lot of the people that want to get success in the political background, they actually will climb the mountain, and the mountain blesses them. And once the mountain blesses them, they are supposed to be set up for success in political office or success in business. Uh-oh, looks like we might be losing a few to the rain. Starting to come down just a little bit over there. Still protected here, and we're still getting ready for qualifying. You can see the umbrellas up. Samosir Regency. Oh, you can actually hear the rain now. Can you guys hear the rain in the background? We get a tremendous amount of precipitation every year here. Thank you for that. Sorry, I had a little pause as we were adjusting our equipment. Again, we are starting to get precipitation here. Little rain. No! We've been so lucky all week. Not so lucky right now. Maybe we'll get this taken care of early, and then we'll have a beautiful rest of our weekend. So we're just getting blessed. We're getting a blessing from the beautiful area here, and hopefully it'll all go away in just a short moment. I want to thank you. Ooh, boy, it is pretty. Another one of the traditional houses, Batak houses and culture. The rain, by the way, is a good catalyst. That's true. Rain is called Huon. Huon. They don't know if I'm saying that right. Oh, it sounds so pretty though, doesn't it? You can see it's starting to get a lot more active. Oh goodness, our day one of racing. We've got so much to do today, so we're not going to be able to delay very long. We're readjusting all of our equipment to make sure that we're ready. You know, while we're hanging, let's talk a little bit about Lake Toba itself. It's a large natural lake. And this supervolcano is just the caldera. We're actually in the caldera of this supervolcano. This eruption was an index, a VEI index of 8. This was the largest recorded value on the index. That was the explosivity of this particular volcano. In fact, hypothesis is that this was the trigger for the Ice Age. One of the major contributing factors to the Ice Age was this eruption right here in Lake Toba. It happened over 75,000 years ago, and it generated 439 to 631 million tons of sulfuric acid. It's the largest known explosive eruption on Earth in the last 25 million years. It sure does put in perspective, doesn't it? Just how insignificant we are compared to what nature brings us. It is about 62 miles long, and it's 19 miles wide. It's 1,600 feet deep. Largest lake in Indonesia, largest volcanic lake in the world. And right now, we're getting blessed with some some rain. One final quick tip on this as we wait for this rain to go away. The origin of Lake Toba is a folk story about the lake in which once upon a time there was a fisherman who caught a golden fish. Samosir Island is believed to be the golden fish's son. And it happened during a stormy, rainy, thundery day, pretty much exactly like this one. And I happened to be at one of the host hotels the first afternoon when we checked in, and man, it was a very, very long 3 days of traveling. So as you imagine, I was a little loopy. And I walked down to the dock right off of the hotel, and I couldn't believe what I saw. There was a young man spearfishing right off of the dock. you know, snorkeling and spearfishing. And on his back, he had connected 3 fish that were gold. One of them was bright orange, almost looked like a goldfish, but 2 of them were gold or yellow. It was insanely pretty. I wish I'd have grabbed a picture of it. I'd come down without a camera to just literally relax and, you know, depressurize a little bit. And I saw that, and it was just like the perfect start of my week here. So this lake reminds me of the story. If you are interested in ecotourism, or you like kind of going off the track, off of the main tourist sites, this probably is one of the more beautiful areas on the planet that you can see. And the diversity of this ecosystem is fascinating to me. I mean, in the drive-in from the airport, I saw forests, like pine trees, you know, like these towering, gorgeous pine trees. And then I'm seeing palm trees and what you would imagine in a tropical environment. It's utterly insane. Purple flowers that look like petunias, all the way over to just the marigold-looking flowers. It's gorgeous, just a gorgeous drive-in. As I mentioned earlier, monkeys. Of course, the Sumatran tiger is here. It is a really beautifully preserved area. The fauna here includes several species of zooplankton and benthic animals. And the lake is what they call oligotrophic. I'm going to say that badly, but it's nutrient poor. So the native fish fauna is fairly scarce, surprisingly, as big as this lake is. Still just waiting this rain out. As we see that beautiful Batak house in the back. By the way, they're known as good singers, and they have been entertaining us all week at every one of the festivals, at each one of the cups. We've had singers and performers there, and they're really, really good. They have this this kind of style that they do. It's emotional. It sounds like hymn singing, and it's quite moving. It's very inspiring. Batak traditional instruments. We got to see so many of those, both at the Karo Cup, the Dairi Cup, and the Simulungun Cup. It was really beautiful to watch them perform. Copper gongs struck with hammers, reedy wind instruments, even a 2-string violin were all brought out. There are also skilled metal craftsmen. The Batak are quite beautiful people. They have very elaborate rituals, very elaborate dances, and the costumes. They have an intricate use of gold thread, and they favor reds. So it's vibrant, and it's really beautiful when you see them dance and perform. It's quite mesmerizing when you have the chance to see that, all 3 of the cups this week. Tell you what, you guys, as it continues to rain, give us just 1 second. We'll be right back after this.
The final showdown in Lake Toba, Indonesia. World-class riders, breathtaking scenery, non-stop action. The UIM Aquabike World Championship jets into the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. 5 days of full throttle action on the largest volcanic lake in the world, testing the limits of rider and machine. 3 days of the endurance racing from the 13th to the 15th of November. Then the finale of the World Championship from the 16th to the 17th of November, where scores will be settled for the 2024 season. Don't miss the thrilling finale of the UIM Aquabike World Championship.
Hey, you guys, welcome back. You're watching the UIM ABP Aquabike World Championship, and we are getting hujan, some rain, as they say in Indonesian. Selamat pagi, good morning. just trying to wait this rain out. I just heard back in the background, Marco Petrini let us know that we got about 10 minutes to our first qualifier. That's going to be the Ski Women's GP1. And that's going to be an easy one because we only do one qualifier. The riders get to vote. If they're like under 15 riders, and we have 12 in this particular round, and all of the ladies voted, and if we had 11 votes, then that would carry if they did not want to do 2 qualifiers. And sure enough, the ladies were like, we're just going to do the one, save the boats, save us. No dramas for the mamas. So we're just going to be doing one qualifier for the women this morning. And then we'll be doing 2 qualifiers for Ski GP1. And those qualifiers work like this. Well, we have a 15-minute qualifier. And then we'll get the top 10 on that 15-minute qualifier. And then we'll bring them back out for a second qualifier, the top 10 fastest times. And then that is your battle out for the pole position. And that pole position will let you know whether they're going to be in that green set of buoys, it's 1 through 5, or on the starting grid, if they don't make that top 5, the 6 through 15 will go through the yellow course. And the course is posted on the website. And then 16 and above will actually be on the reds. Giving you our starting lineup as we get ready to rumble. And again, just a few minutes out. Oh, this weather is so funny. So we had rain, and now the sun pops out and just blesses us with beautiful, beautiful skies. All right, that's perfect. That's what we needed. We need some sunshine and some rocket ships. I'm ready, and pretty sure you guys are ready too. So again, ski women are going to be coming out first. Going to get our drone back up in the air in a minute, as soon as it's safe. Okay, it's our, oh, you actually get to see the barge. You see that blue thing with the tents on it? That's us. That's where a lot of our production crew is. Our timing is there. I'm hanging out there, Marco Petrini and Bart Seegers. Marco is our race director. Bart Seegers is our assistant race director. He's here as well. So the Hujan is almost gone. This is good. This is good for us. What a production it was. Man, just this first 3 days. You should have seen the massive number of boats going out for those endurance cups. That was one of the wildest things I've seen ever. So we have to make these treks. We're asking the endurance riders 4 points, mind you, during the endurance cups. They actually have to start at Pingururan, and then we set up at 3 different locations. So technically it was a nightmare, but visually it was unbelievable fun. So anyway, we got the endurance riders to go out to each one of the cups. The final one, the Simolungan, was actually the longest, 48 kilometers. That was a trek, my friends. And then they have to set up. So the strategy behind that is the endurance riders were only allowed to bring 1 mechanic with them. And considering how many people they generally bring on these teams, that is not very much support for these guys. So it was pretty interesting to see how they prepped for it and what they carried on the boat, what they had the mechanics carry. Because, you know, if you blow an engine, you're not exactly carrying another one over there to replace it. Okay, it looks up, I'm sure you're seeing that on the website as well. Ski Ladies GP1 Q1 is getting ready to go. Our session's going to be 15 minutes for this session. Again, we're only going to have session 1. I love this track layout. I always get a kick out of what the course looks like every year, and this one I would say they've really done an amazing job. They always do, but this one's really cool. Here's why. They have the split section. Let's see if I'm trying to see where you're looking at. Yeah, you can see it. All right, you see the barge. Now just take a little look to the left. See the green buoy? That is the splits. Is that not the wicked thing or what? So they're going to actually merge out of the splits, hit that orange buoy, and then the yellow, and then they're going to be coming straight across. This is a right-hand track again, which is pretty fascinating. We had 2 left-hand tracks earlier this week for endurance, 1 right-hand track for endurance, and today it's going to be a right-hand track as well. Woo! Yay, we're bringing the ladies out. Rock on. All right. Put your tray tables in the upright and locked position because we're ready to fly. I don't know about you, but I love this part. Oh, so let me explain qualifying really quick, because you're going to think that they're going to start the clock right away, and that would be untrue. So I want to make sure I get you set up right. What they do is they ask the riders to break up the water first, so they do the 2 laps, and then we go to live timing. Now, you'll be able to hear that. Marco's going to indicate when he's live with the whistles. And the rest of the team, our UIM race commissioner, Luca Filiberte, is here as well. He's not on the barge, but he is here. And so they're going to break up the water. We're not in live timing yet. So you just get a chance to take a look at them right now. Oh, there's our girl, Yasmin Epraus from Estonia. She's on the Black Cat today. That's the name of her boat, the Black Cat. I tried to call it the Black Kitty, and she was like, don't you dare. I want something more fierce. I was like, well, maybe like Black Panther or Black Tiger. She goes, nope, Black Cat. I like Black Cat. All right, that's what it is. She's so awesome. Yasmin Epraus is a ton of fun, isn't she? Oh, what does break up the water mean? Yeah, thanks for the question, by the way. So if you hit flat water like this, when it's really quiet, you can lay down a rocket time. So if I was coming out for timing and you didn't have a chance, didn't have to break up the water, I would race to the water as quickly as I could, and then I would run that first lap. That would give me the fastest time because the water's super flat, right? It reduces even more drag. There's less resistance, less drag. So they like flat water if they're trying to go for a time like this. So what we do is we break it up so it's fair for everybody, so nobody gets a jump, if you will. Nobody gets an unfair advantage. That's what breaking up the water means. So we break up the water, and then we're going to get underway. Here's who's on the track today. Virginia Morales, who just had a baby. Benedict Drange, Sophie Borgstrom, Joanna Grassa, Naomi Benini, Yasmin Epraus, Lisa Kassan Battaglia, Estelle Perret, Janina Johansson, Emanelli Ortendahl, and Jessica Chavon are all on the water. Yasmin Epraus is in the points lead with 126 points. She comes into this round. Estelle Perret is in second, Jessica Chavon in third, Benedict Drange is in fourth, and Sophie Borgstrom is top 5. Emanelli Ortendahl is in it as well. River Varner is in 7th, but she's not here. Joanna Grassa is in 8th, Naomi Benini in 9th, Lisa Kassan Battaglia in 10th, Janina Johansson in 11th, and Virginia Morales was not able to compete in Binh Dinh, Vietnam, and finally was able to compete in Obia. So she's got 27 points on the board, but of course, with the pregnancy, she wasn't able to compete in our first round. Let's talk about the first rounds, actually. Binh Dinh, Vietnam, was our first opportunity to be at Vietnam, and man, what an experience that was. Insane. Great race course, fantastic racing, very technical and a lot of fun. Then we moved over to Obia, went to Sardinia, one of the most fascinating areas on the planet. And it's one of the green areas where people live the longest, Sardinia specifically. And we got to race there. So that was our second round. And then our final round here in Lake Toba is going to cap our World Championship series. So free practice is nothing more than free practice. But qualifying, absolutely. You want to get the best times for the pole. So what they're battling for is the fastest lap. It's not an actual race by any shape. It is just lap timing. So I'm trying to imagine, yeah, NASCAR does it too, where they fight for the pole position with fastest times. It's the same exact theory. So they're hunting a pole position, and based on their time on this qualifier, that's how they're going to get that pole. So as an example, let's see, we were looking earlier when we were talking about the lap times. Yasmin Epraus had a 1:44.537. Now, if that were her practice, or excuse me, if that were her qualifying time, and it was the fastest time, she would have the closest position to the green buoy. That would be her lane, if you can imagine. And then so on and so forth, right, all the way through. And 1 through 5 are the top 5 opportunities. Those are the best. If you could get 1 through 5 in your times, that's the primo. The second group is 6 through 15. They have to go further out. And I'm trying to see if you guys can see those start buoys yet. Nope, not yet. I'll show those to you as they come up. But anyway, 6 through 15 will go to the yellow starting grids, and then 16 on. Here's Joana Graça. You're watching boat number 44. She's out of Portugal. Incredible lady. I'll give you more on them when we go into the motos, but super fun. Naomi Benini is also on a 4 boat. It's 4-6, however. Naomi Benini was the one I was telling you that's going to be racing a stock boat today. Now, in general terms, that's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. But I think with Naomi Benini on board, that could be a little bit different. She's a very good closed course racer, and she's been really training a lot. I got a chance to see her in the paddock today, and she is buff. It's the best I've seen her. She looks incredibly fit. She's got that glow, so she might be one to watch, Naomi Benini. Naomi, by the way, is Italian. Her and her brother Matteo both race, and they're super fun kids. There's Yasmin Eprouse. You're watching the Black Cat, and Yasmin, as she cruises through, we are going to be posting some times here in this next lap. Oh, wow. She really does put on a clinic out here. Take a look at how she drops very low. She's not a super tall young lady, but that actually is an advantage in jet ski racing, to be able to be a little shorter. And she's able to drop down incredibly low into the tray, and because of that, it allows her to keep that boat very stable and very hooked up. The taller that you stand and the higher you move that handle pole, the less stable you are. And handle poles are interesting little things because, I mean, it's just the thing you hold on to, right? You just hold on to the handle pole and that's how you turn. Yeah, that has a massive impact on these riders. They're very picky. They're really, really picky about what handle pole they use, what angle they have the handle pole at, how tall the handle pole is. They're all customized. So everything on this boat is designed for her comfort. And because of that, it is, to me, it's just a real indicator of all the little things that they do to make the combination and the handling work for them. And everybody's different. Some people like, you see she has a pretty short pole. It allows her to move up closer to the engine. See how short that is now? Take a look at, this is Estelle. Yep, Jessica Siobhan also has a little longer handlebar and a handle pole. And that puts her back just a little bit, puts her feet right over the intake grate. That's where the water comes in, through the intake grate. And then it goes through the pump system, and that is the propulsion. And she also is a magician. It's fun to watch Jessica Siobhan, a world champion. She had a world championship in 2020. It was her first big win in Kuwait. And she has done nothing but get better after that. Donna Kawasaki has been on that boat. Really just been tuning and working on the boat the last couple of years. Laurent, her partner. And again, Joana Graça. Yeah, Estelle did not come out on this. Don't let that fool you. Estelle actually is still nursing that injury, so she's probably not wanting to be on that leg too much, and there's really no reason. She can go ahead and rest that for now. She is in the points, so it's really maybe a smart move for her. There's not a lot of riders out on the track. She's got 125 points. She's second coming into this, so I think it's probably a smart move for her not to come out. She'll be in the second grid anyway. 6 through 15 is on those yellow buoys, so I don't think it'll have an impact. I mean, she's not going to be in the first 5, but let's see if that punishes her or not. Regardless, I think it was smart. I saw her in the paddock today. She was still limping. All right, let's take a look at the times. Jessica Siobhan with a 1:47.463. Fastest lap time. Benedict Drange with a 1:47.614. Emily Ortendahl with a 1:48.893. And Yasmin Epraus with a 1:49.330. Sophie Borgstrom with a 1:49.720. Oh, Emily just moved up. Joanna Grasso has a 1:53.732. Virginia Morales with a 1:53.629. The Minion, Sophie Borgstrom with a 1:49.720. She's in 5th in qualifying. So Sophie's doing exactly what she needs to do. Eminelli's currently in this top 5 grid. She's got a 1:48.893. Benedict Drange is 3rd on the grid right now with a 1:47.614. Jessica Siobhan is in 2nd on qualifying with a 1:47.463, and Yasmin Epraus with a 1:46.338. That's her best time for Benedict Drange and the best time on the track so far this morning. So far, oh, and Benedict just smoked Yasmin. Benedict just moved into a pole position. Well, hello, Benedict Drange. She's been riding so very well, but man, this last couple of years, she has really moved into a powerhouse. She rides and is born and raised in Norway. And right now, she's got the fastest qualifying time. She's got to be super stoked for that. 1:46.338 for Benedict Drange. Yasmin Epraus, 1:46.486 second. Jessica Siobhan with a 1:47.463. And Sophie Borgstrom in 4th with a 1:48.566. And Emily Ortendahl with a 1:48.893. Second grid so far is going to be Virginia Morales with a 1:53.629. Joanna Grasso will be right next to Virginia with a 1:53.732. Yanina Johansson with a 1:57.034. Lisa Kazan Battaglia with a 1:59.073. In that 9th position, Naomi Benini will be a 2:03.258. We got about 7.5 minutes left, so we've still got a lot of time for things to change, but right now, that's how it looks for your 2 setups. Little spin there for Naomi Benini. Not sure. Just spun her boat out a little. It's Naomi Benini. She's on a brand new boat. It sure is pretty too. It's a glitter orange. Looked like she got a little frustrated at that split section. Here's Lisa Kazan Battaglia. And that's Mama, Virginia Morales. I used to call her the she-wolf. She's something else, man. Feisty, feisty lady. Very powerful, very fun. She's a rider's rep this year. I'm not the rider's rep. I'm so sorry. Team manager rep. Did a really great job, too. It's nice, nice. Her and Axel Courtois. Partners. And there's Benedict Drange. Oh yeah, you can see Benedicte is on fire this weekend. Just watching that riding style. There's Emily Ortendahl. What a sweetheart. She got the tennis ball for a helmet. Makes it very easy to find her anywhere on the track, and she is a technician. Aggressive, but she combines it with finesse. She's just a powerhouse all around. She's really a well-balanced rider. She always has been. I'm so impressed with her forever and ever. And she dominated this tour for years. Took a step back. She's been working very hard in her other businesses and helping out her dad. And she actually took up some other competitions as well. But man, she is definitely someone that a lot of these people look up to. A lot of these young ladies look up to. And they're a pretty tight unit. They hang out together, and even when they're just chilling and not racing. Emily Ortendahl and Sophie and Jana Borgstrom were quite the gang for a while. They did a lot of stuff. just for fun. They're Scandinavian riders, Benedicte Drange. They like to hang out. And their sense of camaraderie and ambassadorship, if you will, around racing, I admire so very much. Quite often, you know, you put so much into this racing, and you get the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. It can really be tough. It's a great growth experience and really to help define your personality, but you're in the fire doing this. You are truly in the depths of fire at times, both mentally and physically, and I think being able to have a good attitude about it and understand that it's a journey, it's not just, a short end game. This is a long journey for them. I admire the way they approach it. Watching Emily Ortendahl, she's felt like she had a pretty good time. Let's take a look. She did a 1:48 as her best time, or 1:49.301 was that last lap. She's still in top 5. And now Jessica Siobhan has moved up with the fastest time, a 1:43.942. A 1:43.942 for boat 99. Nice, Jessica. Sweet. She is full-time motivational speaker and fitness coach. Wow. She said she's still getting used to the handling on this boat. She got flipped off hard in Sardinia. Cost her, not a podium position necessarily, but it cost her a lot of points. She's currently in 3rd with 114. She's still right in this. And as you know, anything can happen during this race weekend. Now, they're going to be working 3 motos. Each one of those motos is going to give them 25 points if they win, and 75 points in total up for grabs. And so that's a lot of wiggle room if she can get in to some of these wins. You're watching Jessica Siobhan. Still has the fastest time, a 1:43.942 for her. Let's take a look here at Joanna Grassa. And she's going to show you how to switch legs as you're coming into these turns. Watch her lean into that right hand. Nice. She looks really pretty. That boat is gripping quite nicely. That's been a challenge when you're at altitude. Another funky thing about altitude is your boat handles real different. So in endurance, they were trying to reduce drag, and this is going to sound counterintuitive, but what they're doing here is they're trying to increase a little bit of drag, not much though, because with lower horsepower, you have to have less resistance in the water so you can get through quicker. It's not going to be horsepower, you can't rely on it because they don't have as much horsepower as they would at sea level. So they're going to reduce it, but they've still got to be able to have these boats bite into the turn. That's a perfect example as you watch Naomi Benini and Joanna Grassa. This is Joanna Grassa. Watch this boat bite. She blew a little bit wide on that one. Looks like she's on a fast power sport combination there. Oh, nice turn. So you want the boats to grip, but you've got to reduce resistance and grab horsepower in a low horsepower, high altitude environment. So what do you do? Well, one of the things that they work on is changing the pitch on their propellers, their impellers. They're trying to do that so that they can get a smaller, they're looking for a smaller diameter basically, so the water will move through easier and quicker. Big props, big impellers are not going to be the ticket this weekend. Now at sea level, that changes quite a bit. Let's take a look at the time. Jessica Siobhan, no change, a 1:43.942. Yasmini Proust second with a 1:44.169, and Benedict Drange in third with a 1:46.338. Sophie Borgstrom, a 1:48.565, and Emanelli Ortendahl with a 1:48.893. That's your top 5. Speaking of Emanelli, there she is, and looks like she is on a run. You could tell if they'll come in and like practice a couple of turns, but then they'll rest. They're actually waiting for clean water. A lot of strategy actually goes into qualifying. It's fun to watch how they think about that. Oh, and by the way, this is the only time in these races that the rider is allowed to communicate with the team. So you can have radios in the helmet, and they're able to communicate back to the team managers in the paddock. Team managers can feed them the times, which is incredibly helpful. They also have screens posted generally for the racers, but if you are wanting to stay focused on it, you can just have your team manager feed you. Team manager will also give you input on if the full track is clean, because it's hard sometimes to see all of the track and when is a good time to take a run. So team managers and that communication can be very critical and very valuable. We are out of time. They're just finishing up the last couple of riders here. So that, it looks like it's going to do it. Jessica Chavon with the 1:43.942. It looks like that might stick unless Naomi can, or Joanna Grassa can up their time. And just waiting for the final couple. All right, I do believe that's going to do it. Nina Johansson. Oh my gosh, she's so awesome. That is Johan Johansson's daughter. She's a horse trainer, actually, when she's not here. She also put us on water safety courses back in Sweden. I tell you what, the people in Scandinavia, the Scandinavian countries, are just incredible. Sam Johansson and Janina Johansson are just the epitome of great riders, great attitudes, hard workers, and they put others first, and they think about the big picture a lot. And I think that really makes a well-rounded, well-balanced rider. Let's get you your final times. The first grid's going to look like this as we finish up. Jessica Chavon is going to take the pole position with a 1:43.942. Yasmin Epraus will be in second with a 1:44.169. Benedict Drange will be in third with a 1:46.338. Sophie Borgstrom will be on that top grid. She'll be in fourth with a 1:48.479. Emanuele Ortendahl is going to be your final pole position on that inside grid, the top grid or best grid. She's got a 1:48.893. Congratulations to those young ladies. The second group, the pole position on the yellow buoy, that's going to be Virginia Morales with the 1:53.629. Joanna Grassa is going to be seventh with a 1:53.732. Janina Johansson is going to be eighth with a 1:57.034. Lisa Kazan Battaglia will be ninth with a 1:59.073. Naomi Benini will be 10th with a 2:03.258, and as I'd mentioned, Estelle Perret did not come out intentionally for the qualifying. She'll be in the 11th place spot. That does it for ladies GP1. All right, we're going to be bringing out the men here in just 1 minute. Ski GP1 is going to be next.
The final showdown in Lake Toba, Indonesia. World-class riders, breathtaking scenery, non-stop action. The UIM Aquabike World Championship jets into the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. 5 days of full throttle action on the largest volcanic lake in the world, testing the limits of rider and machine. 3 days of the endurance racing from the 13th to the 15th of November. Then the finale of the World Championship from the 16th to the 17th of November, where scores will be settled for the 2024 season. Don't miss the thrilling finale of the UIM Aquabike World Championship.
Welcome back to the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. We're right here for the World Championship of the UIM ABP Aquabike World Championship Tour. This is the grand finale, and we are ready for Ski GP1. Once again, we're going to be doing qualifying. We just finished up the ski ladies, and at the top of the heap there was Jessica Chavon with a 1:43.942. Fantastic job for that young lady out of France. And we're just waiting for this next group to stage and come out. And I'm getting over, we are just also looking real quick at some of the qualifying times for ski and runabout, and I'm just going to get those transferred real quick so I can get you some of the updates there. But again, we're moving to ski GP1. Let's talk a little bit about this one. Again, 75 points up for grabs this weekend. The young man out of Belgium, Quentin Bosch, with 150 points, is in the lead. Kevin Redderer is in second with 126 points. Morgan Perret is in third with 114 points. Jeremy Perret is in fourth with 102. And Toshi Ohara rounds out your top five with 99 points. Oliver Koch Hansen is in sixth with 83 points. Michael Perret is in seventh with 80. Alec Enderley is in 8th with 70 points. Valentin Dardelot is in 9th with 68 points. And Matteo Benini is in the top 10 as well. He's got 68 points coming into this one. That is the setup as we get ready to go. By the way, the young lady that just won, Jessica Chavon, actually won in Lake Toba last year, so she's got to be feeling pretty good, having the fastest qualifying time. That really does set her up great for later on as we get ready to go this afternoon with our first set of motos. Don't go very far. This is a huge day for us. In fact, this is our longest day of the entire week. And again, here is the outline on that. We're doing qualifying this morning. Then this afternoon, we're going to start our motos with ski. We're going to do free practice for runabout. We're also going to do a free practice for freestyle. And then, but wait, there's more. This evening, 7 to 9, we're coming right back out with parallel slalom. You don't want to miss that. That is dynamic. It is fast and furious, and hopefully I'll have Dan Anderson on the microphone with me tonight, and he'll be going through what it's like to be on the water during parallel slalom, because there's nothing like watching sudden death slalom. I think that is some of the coolest stuff ever. We're also going to be going into the first moto of freestyle this evening as well, from 7P to 9P. Do not forget, you've got to hit that night show with us tonight. Then we're going to the final day tomorrow. We've got 2 motos total for runabout, 3 motos for all of the GP classes and ski classes, and I think you're really going to enjoy it. It's a perfect backdrop here. We're in wonderful Indonesia, right here in Pingu Ruran. I did that so good all week, and then I just stumbled it. Dadgummit. And we're on the island of Samosir. So we're on an island in a really cool big lake. There you go. Largest super volcanic lake in the entire world. I really don't think it gets better than this, if you want my humble opinion. Now listen, I know how much fun this is to watch, but if you're an EMT or working in a hospital and you need to focus on your work, you know, don't get too distracted by how cool this is, but don't turn it off either. That's too funny. All right, just looking out over these mystical, spiritual mountains as we get ready to go with Ski GP1. I actually thought we had 25. Let me just take a look at our entry list. I'll give you a total number of riders today. We had a lot. So in the ski class, we have 22. Yep, 22 riders. Sorry, I'm going to be bad. And then in runabout, we're going to have 19 riders total. What's cool is we broke our record for rider attendance this weekend and this week as well. Everybody's watching the drone. Oh, I lied. They're watching a sporting event. They're watching the fight right now. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. We're all sports nuts. It doesn't matter what the heck. Oh, that's fantastic. You guys crack me up. Special thanks to all of our crew. We really put together, they do multiple tours around the world. F1 H2O. They do the F1 H2O series. And then they also do the Aquabike series. So this crew works very, very tightly together throughout the world. The F1 H2O series just got off of a huge 3-week event in China. And they took a brief respite, not very long, and then they had to repack their bags, so just about enough time to get your laundry done. And then they popped back on a plane to come out here and do one of the most logistically challenging series of races I think I've ever seen. To be able to put on 3 endurance cups in 3 days and then turn around and put on a massive finale on a World Championship tour is no easy feat. We've got 2 Jumbotrons out here to show the race action, a massive setup from one end of the paddock to the other, and we've had a tremendous support from IDTC as well as in Journey, and of course all of the local authorities and promoters for powerboat racing here as well. So it is a big deal, as they say. We have 6 course marshals or safety marshals out there. Our UIM commissioner for the weekend is Luca Filiberte. Our race director, of course, Marco Petrini. Our IMI Federation director is Anton Suprapto. Tech is Paolo Carrera and Gil Pedreso. And our beach ramp marshals this weekend are Rui Messina and Ruiz Ribeiro. And hundreds of people here representing. Yes, all 22. You have to have 20. If you have 25 or more, I do believe you have to qualify. You have to actually qualify to get into. But 22 we can take on the line for Ski GP1. So we're not going to actually have to go for qualifying as far as to see who's able to make it to the first or main event. This will just be for time, but we have had that situation in the past where we literally had to qualify not just for time, but also to see who's going to be able to make it to the moto. We do have restrictions about how many riders we can have on the line, both runabout and the ski classes. Just on standby here. No rain. We're just working fixing the course really quickly. And then we're actually going to go back to racing. Qualifying. Just still racing though. You're looking at one of the main areas where the crowds are able to watch. There's multiple areas, but this is one of the main areas or venues. There's vendors behind them. We got a massive stage as well, where we'll be awarding the winners tomorrow for each of the classes. And we've got a lot even on the award ceremony. We've got to deal with parallel slalom. We've also got to give away the world titles as well as the Grand Prix. So we always do 2. We have who won the Grand Prix at this location, and then the World Championship. So busy, busy day on the podium tomorrow. And traditionally, we will pass the flag to the next country as well. see if we do that tomorrow. It has not been announced yet, so that'd be really exciting. Again, Jessica Chavon, your fastest qualifying time in ski ladies, and right now we're just in a hold pattern to see who's going to be the fastest qualifying time in ski GP1 and the fastest in runabout GP1. And we're going straight from qualifying to motos. We only have a certain amount of daylight that we have to work with, so we're going to keep it moving along pretty quick. We always differentiate with two different courses. We've got a runabout course as well as a stand-up course. You can see the difference with the runabout course. Now, I'm going to say this, and I hope nobody kills me for it, but the ski course, very tight and very technical, and then along, I mean, there's really no backstretch that I can see. I mean, like maybe sort of a tiny little stretch, but that right-hand side of the track is literally in the channel. So I guess there's a big right-hand sweeper turn, excuse me, big left-hand sweeper turn. They're going left. Then from that, they take one yellow buoy. Sorry, just taking a look at the map and double-checking something. But then they do a big elbow turn, and then they sort of have a backstretch, I suppose. This runabout course is going to push them very close to the far banks of the other side of this bay. And it's shaped like one of the traditional Batak hats. Kind of a big cone is what they'll be going to, and that differentiation will be on what would normally be called the backstretch, but that's just wicked. It's a series of very tight 180 turns. Not much of a backstretch for these guys at all. And it looks like we're starting to get our ski GP1s out on the water. Yay! Oh, right now they're practicing for slalom. They're actually qualifying for slalom, as well as the ski GP1 qualifying. So in between, we're doing that as well. So in between there, before we bring out the riders, we're doing a couple of slalom practices. No, not practices, excuse me, qualifying, and that's for this evening's events. All right, you guys, we'll see if we can predict who these riders are. Just 1 second, and I will see if I can't get these guys' numbers. All right.
Do you have the number of the boat that's on the water? No? Does anybody? So we don't, you guys aren't doing slalom at all? Not together.
Whenever you're ready, I'll talk to you.
Yeah, welcome back. I'm joined up here with Kylie Elmers. It's great to have you.
Good afternoon, Dawn, or good morning, I should say, from the beautiful Lake Toba.
Yeah, it's really, really pretty. Right now we're watching some slalom. We do not have the riders' numbers, so unfortunately we're going to be guessing. I think that might be Matteo Bonini.
44?
Yeah, 44 or 46.
44, I believe that is.
That's 44. All right, let's quickly grab numbers here. How exciting. It's got to be 48 because we don't have a 44, or he's borrowing his sister's boat.
So we're in the ladies' class, aren't we?
Oh, well, maybe. Maybe this is ladies parallel. In that case, it would be Joanna Grassa. Thank you.
I believe that we went through to qualifying and then to slalom. So a pole position for the ladies.
Okay.
And then
yes, we already did that.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we're going to do slalom, and we're going to do the same for the ski, and then the same for the runabout. Thank you.
That is what I believe.
Awesome. I appreciate you. I'm glad you came up here. All right, so we've got Joanna Grassa, who is in qualifying for the slalom division. And then after that, we'll be going to the ski GP1.
That looks like to be an exciting event coming up with pole position for GP1. There's the altitude here really changes the skis. All the boys had the pumps going in and out yesterday.
Yeah, look at you grinning about that.
Well, it makes it exciting. It's hard. What was the fastest boat may not be the fastest boat.
Right. So true. Well, I tell you, it is interesting as a mechanic and a racer. How taxing is it trying to do that as we get ready with our next one? I'm going to see if I can grab it. I think that is Lisa Gassan Battaglia.
66.
Yeah. Got this. We got this now. All right, so we're doing the qualifying again for each division, and then we'll be doing the parallel slalom.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, so Lisa Gassan is going to be trying to qualify to go tonight. Now, how many will they take?
That I didn't get, but I believe there's 8, so they do a formation of 4 sets of 2.
I see.
That has been the standard so far. It might be different at this event, but so far it's been 4 sets of 2, and they qualify down to the final 2.
Okay, great. So 2 on each. So 4 go to parallel slalom tonight, right?
I believe.
Yeah, it's
yes.
usually what I've seen in the past. We'll have 4, then we'll take 4 to 2, then we'll do the sudden death.
Yes, the sudden death. I like that.
I know that's what we call it. I don't know.
Absolutely.
It's a U.S. term. All right, Lisa Gassan Battaglia is now on the water, and she is going for her first run. Now, they got to do a test run if you watch her just kind of work her way through the buoys. Now, from your perspective, what are they looking for?
They are looking for very nice, clean, tight, crisp lines, and basically it's whoever can do the cleanest run. It doesn't necessarily come down to boat speed. It comes down to a very nice, smooth, clean run without a bobble, without swinging too wide on the buoys, and without turning too tightly where you lose a little bit of back end grip. So you're trying to keep everything perfect. It's a little bit like doing a ballet.
Here's what I love about slalom, and by the way, you get 2 runs, as she mentioned, and you want to go for your best time, so you get 2 opportunities for your best time. But here's what I love about slalom. This, to me, indicates how riders are going to be on a closed course. You can see how tight they are. I think it's a great training opportunity.
It is a great training opportunity for how tight and getting tight lines and everything, but it doesn't necessarily show the result in the short course either, in the circuit, because of boat speed and how they go through chop comes into it, because there's a lot more bikes out there on the water, and the chop will come into play, and also boat speed. So, and sweeping corners, so this doesn't have any high-speed sweeping, and this track, there's some high-speed sweeping as well. So doesn't necessarily give us a result for how the circuit will go.
All right, again, you're watching qualifying for slalom. 4, we're going to go to the final this evening for each one of the divisions, and then we'll declare our winners this evening, and all of this will accumulate in a massive award ceremony tomorrow. This is going to be the second run. Actually, we're on to our next rider. My apologies, and I believe that's Naomi.
Yeah.
Nope, 90. Oh, you know what? Janina Johansson.
Yes.
We are just having a great time trying to figure out numbers up here. The glare, by the way, is a little tricky between the low light. The riders are having to deal with it as well as we are. This glare, and we are under the gun now with Janina Johansson on the clock. You're a rider for Sweden.
This is also such a large circuit. They are actually quite a fair way away from us, so we're trying to be able to see that ourselves.
Super fun. Oh, yeah, you as well, just on the shore.
Well, the walk down here took me 10 minutes, you know.
Yeah, and you're in better shape than I am. It took me 15. Good run on this first one for Janina Johansson. Janina, of course, her brother Sam Johansson, super well known in the runabout division, and Johan Johansson started this legacy, and I think that's one of the cool things about this event. You'll be hearing this a lot, how we're talking about fathers and sons, fathers and daughters, brothers and sisters out here racing. A lot of great inspiring stories. This is the second run for Janina Johansson. Now, the one thing I'm not going to get, sadly, is the times.
No, unfortunately, we won't know that until the results are posted tonight, but we'll be able to see what's going on this evening.
It could give you some predictions just based on how they look. Janina had a great run there.
She did have a very nice, tidy run, actually. I see in the background warming up, we have Yasmin.
Now, she's easy. The Black Cat, she calls it, boat number 64. Those numbers are my favorite numbers on the track.
Just in case you couldn't see it.
Well, I tell you what, you know, anybody could see that, which is nice.
Absolutely.
64 on the track. She's gonna. This is her practice run.
She's leaning straight out off the side of her ski too.
I love watching her ride.
Looking sharp.
Really, really sharp. This was the practice. She's gonna start her first run in just a moment. Even the setup coming into this. What are you thinking? What are you doing?
Well, it's relatively flat, so you're looking for speed but also grip.
Okay.
So you're not going to go through any chop here. So speed and grip. Grip to be able to turn and keep the boat fully hooked up around the corners exactly how you want to.
Oh, that was pretty.
Oh, yeah.
This is an aggressive run, and this is very indicative of how Yasmin E. Prouse attacks both slalom and closed course. This is a hot one. I'm going to say unofficially, you're probably going to see her in the finals tonight.
Just by looking so far, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's my prediction, if I were a betting woman.
Yeah.
And I am, so there you go. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm not, so.
No, I'm actually not. I really suck. That's the worst. I do not have a poker face, let's just say.
No.
All right, this is the second run for Yasmin E. Prouse as we get underway. Oh, pretty. I love the third turn for me is an indicator. That's one that usually they blow out. There's 5 buoys and a turnaround buoy, and that was a turnaround buoy you just saw, and then she has to come back through. This is quick. She looks very good and very clean, very tight to the buoy.
Very tight on the buoy. And the end turn, turn 3, she was very tight and very nice. That's actually a hard one to come round. So, yeah, I think she did a good job.
Yeah. Again, unofficially, if we were guessing, and we are, I think she's going to the final.
Okay, we've got someone coming through now.
Another one. Now this is going to be Eminelli, the tennis ball.
Oh, now this is going to be another one to watch. Eminelli has some nice lines.
She's a technician. I talked about her earlier.
Yeah.
Love the way she rides. She's pretty fast. She's got
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do you describe it? You're better at this. Go ahead.
mean, Eminelli is a person, and she is a very realistic person too. And she can tell you at the beginning of the season when you say, "How you going, Eminelli?" "Oh, I'm just having a season off. I'm just playing around," or "I'm going full on serious." What a true person to herself, you know, and to what's going on. She knows. "Oh, I'm just taking my stocker," or "I'm just," you know. When she's on, she is very focused and on. And when she's just having fun, she's having fun.
Right now she's on. This is the first run.
Mm-hmm. She is on, and she's looking good.
Yeah, she looks great. This is Eminelli Ortendahl on the track. First run for her. And, yeah, that was nice. That was a minor little mistake. Yeah, we both saw it on the turnaround buoy.
But that was, let's see, I bet she improves on that in the second run.
I think so, too. Eminelli, as I had mentioned, multiple world titles. I'll give you the breakdowns more when we get into the moto racing. I'm not going to do too much background on them, but hails from Sweden. She's a very talented young lady, has raced with the men in the past, and as Kylie mentioned, when she gets into focus mode, you just saw it. You can actually feel the energy off the water when she lights up.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's pretty. Oh, that's real pretty.
Yeah, that is very nice. Look at this turn this time. Yep, she corrected the little mistake from the first run. Look at that. That's very nice. I would be imagining we're going to see her this evening.
Once again, we're predicting.
Yeah, prediction. I'm just going off the water splashing and what I'm seeing. I could be wrong.
I'm with you. I'm not going to argue that. I think the two best I've seen so far are Yasmin Epraus and Emanelli Ortendahl. See who's next as we try to guess our numbers here. Let me just...
I've seen it before, though. I tell you who's good at this. Sophie Borgstrom is good at this.
Oh, I like Sophie. All right, this is Naomi Benini. Now, this is going to be fascinating. She's on a stock boat. In general, that's a knife at a gunfight. However, in slalom and in altitude, what are your thoughts?
Smooth and consistent. She should have a good run.
Okay.
Because it's a lot smoother power, so she's not trying to fight a skip out of a corner. And she'll be able to run fairly smooth. Power is not your friend in one of these. It is to a degree, but only if it's controllable.
Good point. In other words, aggressive reaction times, quick acceleration is great in close course, but could work against you in a slalom.
Yeah, there is very little room for error here.
Very true. All right. Let's see how Naomi Benini does, young lady out of Italy. Tara and her brother both here competing this weekend. She's got a good setup. Quiet goes in there. She's got a little different approach to it, but I like it. This is a quiet run. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, I like that turn and that one too.
Mm-hmm. Let's see how she goes around. Oh, that was a nice turn. She's done a nice job here as well.
All right, that turnaround buoy was wicked, and I like how she's moving through this. She is going to be a contender.
Yep.
You were watching Naomi Benini.
She is definitely a contender for this evening. I mean, it's hard to tell now. We're starting to bring out some guns here. The ladies are firing up for sure.
All right, that was run number one. Naomi Benini's going to come back and do the second run. Or not.
Maybe she's just super happy with the first run.
She just went in to check the time. That's what that was, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, they can check their times over there. I was like, all right, she's heading up for the next run. Or no, she's grabbing a latte. I would do that. I don't think she's going to, though. All right, she is very fit this year. I like that first run. Let's see what she does here.
She's getting nice and low around the corners. The ski is looking very nice and on form.
Oh, my goodness. That turnaround was sweet. She cavitated slightly.
But she got it under control very, very quickly.
Woof. That one's going to be a good one as well.
Yep.
She is got a great opportunity to get into the final.
Absolutely.
Nice job for Naomi Benini. Looks like Benedict Drange. Nope, wait, what? Michael Pare, what are you doing? Maybe we're going straight to the men's and then... Okay. Looks like Ski GP is going to be coming out because that's Mika Pare.
Yep.
That is definitely not a ski ladies competitor.
I would venture to not say that to him.
No, not, well, I don't know. He's got a great sense of humor. He would probably take that in stride.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
pop off at me on some other
Here he
smart
goes.
comment.
He's coming through the slalom.
He's great. Again, that by practice run, this looks, wow, very aggressive through here. Mika Pare has won the parallel slalom championship before.
Yep.
Right now he's on fire. There was a minor mistake on the turnaround buoy.
Absolutely, he was.
Brilliant run, despite that.
Nice and sharp, though, that run.
You could see he didn't like it, though. He felt that mistake. He's also a perfectionist. Okay, Mika Pare starting out for the men's ski GP. And you don't have to compete in this. They choose, right, who wants to come and play?
Yeah, they actually go through the paddock and ask who's interested in doing it. And then if they qualify and then go down to tonight.
Gotcha. All right, run number 2 for Mika Pare. Turn number 3 was good, as well as the first 2. It was just a little bit wider, but that turnaround buoy was on fire. Oh, this is a nice run. Pretty. Mika Pare.
That's a nice run.
Yeah, he looks good.
Nice run by Mika.
He's always one to watch on this slalom. He loves slalom, doesn't he?
He does, actually. And he's very good at it. And this is an art in itself. This is actually a world championship, and it deservedly so, because it is very hard to get it right.
All right, boat number 4 is up next. Let's just take a quick look. That is Anthony Bernot coming to the water. He's a fun one. He hails from Belgium. Anthony Bernot's going to do his little practice run, and then he's going to light it up. Let's see how he does. He's another one to watch in slalom.
He's just taking it pretty easy, looking at the corners he needs to be doing.
Wind's kicking up a little bit. That's going to have an impact on the riders. And we're feeling it up in the tower as the sheets go every direction. So far, the waves look pretty minor out there. Of course, easy for me to say. The vast different from how it looks on camera versus what they're dealing with. But so far, it does not look like the bow of that boat's popping too much. And he gets the flag. Anthony Bernot is on charge. Oh, that was a nice little turn, throwing his body to the side of the boat. Kylie?
This is looking nice. He's riding a Pro Force, and the first one to go through this slalom on the Pro Force, and it's looking very nice and very sharp, I'd have to say.
Pretty, pretty.
He's done a good job at that.
I can't tell if he was faster than Mika. That was too close.
Interesting. I can't either. Mika was putting up a lot more spray, but the difference between the hulls.
Okay. Say more.
Well, what do you want me to Okay, so different manufacturers, because obviously out here this weekend, basically we have a Fast Power Sports, Commander, and the Pro Force.
And Spectrum.
And Spectrum, yes, and the Spectrum's looking fine, I might say. They're all looking fine. And I couldn't choose between them. The riders and the hulls are all looking very good.
You know, it's so critical that you find the right combination. The manufacturers are very, very important, obviously, and I think they put a tremendous amount of time creating the right boats. But at the end of the day, it's got to be a combination that works for you. In fact, I heard you talking about that this morning to a young rider, that it's got to fit your style. It really doesn't matter what's fast or popular. It's what makes you faster on the water. All right, they're calculating the times right now. It looks like Luca Filberte up there, as well as we work our way through more Ski GP1 riders. We get to see runabout, too, so that's going to be cool.
Absolutely it is. Well, in fact, Dawn, hard to say. Everything's going to be cool. Everything's looking exciting. There's some good riders out here, so hard to pick and choose which class to watch. In fact, just watch them all.
I agree. See, she agrees with me. Get snacks, get beverages, get a comfy chair. Lock in, because this is a long day. We won't be done till a little after 9 o'clock tonight, but it'll be well worth it, I promise. All right, it's going to be the second run. Oh, wow. Nice. And another nice one. Actually, it's boat number 5. We're on the first run for boat number 5.
Is that Tanner Molly?
I think it is.
I didn't realize he was doing slalom.
Surprise.
Oh, and I'm part of the team. How bad is that?
All right, so boat number 5 on the water. That's Tanawin Moli riding for Thailand. And part of twins. He's got twins, or he is twins, with Tanawin Moli. All right, this is going to be the second run for Tanawin.
He's looking nice, getting off the side of the boat, good style. And he's on OPP, so a good run for OPP.
Very nice.
Yep.
All right, I liked the turnaround buoy for Tanawin Moli.
Absolutely. He's looking very nice, especially this is his first time on the boat today.
Very tall rider and a very young man. Hails from Thailand. His dad's an incredibly famous racer, Chokolit Moli, and he had a good run. Unlike the ladies, I can't tell here. These are going to be micros. Hundredths of a second are going to be separating them. So I'm going to have a hard time, I think, identifying who is going to take this. So this looks like boat number 7.
Morgan Pray.
Yes, Morgan. Should have got that. Morgan on a commander boat this weekend.
Yep.
He's been on a commander boat all year. He's really liked it.
And he's looking very sharp. I think he might do well on this as well.
Yeah, he dropped a new engine in it as well. So he's got a fresh engine as they get ready to go and on a commander. Okay, and we'll talk about the manufacturers when we know, and I appreciate you mentioning that Anthony had a Pro Force. do believe Toshi's going to be on a Pro Force as well this weekend. All right, he's setting up for your first run. And a lot of these riders on fast power sports boats, so you'll see a bunch of manufacturers out here. I'll try to mention them all. If I don't, feel free to message me. And the flag is up. He's got a clear run. Morgan Perret also a tour de force when it comes to slalom, and that is pretty.
That is that's very nice lines. I
don't have a single critique here. Beautiful.
No, and this is only run 1.
Oh, that's beautiful. I don't know that you could improve on that.
I would struggle to say that he could.
I didn't see anything off. He was maybe on that second buoy a little bit wide. That was the only one I saw. And when I say a little bit, I mean by maybe a half a foot or so. He looked great. Let's put it this way. He looked great. You're watching boat number 7, Morgan Perret. Going to set up for this next one. Morgan comes back in. I love how these attack positions are so cool. Elbows out.
Yep.
He's on run number 2.
And he had a little boulder, but it's very nice. It's looking sharp.
It is looking good. I think his first run might have been even better, but this is still solid.
Yeah, it's still a solid run.
Kicked out that tail just a little bit. Nothing's going to affect. Nice run for Morgan Perret.
I would almost think his run 1 was slightly better, but that's just guessing again because we haven't got times in front of us.
Right. Still good, though. Those Perrets, there's a whole pack of them. It's like a posse. That's how I usually identify them, a posse of Perrets, because all 3 of the brothers race and Estelle as well.
Is this the Spectrum? Have we got...
I think it is. This is Valentin Dardalat.
Yeah. We've got the Spectrum hull out now.
All right, so it's a longer boat, wider hull, no wings, and Valentin Dardalat started this company, got a chance to catch up with it today. This boat is cool.
Yeah, and he's been improving it the whole way through.
He said he has been working all year on this thing. Now, this is just his test run, but let's see how he does. Gosh darn it, I really wish I had to. You know what? We're going to do this. We're going to fake times. I have a stopwatch.
You're going to start this now?
I better not. I'm just going to cause a problem.
Yes.
All right, it's coming up on the course marshal. Let's see when he gets the flag. And he does. He's indicating to him, I'm not sure. Oh, wasn't ready. He said he's not going to let him on the course yet.
They're waiting for it to flatten out after his trial run.
That's nice.
It is actually, so everyone gets the same fair run.
That's really nice, and I appreciate the course marshals managing that for him.
Yeah.
All right, flag is up. Valentin Dardalat's on it. Whoa.
Oh, he's looking sharp.
Second turn is good. Third turn, ow, that is awesome.
Here we go. Around we go.
Turnaround turn was wicked.
He managed to almost do that in one big move.
Oof. Ooh, didn't even take a breath. That was gorgeous.
It does look very smooth and effortless.
It's a little different, right? But his riding style is like that as well. Very naturally, he wanted to build a boat that was a little easier to handle, he said. And he has accomplished. I love that.
Makes me want to test it.
I know. I'm eager to go get in trouble. All right, Valentin Dardalat on run number 2 as Dawn and Kylie consider shopping. Oh, wow, pretty turn on turn number 3. That buoy was beautiful. Turnaround turn, also perfect. He is putting a clinic on for slalom. Valentin Dardalat's got to be feeling good. Only one more to go. I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it.
Go ahead.
I don't know whether we're going for the riders here or the manufacturers or a combination.
Wow. Okay, so that was a new Spectrum boat, and you were watching Valentin Dardalat, one of France's brightest stars. Fantastic rider. Of course, we're going to see him in closed course a little later. Who's up next?
Number 10.
Well, that would be Benedict Drange, normally. Okay. What's happening now? What's happening? Dag Martin. It's Dag.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel better about my life. Okay, Dag Martin Drange is on. Benedict Drange also races a 10. The boats are the same cool color.
And that makes it easy for a boat swap between the classes.
Which is probably what they're doing,
because you have to run the same number. So instead of rushing around trying to put stickers on, and I'm quite experienced at that, it is easier to have a teammate with the same number.
I saw you get triggered by that. It's pretty funny. All right, test run is done. We're getting ready for Dag Martin Drange. I guess it's Dronga, actually, riding for Norway. Dag Martin sets up. He's very quiet as well. Oh, nice on that turn.
And yes, he is. He's looking quite nice. And what we've got, oh, that's a nice turn as well, coming through. And this is a pretty smooth run as well. Do we know what he's actually riding?
Oh yeah, Fast Power Sports. They're on Fast Power Sports boats.
Okay.
Brand new boat this year for Benedicte. She's been thrilled with it. She loves the handling. Every time I talk to her, I'm like, "How you liking it?" She's like, "It's just getting better and better."
Okay,
Yeah,
which
she's
is
liking it.
great. So he's on his second run now.
Okay, second one is out and full bore. Dag Martin is a great rider. Benedicte, she said, learned from her brother. Now that turnaround turn was nice. He opened it up a little bit more, but that worked for him.
Yeah, he managed. He swept around it and made it one turn, as opposed to dropping the stroller and picking it back up. So it depends on which is the fastest line.
Well, yeah, it's going to be really tough to call.
Well, how interesting is this? In the men's slalom, we had every brand represented.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Did you hear yesterday we had 3 continents on the podium? Isn't that awesome?
Yes, I saw. Yes, that was great.
North America, Asia, and Europe. That's really, to me, a sign and a signature that this is truly a world championship tour and really represented that way.
Absolutely.
Okay, guys, we've been watching the slalom. Looks like we've got some more GP1 boats coming through. This is still the men's division. Just taking a look. That's a boat to number 19. And 19 is Daniele Pascalia. Danielle rides for Italy. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet on the tour. He's so much fun. Why is it the Italians are always so fun?
They are fun, actually. And he's got his brother out here spannering for him, who's a veteran of Aquabike.
Yeah.
And so he comes from a good heritage as well.
Yeah, whole family race. It was fun to watch both of them actually on the track. All right, done the practice run. He's going into the first one, to his first of 2 runs to qualify for tonight. He goes really low on that first turn. And Danielle Pascalia has had podiums in slalom before. Wow, this is pretty.
He's looking fine. That's a nice turn there. Look at that. He just got a little bit of his boat weight there, and he bounced a little bit, but it looked good. I'd be happy with that first run.
I would too. So what she's indicating is there's a little cavitation is what I saw. The boat was chiming up just a little bit coming out of the water.
Well, actually, as you go into that final turn and your turn, and when you come back round, you're actually crossing your boat wake at the end turn.
Yes.
So that's where you're getting that.
Okay, cool. So again, just talking about the riding style, stayed in low coming into the actual start of this, and this is a good turnaround buoy. He's ridden very solid.
Nice.
Yep.
That was a better run there at the turn.
Beautiful finish as well for Danielle Pascalia. All right, up next, we've got boat number 25. That's Alec Enderle.
And what is Alec riding?
I don't know. I want to find out.
Is that a Spectrum?
I legit do not know. Do you? Are you teasing me? Is that what you're doing? Or?
Well, it doesn't appear to have a front wing.
Ah, got it. Could be a Kawasaki.
So it could be a Kawasaki, it could be a Bullet, or it could be a Spectrum.
Enderle. Let me see if I can find out for you. Now I'm curious. All right, so Enderle going through his test run, and he is going to be getting ready for his first qualifying.
Could almost say it's a Bullet. Couldn't be sure.
All right, here he comes as he gets started for this first run. You're watching Alec Enderle, and this guy, I really love watching him on the track. It's the first time I had a chance to see him in slalom, and that was fast.
That was nice. This is a Bullet.
Wow. Yeah, riding like a Bullet, it is quick.
Yeah.
Bullet, one of the manufacturers out of the U.S., and he is looking solid through that one. That was quick.
That was very nice.
I love watching this kid race. You're watching Alec Enderle on boat number 25. Man, Run number 2 coming up. Ooh, this looked good.
He's looking very fast and smooth.
This is nice. The turnaround again is good. I can't pick between these two runs.
I know.
Oh, very good. He's got a really pretty, smooth riding style. Don't let that fool you, because you see these big, aggressive riding styles. Both of them are effective. It's really whatever the rider prefers. But the smoother ones sometimes, to me, are a little harder to detect how fast they are.
They are, and it's hard to... This men's class is going to be so hard and so, to decide.
I'm like a little kid with a candy store over here. All right, boat number 30 coming on to the track. Let's identify this rider. Oh, this is Alex Barrett out of France. He's a new rider for me. I haven't had a chance to watch him. And I'm trying to guess. I think he's on a commander, if I'm understanding correctly. Yes, I think he is aboard a commander boat. Not that it matters. We don't have to do the boat manufacturers every time. We're just throwing it out there because we happen to identify them.
It's just exciting in the slalom, Like on the racetrack, it's a little bit different, but the slalom and the quick turns and hook up and just seeing what they're coming out on and how they're going around the track, because the spray coming off each craft is different, which gives us a different perception. So once we see the times at some stage, that'll be great.
All right, you guys, getting the setup here for Alex Barrett on boat number 30. And he's on the course with his first run. Let's get a chance to look at this young rider. That's a pretty turn. Did a nice drop low for this one. Differently, and you could go either way on that, or no? I don't think you can.
I think he came too wide around the top buoy.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he needed... Because if you go into it a little wider and come out sharper, it lines up for the second part of that turn. And whereas he had to button off because he came out wide.
All right, button off, meaning let off the throttle. Got it. All right, Alex Barrett on run number 2 out of France. Good start as he comes into the gate. There's turn 2 and 3. Turnaround buoy coming up, and you can hit the turnaround buoy either way.
That was cleaner.
He looked much cleaner on this one. Final buoy as he comes through, and that was a good run for Alex Barrett, boat number 30. Not sure if that's going to be enough to qualify or not. We'll find out.
Well, everything's so close in this class, it's hard to tell. It's quite exciting.
It is.
Dun, 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 dun.
Cloudy conditions this afternoon making it even trickier for these guys, both in slalom and closed course. When you have this flat light, one of the challenges is you can't see you lose your depth perception, basically, and you cannot see these boats very well. You're on
Toshi Ohara.
Yep, that is boat 37, Toshi Ohara, or Toshi, or the Samurai, his nickname. He's out of Japan. We've had some great performances from Japan this weekend, including Isahai Hajime, who took the podium and the win yesterday on the Simalungun Cup.
I'm excited to see how Toshi goes through this. He's been looking fine this weekend.
All right, since we've been talking manufacturers, Toshi is aboard a pro force boat, or pro watercraft. Chris Hagist has helped him out ever since he was a junior. He also races power boats, those little power boats, and right now he's communicating with the course marshal.
Yeah, he actually had a 2-year hiatus because he went and did sailor Navy for in Japan.
No.
It's part of their upbringing, and then he came back, and he's looking sharp since he's been back the last few years.
Yeah, it's cool to see him all. Whoa, he overshot on that one, had to correct. And that first turn to me can really set the tone.
It set the tone for this one. He won't. And what's worse is you punish yourself.
Yes.
So from here, he'll either pick up in the second run or he won't. He'll be in his head punishing. Now let's see how he composes. A great professional rider will be able to recompose. Someone who, if he's just a little bit annoyed with himself, he won't be able to. But Toshi's got a good mindset.
All right, Toshi Ohara on round number 2 or run number 2, and that time that first turn was pretty, so he did compose and put it together. This is a great rider, and that was a good turnaround.
That is a nice run.
throws his elbow out, gets his shoulders and his lower body down. That was really pretty to watch. You got a chance to see here one of the Japanese riders, and he is the pride of Japan in stand-up racing, Toshio Hara.
Absolutely, he is. He'll be a lot happier with that run.
Okay, we are going through the final couples here. Let's see who this is. Boat number 48 is Matteo Benini. Oh, you were just checking too. Yeah, Matteo Benini is our rider for this. He's out of Italy. Naomi, you got to watch earlier.
Ooh. The challenge between the families, who gets the fastest time?
I don't know if they, yeah, you know they do.
You'd be comparing. I'm sorry, but that it does happen.
I know.
Let's pretend. Don't pretend.
All right, flag down as we're rolling. It is Matteo Benini, and that was pretty. Throws his body over to the side of the boat. He's a lot more physical than watching earlier with Valentin Dardelot, who was very quiet on the course.
Absolutely, but he's, you know what? He's
quick.
getting nice and low and quick, and his change of direction is very fast.
Yes, he is. Second run for Matteo Benini. He didn't waste any time. Came right back into this track. And that is also a nice little run. I don't see any mistakes here.
Very clean.
He didn't give himself any time for that water to clean. He just had to make an adjustment with his foot, and that is going to cost him.
Yeah.
Maybe just a tiny amount there, but that's Matteo Benini.
Having said that, he had a clean run.
First run was good, yeah. First run was really good. Okay, we're good. Finishing up our ski qualifying for slalom tonight. It's going to happen from 7 to 9. You got to be here.
Dawn.
Yes, that's
I know-
local time.
I know we're so far away, but can you guess what boat that is?
Mads Cock-Hansen on the track. Him and Oliver both have these bright boats, and I love them for it. This is Mads, and he's just doing a little test run here playing. He's just about to get going on one of two of these runs. So they do their little practice run, and then they will start on the clock as soon as the course marshal gives them the go-ahead. We have multiple safety marshals out there, 6 in all. And Mads Cock-Hansen is just taking a look. This is boat 51. Gosh, I love the bright colors because that means you could see them anywhere on the track. And I love the big numbers. Makes it easy for you to watch at home and identify them, and me as well. Good first turn buoy. Second is nice. Yeah, I like it. What do you think, Kylie?
I think on the second turn he had a little bit of a bounce, actually. But he's looking tight. He's looking nice. I can't really fault that at all. He's kept it together, and let's see how run 2 goes. Like, interesting, he's on a Pro Force as well, and he actually, his first run was, I think, cleaner than Toshi's. I couldn't guarantee it, but it did look it.
Mads Cock-Hansen back on the track for run number 2.
Oh, this is looking nice.
Yes, it is. Very aggressive turn, quiet but fast, aggressive, rolling that boat through the turnaround without any movement at all. I love how pretty that was and quiet that was. That was good. That was really good.
I agree.
Oliver Cock-Hansen had also been working the Pro Force, getting used to it. Now that's a big drastic change from the other boat styles. And Oliver last year was working back and forth between the two styles, but he likes that Pro Force.
He did say he prefers it, and like I say, it's up to each rider. You need to be able to get in and test these things.
Speak of the devil, Oliver Cock-Hansen on the track. Both these guys are out at Denmark. That was sort of the perfect segue, honestly.
And this is going to be another family. What's your time?
Uh-huh. My time's better than your time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Oliver Cock-Hansen, who is in the points. Let's take a look, actually. Oh, shoot, I don't have my points in front of me. I was going to pop off and give you some of that. But he won last year in Sardinia with a sparkling run. It was incredible. Oh, come on now. Where are you? And he's testing on that first run, and then he's in 6th place with 83 points. Did great at Benden, not so good in Olbia this year. And last year he won in Olbia. All right, so Oliver Cock-Hansen, they're ready to go with the first run for Oliver. Pretty turn. Oliver's deceptive too.
Oh, look at that. That's very smooth, very nice. Good. Oh, nice turn. Oh, he did that in one nice run.
It looked like he did take a breath through all of that.
Yep.
Bam.
Yeah, that's looking nice.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Oliver Cock-Hansen out of Denmark.
Absolutely.
Kylie gives that a thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
Up here with Kylie Elmer. She's a mechanic as well as a racer. She's one of the fastest women in the world. And she is joining me as we work our way through the slalom qualifying. And this is the second run for Oliver.
Look at this.
Mm-hmm. Pretty, pretty.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, it's going to be so hard between these guys.
Really got to focus on keeping the boat hooked up, staying low in the tray, and staying focused for those buoys. And Oliver accomplished that mission. You could see back there only 3 of those boats were able to get on the boat dock at any one time, but they've really been managing that all weekend quite well. Again, your next rider coming up is going to be boat number 78, I believe, and that is Soshi Sato, a new rider out of Japan for me. We just got a rider profile on him today, so I'll tell you more about him later, but Soshi Sato is on the course, and Toshi actually helped him get here. So I'm very excited to see how he rides. Soshi Sato from Japan, and you can see how vast the setup is. That all the way in the back there is the paddock, and that is where we're staging all of the boats every day. The course marshal blocked him so that he could get a cleaner run, letting him know just let it quiet down there. And he's setting up for his first run, Soshi Sato. Good first turn. Second is pretty as well. This little guy is very quick. He actually had his elbow in the water on third. Oh, a little overcorrection, but made it work.
Yep, it's looking good as well.
Bam.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a shorter handle pull, which is interesting because he's tall. Do you see that?
Yeah, and he's got a style where he drops right down and leans off the boat into the corners. It's interesting, you know, you have a aggressive lean over the boat style, or you have a tall and lanky upright style.
It's a second run for Soshi Sato. Oh, went a little wide there.
Yep.
But
he corrected it not bad. He came around that in one sweep, so
it was just a little rough, but it was still solid. That was a turnaround buoy that I would have critiqued just a tiny bit, but overall, pretty. And again, this is the first time I've ever seen him on an aquabike round, and nerves are a factor. There's a lot happening, a lot going on. This is a very, I don't want to say a strict tour, but it is a strict tour. There's a lot. You have to know an awful lot before you ever get on the water.
Absolutely. Everything needs to run like clockwork.
Yes. And there's a lot of rules that you have to know. So if you're a new rider out here, all of that takes a little bit of adjustment, trying to figure out the number for this one. It's big, and yet I can't get it, which is embarrassing. Hold on. See if I can see who this is. I got nothing.
What I was saying before about the upright style and the leaning off the side,
Yes.
is quite interesting because, don't get me wrong, you have to be fit no matter what. But the leaning off the side is quite an aggressive where you have to be fitter. So if you aren't fit and that's your style, you pay the price. Here we have a Bullet, I believe, or no, Kawasaki. This is a Kawasaki hull. And then 84.
It's 84. Well, that's Russie Maxence from Belgium. Russie Maxence from Belgium on this first run. That's good, solid. I mean, it's
a solid
respectable.
Could I So he's from Belgium. Where's Yasmin from?
Estonia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they neighbours?
Well, more Scandinavia. I mean, Sweden and Norway would be neighbors.
I was just wondering because same type of craft, same big numbers.
Oh, gotcha. Probably just likes Yasmin or smart. Belgium riders on that tour. Really good Belgium riders coming out of that. Speaking of Quentin Bosch, one of them. He also has big numbers on the side of his boat. So maybe from there. Might have picked it up from Quentin.
Possibly.
Yeah. Good run here on that second run. Nice. I liked it.
Yep.
Especially for the first time out. We have a lot of riders competing for way more than I thought for slalom.
Yes, actually.
This is good. I like it. Bring it. It's our final round this year.
Daniel.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah.
AKA the Matrix. Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Such a cool guy.
Always with a smile on his face.
Yes, he's to me, one of the really solid ambassadors. Look, he's just cruising. He's actually looking at the crowd more than he is the buoy.
Surprised he didn't pull his hand up and give away.
Me too. Yeah, absolutely, me too. He's a great showman and a great rider. Hopefully be able to join me on the microphone this weekend. We deliberately came down and bugged him.
Well, he said, I'll join you if I don't qualify, so don't jinx him.
I'm not gonna.
If he doesn't join you, that's a good thing for him.
That's right. All right, you guys, here comes Dan Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you are in the Matrix. Too soon? No, not really. All right, Mr. Anderson is setting up, and Dan is gotta go. Wow,
Oh,
pretty.
look at that off the side.
He didn't waste any time on that.
No.
Whipping through these turns. Dan Anderson also is a master at slalom,
He is actually.
taking podiums multiple times, and right now he is looking wicked quick.
He is looking very nice. The second turn on the way back, he had a couple of little nose bounces, but I don't think it cost him anything.
So, yeah, one of the things to look for, I love that Kylie pointed that out for you. Maybe talk about it. That's just your cavitating. So it means your intake rate's coming out just a little bit, slowing you.
It was more of a porpoise on the nose that time. Mm-hmm. So the front of the ski has gone over the wake and it's just bounced the nose. And if the intake rate stayed hooked up, he wouldn't have lost time.
Got it.
But if it did cavitate, he would have lost time. So it's interesting.
Coming into round number 2, or run number 2 for Dan Anderson, and that
This is a
turnaround
clean
buoy
run.
was nice, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw the nose pop there too. Nose popped up just slightly off of that turnaround buoy. Still respectable run, and great to see Dan Anderson back on the track.
Yep. Good to have him out here.
Rides for Sweden. His family is absolutely adorable. He hangs out with Håkan Borgström as well as Jana. They're all good buddies, Jana and Sophie and the whole crew, and got a chance to see them at the Norwegian Championship a couple of years in a row. They were welcoming me over to, I'm never going to be able to say the city, so I'm not even going to try, but a really fun city right out of Gothenburg. There you go. If I say it, they will make fun of me, rightfully so. Anyway, super fun to have them here again, and Dan Anderson was your rider just then for Ski GP1, and we're pulling back, so that might be your last competitor for the ski division. Okay, wow, what a pretty location here in Lake Toba. Hanging out in a super volcano.
It's actually really beautiful. I had the pleasure of transiting across this lake 3 times this week. Well, actually 6 times.
That's right.
And I actually made all my transits, so that's a great thing.
Yeah, talk about that from your perspective, because Kylie was actually in endurance this week. How you get to see us. Hi. We're on the board. Wonderful Indonesia. We're live streaming right there. I'm actually waving at you. Hello. It's great to see you guys.
Look at you.
I know. Hey, Indonesia, we love you. Thank you so much for letting us be a part of this incredible country this weekend. And thank you so much, our TV crew, for all the great actions. It has been a gas. They're so hospitable. Hearts and souls, I feel, wide open here as they have welcomed us to this beautiful country.
Lovely people. Anything you need, they're happy to help. They actually try and overhelp. It's like, no, I'm fine. I can carry my own bag. I'm okay.
Carry my own bag. Hey, so how was the transfers? What was that like?
The transfers were great. We had a cruising speed, I guess on my boat it was about 6,000 RPM, cruising along over there. And because it is a cruise, you get to look around and see all the beautiful waterfalls coming out of the side of the mountains. The greenery, the water, the fish, everything it's amazing. Very clean. Look at this, the birds.
The hawks, the falcons,
Yes.
the eagles. I'm not sure what that is, but it's massive.
Everything in nature here is very clean and beautiful.
It is gorgeous. You know, if you're into ecotourism and you like to go off the beaten path, right? Juan Lascano showed me some footage. Juan Lascano, we'll see a little bit later in Runabout class. He and his friends rented scooters, and they just went off in the jungle. So I was they were going over bamboo bridges. They were, he said, I got taken out almost 3 or 4 times by an ox or 5. There's a lot of water buffalo here. They said they had a gas playing the last couple of days. So if you're into that kind of thing where you like to just really go back in the woods, this is a great place. And it really offers up a huge diversity.
Oh, and it's amazing. That's the thing. You're back to nature, out of the hustle and bustle of cities and mainstream. But it's got so much to offer. You know, instead of saying, oh, we're going into some people would say into the middle of nowhere, but you're actually going into the middle of everywhere. There's so much going on.
All right, just taking a quick look here. Hey, we'll be right back after this.
The final showdown in Lake Toba, Indonesia. World-class riders, breathtaking scenery, non-stop action. The UIM Aquabike World Championship jets into the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. 5 days of full throttle action on the largest volcanic lake in the world, testing the limits of rider and machine. 3 days of the endurance racing from the 13th to the 15th of November. Then the finale of the World Championship from the 16th to the 17th of November, where scores will be settled for the 2024 season. Don't miss the thrilling finale of the UIM Aquabike World Championship.
Welcome back to the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. I'm Dawn Dawson along with Kylie Elmers as we're hanging out in one of the more gorgeous places on the planet. We're in Sumatra. It is an island, and then let's get even more detailed. We're on an island in an island on a lake that is the largest volcanic lake in the world, and that is Samosir. That is where we are. We're in a little city called Pingu Ruran, and we're hanging out with some of the fastest riders in the world. We have been on a wild tour this year. We started in Binh Dinh, Vietnam. Then we traveled over to Europe and hung out in Olbia for round number 2. And this is going to be the grand finale. We're right here. Couldn't pick a better place if I tried. We're right here for this finale in Sumatra. And this is going to be for all of the bananas. These guys have been working very hard this year and a lot of tweaking. This is a beautiful place.
It's not for all of the bananas, it's for all of the coffee beans.
Look at you being cheeky.
We're in Sumatra. This is what they're known for, great coffee, and they do have great coffee.
They do. I have been sampling multiple times every day. By the way, Sumatra is one of the largest exporters in the world for coffee and for tea. They're a large agricultural community to include corn, but coffee and tea they're very well known for. Peanuts as well. We were seeing a lot of peanuts out drying as we were driving in from the airport. That was a tiny little 3-hour hike that we took, a little trek from the airport.
I mean, little trek, you say, it was through beautiful winding hills, mountains, the greenery. It was amazing. And if you're like me and you come from New Zealand, that's normal.
It takes you 3 hours to get anywhere. All right, monkeys and Sumatran tigers, oh my. and really fast boats. I hope you guys are ready. Once again, put your tray tables in the locked and upright position. Guess why? We are going into Ski GP1. Or we're going to do more qualifying with slalom. And I'm not sure which, so I'm just going to table up both of those as a maybe. Could be either.
I'm going to have a guess.
Could be slalom qualifying.
I'm going to have a guess, right? I'm going to throw it out there that they're not going to take the ski guys away and bring out the runabouts and then go back to ski qualifying.
We'll see.
Could be wrong, but I'm running a theory.
Yeah, I'm with you, bud. Well, whatever we have, it's fun, and you should join us. I appreciate you guys hanging with us on the live stream, and it's been an amazing day so far. I got to just say, Indonesia, you are on my bucket list every year. It is just, every time I get here, it's spiritual for me. I got off the airport the first time in 2023, and I got goosebumps. This lake is primal. It is huge, and the people here are just incredible. Kylie mentioned it earlier. They're warm. They want to help you. They're very kind-hearted. And even the roads, like in Asia, driving in Asia is not you've got to be pretty bold. I'll put it that way. But I've noticed in Indonesia, they really take care of themselves and take care of each other more than normal.
Yeah, they do. They don't seem to go along the road at a $1.90, you know.
Right.
They seem to be just humming along. No hurry, thanks.
Unlike you on a scooter. If you ever want a heart attack, please call Kylie Elmers and have her teach you how to ride a scooter.
I mean, we're running to a set timetable, and here they are. Hurry up, no hurry, miss. We'll be fine. And it's like, well, no, because if I'm 5 minutes late, there's a €200 fine. Right.
Yeah, just talking about the riders meeting, by the way. The days start very early for these racers. They have to get out here and tune the boats early in the morning, and then they're also required to go to the riders meetings. They also have to attend multiple interviews, press conferences. It's a busy schedule for you guys.
It absolutely is, and a busy schedule. And you know, sometimes when things are going wrong, we try to skip something, but there's always someone there going, excuse me, there's a fine attached if you don't make that.
That's right. You had to go to the gala the other night, but it's so worth it. I mean,
it is.
That's part of the pomp and circumstance, as they say in the U.S. You've got to put on a show, and I'll tell you what, Aquabike does it like nobody else I've ever seen. They, of course, run the F1 H2O series, and that, if you like powerboat racing, you have got to tune into that. They just got back off a huge trek in China, and I heard it was incredibly successful. So, well, we're going to wait and see who's coming out next, and I'm okay with either way. It could be Ski GP1. At qualifying, or it could be runabout slalom. We'll let you know who it is once we see one.
It's ski.
Okay.
Ski GP.
Okay, ski it is. She put it out, and I see one on the water. We let one loose.
Yep.
One escaped.
They've either all just taken over, or they are there.
All right, the Berets are about to join us. The Bosch is joining us. The Bosch. Gentleman who's currently in the lead in points. He's got 150. The closest one to him is Kevin Redder with 126 points. It is going to be a showdown this weekend. And a little bit of a teaser for you. Kevin Redder is on a brand new boat with a brand new sponsor and a brand new combination. Him and Chris Wilkerson have put together a little company. I'm trying to think of the name, PEW or something. I'll get it for you in just a minute. But also he's working with XBJ. That is the same team that Rafael Moran was riding with a couple of years ago. They are spectacular, and XBJ has helped Kevin Redder, and he is on some brand new boats this weekend, and that could be a game changer. We'll see. I don't know. I'm excited. Quentin Bosch has been flawless in 2024. He has won every single thing I've watched him in, and right now he is poised to take a world title. That is a young man out of Belgium. And we're just waiting for the guys to load up the timing for Ski GP1. Here's the points. 150 for Quentin Bosch. Kevin Redder with 126. Morgan Perret in third with 114. Jeremy Perret in fourth with 102. Toshi Ohara is in fifth with 99. Oliver Koch Hansen in sixth with 83. Michael Perret or Mika Perret in seventh with 80. And boat number 25, that's Alec Enderley in eighth place with 70 points. And in ninth place, Valentin Dardelot with 68. Rounding out your top 10 is Matteo Benini. That sets the stage as we get ready to go.
So what they're doing here was they all rushed onto the track as soon as they got the whistle. And basically they're going for position. The first 2 laps they're going to break the water to try and so that the lead skis don't get completely flat water. Being in the lead will give you a flatter run and a better time, of course. However, once they get into formation and into line, there is generally, until the first fast lap, there is no overtaking on the track. They have a gentleman's agreement that they will follow the next ski. And if you're not in the front, you tend to want to hang back and create a gap. So you're creating a gap so that you can have some cleaner water. You don't want to be trying to do a hot lap straight behind somebody else. So this is an interesting little melee here where we're going to try and find decent water and a nice position. However, the first two laps, you might not see a time come up. That's because the timing hasn't started. It is breaking the water and giving everybody basically a fair run.
All right, you just got a quick glimpse of Quentin Bosch, the king of close course racing in 2024 for the Ski GP1 class. And this is going to be a ruckus. We've got 22 riders out on this track. It is technical, it is big, it is massive, in fact, and they're dealing with Marco Petrini's devious course build. But I'll tell you what I do love, Kylie, one of the cool things about this, over other courses I've seen throughout the year, is the slalom. Instead of starting from the back stretch and then moving to the front stretch, the slalom is actually all along the front stretch so that the crowds get to see all of the action in that split section. I think that is a really cool design.
It is. This is a spectator track, so which is great because all the way along the waterfront there, as the camera pans around at some stage, you will see the massive amount of people, the crowds and crowds anywhere where there's frontage, there's beach frontage here. They're all there packed in like sardines, trying to watch and get a glimpse of what's happening.
All right, let's take a look at. Oh, this is free practice. I was trying to look at qualifying from last year, but that's okay. Free practice, Morgan Perret with a 141.747. So that is an indicator. He's on, as I mentioned, that fresh engine on the Commander boat. Quentin Bosch with a 141.852, right in the money. Now, mind you, free practice counts for absolutely zip. But it's, I think, cool. Like, I'm going to reference this again. It is like watching thoroughbreds breezing, you know, that breezing thing in the morning where you watch them work out. Jeremy Perret with a 142. Michael Perret had a 143. Valentin Dardelot with a 144. And Oliver Koch Hansen with a 144. Kevin with a 144. Enderley with a 146. Axel Courtois right there with a 146. Alex Barrett with a 146 as well. So anyway, there you go.
Well, I'll have to tell you something. I have noticed sometimes in practice, Quentin Bosch putting some hot laps together and backing off right before he crossed the line to not give away any secrets.
I don't blame him. I like that.
Oh, absolutely. And then as soon as we get out to qualifying, he's pulling out the punches. So
yeah,
it's hard to tell off that practice sheet because some of the more mature riders have a different approach.
I love that, though.
The younger riders trying to prove themselves. I can do it, you know.
Yes.
And so it's a mix.
It is. I love that you brought that up. That kind of strategy is from some of the top riders in the world, and Quentin Bosch definitely is in the top right now. And it's kind of cool, and free practice, like I said, it doesn't matter, but in breezing it's the same. When they take thoroughbreds out in the morning, they take them out right when it's dark so people can't see those times. That's the whole idea. So you see all these little guys on the rail just like, you know, getting up at 3 and 4 in the morning to try to time these horses. But it is top secret. I mean, these combinations, these guys don't like to share that, and this is why. They're looking for that edge.
I thought you were going to say this is why I never made it into horse racing. because 3 or 4 in the morning wouldn't suit me at all.
Right? I'm with you, bud. Okay, guys, we are getting ready for qualifying, and man, I can't wait.
Okay, the times are starting to pop up.
Oh, here we go.
Now?
Daniel Piscott. Well, we'll wait just a minute here and let him start populating. Russell Maxence just popped in, though, with a 151.519. Toshi just nailed a 147.762.
That's a 4-second gap. That's a nice gap.
Yeah, now again, we start with 15 minutes. We're doing 2 qualifiers. This first one's 15 minutes, and they take the top 10, and then they're going to go for the pole position. So I'm back to strategy. Will Quentin and some of the top riders just get enough to get into the top 10, or will they unload the cannons?
So what they'll do is they'll have their team members down in the wet pit area where they are allowed to pull on and off the track in the right spot in their own time.
Okay.
So they will run some laps like look at this. Wow, Kevin's just pulled out a 143. Then Jeremy Perret pulled out a 143. So they're ahead. So if they've got big gaps like that, they will save the energy for the next round, and they will have. What's interesting in this series is through the qualifying, they're also allowed to have, some of them have headsets on and can talk to their crew during this, where they say, you can back off now, take a break, you're through. Or, no, you need to do another run. And if they haven't got headsets in their helmets, they'll have someone pointing and jumping and yelling and holding signs on the side.
It looks like dancing, but it's actually communication from the team on the shore. That is really fun, by the way, to see that. Yeah, so strategy definitely is one of the key factors here. When and where to make that run. Yeah, Axel just popped out with the fastest time thus far, 1:42.181. Kylie got excited looking at that. Jeremy Perret, Kevin Redder, your top 3. Along with Axel, Anthony Bernot right there, Valentin Dardelot right there, Morgan, Quentin Bosch chilling with a 145.820. He's in 7th. He's smart. He just really plays a smart game.
He absolutely does. But when he needs to, he seems to throw it out there.
Always. 72, this is Jeremy Perret. You're watching. Gosh, what a gentleman. He is one of the coolest guys. This whole, as I mentioned, Packet, Posse, they're amazing. I love watching the parade, the whole family race, mom and dad, now Estelle and all 3 of the brothers. And on top of that, they run a very successful company, and they all are a part of those companies. Looking good. That's Andrea Guidi, and he also brought a knife to a gunfight. He's riding a stock boat this weekend. That might be, I don't know, as rough as it's going to get out here, that might be, I don't know if it's an advantage, but might not be as bad as it sounds. There's Toshi Ohara. Tana Wynn Mo Lee with a 149. Alec Enderle a 147. Toshi right now a 147. Some of these guys have not locked in yet because they're waiting for a little cleaner water. And some of the strategy is to try to get this clock down a little bit to 5 minutes before they make the run. I've seen all kinds of strategies, Kylie.
Absolutely, and they'll also be trying to work out which split works for them, because we have an inside and an outside ride, or the blue and the green. Now, some of them will handle the in or the out better. So they're trying to work out which one's going to give them the better time. So these earlier times, unless they're well ahead, aren't too much. They're more of an indication on the rider to where they need to go and what they need to do to get the best one.
This is boat number 84 you're watching. That is Russell Maxence. Looking for him on the score thing, and I don't see him. Just pull down here just a little. All right, again, Alec Enderle, boat number 25, and Axel Courtois with the fastest time, 1:42.181. Pretty day. It was great to see the sun back out. We had rain this morning. I will say Indonesia has thrown out a whole handbasket of weather conditions. We've had high winds, no wind, lots of sun,
lots of rain,
lots of precipitation. It's been very moist.
But actually, the rain leaves as fast as it comes.
Yeah, it is weird how quickly it blows off.
Yeah.
Watch about 30. I believe that's Tana Wynn. Let's see. Axel Courtois, great time. Oh, Jeremy Perret pops in it with a 1:43. 1:43.331.
Kevin Ryder with a 1:43.921. Did we have a? Oh no, Axel Courtois.
It shifted.
did shift, but did he have a time loss?
Yeah, so it looks like Axel Courtois with a 144.181. He is in fourth, or excuse me, in third. Anthony Bernot with a 144.627 in fourth. Valentin Dardelot in fifth with a 145.429. Still leading. Fastest time, Jeremy Perret, 143.331. Quentin Bosch in seventh with 145.820, and Oliver Koch-Hansen in eighth with a 146.215, and ninth, Mika Perret with 146.288. Alex Barrett has jumped on the board. He's in 10th with a 147.554. Boom, baby. We're in qualifying. I love this. We're halfway through, guys. We've got 7:23 on the clock.
Wow, and it's quite tight in those front five.
Yes, yes. I had a feeling. I really can't wait to see how Kevin Redder does on that new combination. He's really looks very stoked about that.
Yeah, every time there's something new out, you're always quite stoked and you're hoping to put it out there, and it'll be a good weekend to watch.
And I got the name of it. PWE is the company that him and Chris Wilkerson are working on. Chris has been a longtime friend of Kevin Redder and a great mechanic. Used to work with the Victory team, I believe, on the UAE. These guys are fantastic mechanics, and of course, Kevin's getting a chance to work with him again and XBJ, and I'm excited to see that. It's really seemed to add new energy to Kevin Redder's team.
Yep, this will be a great combination, and Chris Wilkinson has a lot of history throughout the sport, even prior to Victory. So yeah, combinations, and it's also a matter of combination and personalities and who you get along with and working with. All these things add up. So
they do, and your ability to be comfortable with that makes a huge difference. I got to see Chris Wilkerson's dad in the U.S. just a few weeks ago. See who we have got on the clock here. That is boat number 5. Anthony Bernot.
Tana Winmoley.
Oh, shoot, I am so sorry. I was looking for 30 for Tana Win.
Yes.
I got excited.
He's on OPP this weekend, and if his number's taken, he has to go to something else.
All right, so Tana Win is boat number 5.
Also known as 6.
You want to tell the story?
No.
Okay. Anthony Bernot is at boat number 4. Color me corrected. Jeremy Perret still has the fastest time with a 143.331. Is this Tana Win's first time in Pro Division in Aquabike?
Yes, it is. And I believe they're twins, and his younger brother, and I mean by seconds, is also a very good stand-up rider and coming through. So, but he opted not to ride this weekend. He's watching he's watching the older brother and see how he's going this weekend. So it's exciting, and it's probably not a bad intro, because a little bit less stressful having them come in one at a time.
There you go. Oliver Koch-Hansen is on the camera right now, and he is laying down a nice little run. He has a 146.216. He's back in 8th. Mika Perret is in 9th, and Alex Barrett at 10th. And when you see Mika Perret at 9th, you know you've got a tough field. That guy generally pops into the top 5 in qualifying.
Yes.
Let's see. Of course, we got a lot of time left. Well, not a ton. 4:37. a little over 4 minutes left on this clock. And then what we're going to do is take the top 10, and we will bring them back out for a 10-minute shootout to see who's going to have the pole position for today and tomorrow. We got 3 motos for these guns. Can't wait to see all of this action.
No, it's looking quite exciting so far.
All right, there's Oliver. He just finished that up. Was he able to improve? Still 8th, 146.216.
And currently we have Toshi just outside of the top 10, so he'll be pushing to try and come back through.
Yeah, Enderley also just out of it. Tana Winmoley out of it. Just barely is in 13th. Matteo Bonini's in 14th. Mads Koch-Hansen is in 15th. Danielle Pascalia is in 16th. Dag Martin also out of it. Russell Maxon, Sochi, Dan Anderson, Andrea Guidi, and Slaven Ivancic all still trying to get in the top 10. And there's Enderley, who's currently in 12th. Alex Enderley has got to improve his time if he wants to get in the top 10. Now, why are we talking about that? Why is that so important? Because the top 5 get an opportunity to go to the closest buoy, and it is really simple geography, right? Closest from A to B, and it's 1 through 5 get to go to the green buoys, 6 through 15th to the yellow, and then 16th and beyond go to the red. So it's a huge advantage if you go to the greens.
It's an absolute huge advantage, and it gives 3 hole shots, by the way. You get 3 different hole shots.
Yes.
However, the shortest route is the best route.
There's Dan Anderson on the camera, gentleman riding for Sweden. He's one of the Norwegian riders, and man, he's a sweetheart. Not Norwegian, Scandinavian was what I was trying to say. Anders Keller is a gentleman I wanted to see. He hails from Denmark, but didn't make it out here for this final round.
Isn't he a lovely gentleman?
I just adore him and his wife, Dite.
Oh, yes.
They're really a cool group. We miss them a lot. You know, we had 40 riders this year competing in ski division, taking a look down.
Wow.
So Dan Anderson out of Norway, trying to get into this. Let's see if he was able to move up. So far, he's not able to get out of that 20th spot. Your top 10 again, Jeremy Perret, Kevin Redder. Jeremy with a 143.331, Redder with a 143.921, Axel Courtois with a 144.181, Anthony Bernard at 4th with a 144.627, Valentin Dardelot with a 145.429. That's your top 5. Quentin Bosch is right there in 7th, and I have a feeling he's just waiting for it to calm down, and he's going to make a run at it. He's got a 145.820. He's right in the mix.
I believe he'll be trying to just make sure that he gets through to the second qualify, and then we might see a little bit more action.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay, so he's just chilling right now.
Well,
he's already in. I mean, he's in the top 10.
What you have here is a situation where you've got one set of pole position and going straight into the second set.
Yes.
Okay, so you're out there for 25 minutes. Now, if you went flat out for the 25 minutes, you're not going to be able to push on the second one.
You're right. Makes absolute sense. So managing resources, watching Quentin Bosch, so he's just going to hang. And then wait for the second qualifier. Now, the second qualifier is only 10 minutes, and only 10 riders are allowed out. Okay, we're just finishing up. We've got 51 seconds left on the clock. Jeremy Perret with a 143.331 is got the fastest time. Redder with a 143.921 second. Axel Courtois with a 144.181. Anthony Bernard with a 144.627 fourth. And Valentin Dardelot on that new Spectrum boat, the 145.429. I'm fascinated by that boat.
Absolutely. What I'm finding interesting here is that most of these guys, their fastest times is on their first lap, which means we're getting a lot of water bouncing back off these walls and off the water frontage, so that it's a little bit rougher going around on the second laps, because normally you can see these guys improve lap after lap.
There's Mika Perret in the camera, just relaxing for a minute. He's watching his time. Mika's right in this. He's in 9th. The riders we're looking for here are going to be Toshi Ahara, both 37 and 25, Alec Enderley. Both of those guys need to get into this. Tanoen Moli also just out. He's in 13th, Matteo Bonini in 14th, and the whistle just went up. That means, or went on, that means we're done with the time. But if you're still completing a lap, they'll let you do that.
Yep, so now basically the only changes that can happen now is the ones that had passed the checkered finished boys before the time ran out.
Okay.
So as you can see, we've got a couple of riders still on hot laps, and as they come through, this will be the finish of it. And I believe we've still got Morgan Perret and a couple of others out there, so maybe something will change.
Yeah, well, we have all 3 of the Perrets in qualifying. Isn't that crazy? All 3 of these brothers once again got into the top 10 spots.
What amazing training partners to have. Go out there with your brothers.
They're next level for sure.
Can you imagine some of the hallway hustle and bustles in the morning at their place when they were younger?
Jeremy seems like the sensible one, but he's such a warrior on the track. Mika Perret is the showman of that group, and Morgan is always, to me, the wild card. You never know what you're going to get. There's sometimes he's super funny, and then sometimes he's very serious and very focused, and I kind of like that. They're a great balance. And And Estelle, now, what injury did Estelle have? What was leg she broke or
Shoulder?
Oh, was it? Well, she was limping today.
Oh, no, I'm not sure today.
I'll find out. I'll ask her. I thought maybe if you knew.
What's interesting here is unexpectedly Toshi Ohara is out of the top 10.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that Alec Enderley is as well. That is a surprise. He usually does qualify. Mads Koch Hansen didn't make it. Dag Martin didn't make it. Russell Maxence, Tanawin Moli. Let's see who else. Andrea Guidi, Slaven Ivancic, and Dan Anderson. Also, Soshi Sato out of it as well. Bummer. All right, so here's what's going to happen now. Everybody else will retire from the field except for your top 10. And now I suspect Quentin Bosch will unleash the beast.
Yep.
And this is your battle for pole position. So
And
this is where it gets tense, in my opinion.
And what's going to happen now is that there's going to be less riders on the track. So then they're going to have smoother water to be able to prove what they can do.
Right. That makes total sense. Well, and the other thing, I think here, you've got 10 minutes to work with. They've already identified their weak spots on the track and what they consider to be their fastest times everywhere they like or don't like, and they've made those corrections from that first qualifier. So when they come back out here, you can, just like we saw in slalom, they're making those corrections now mentally. Okay, this is where I need to pin down. It's where I need to back up a little. Do you know what I mean? I think, right?
Absolutely. And do you know what else we're facing here? And it could be the case with Toshi and thing not getting through is the altitude and whether they've corrected their props and pumps correctly over the last coming days.
Yeah, you want to chat? Because I actually came from Colorado, and so I can appreciate high altitude. Tuning for that is weird. It's just so weird, but if you would like to speak to it.
So when we're down at sea level, the air pressure is 100 kPa, and we got here and our tuning is telling us we're at 91 kPa. So the air pressure is very low, which means the skis can't breathe because essentially they need air, fuel and spark to run. Now the air is low, so the pressure is low, which means we have to try and compensate that. And to get the RPM back up, we're normally playing with props. We're also tuning a lot. So it is a big squeeze between tuning, props in and out, and trying to get that to go. Now, also, if they've turned up with the correct props, with the correct equipment, they may not have, because bearing in mind these have been sent from place to place, and it can catch somebody out not having the setup. And you start to bend and pitch, and you see everything going round, and yesterday Ron was running backwards and forwards trying to correct this. And this could have a toll on pole position, because pole position is a hot lap trying to get out everything. Now it does change it when you're on the track. Okay, it gives you a good start, but when you're on the track pushing through the rough water, that could change. You might not necessarily have to have the fastest ski.
Gotcha. Great insight into what has to happen back in the pits. The team is working just as hard as the riders are, and the mechanics, I think, are under more pressure than ever having to deal with this altitude. It is a mystery sometimes trying to make these boats run faster. Do air temperatures have a factor as well, Kylie?
Absolutely, they do. Air temperatures, and then also with the hood or the seat on the craft, the temperature builds anyway, so it can't dissipate if the air temperature's hot. Okay, it takes longer to cool down. So these things do come into play, and of course that tends to make it strangles it.
Okay. One other thing I wanted to ask you about, when we're racing in saltwater, right, the boats are naturally more buoyant, so you're compensating for that. What compensation do you do for altitude?
Well, so on salt water at sea level, when it's more buoyant, you're playing with intake rates and sponsons and things. Now at altitude and the boat's heavier, you may have a slightly less aggressive setup because your boat naturally is sinking into the water more on heavier water, but that can also be a freshwater lake as well, depending on the density of the water, because the water density does change place to place.
Oh yeah.
Depending on the salt levels, the mineral levels, all these types of things. Freshwater is not just freshwater. Okay, it has different minerals in it, so the density is different.
So let me ask you, so for us anyway, that was one of the things, we actually tried to lighten the boats up so we wouldn't be so deep in fresh water, particularly at altitude, trying to create a little less drag.
Yeah, and then in salt water you may try to heavy...
Opposite, right?
Yeah, or you may run a more aggressive intake rate.
Ah, I gotcha. So you're digging in a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's all these different things, and you may slightly angle your ride plate differently, shim it, as we call it.
Yeah, put spacers in or whatever.
And we may also, for the stand-ups, we may also lengthen or shorten the pole so that you can get over the front more or pull back a little bit more because of how the boat is sitting. So there's a lot of different little things and tweaks that you need to do, and it's whether you can get them done in time. Okay, because you're somewhere which is completely different to everything else, and the window of opportunity here is quite narrow, as opposed to a normal race meeting where you can turn up a week before and, you know, lounge around, have your breakfast, come down and test and tune and test and tune, and you can take your bike afterwards and take it somewhere else. Here, we are, you are not allowed to take your bike out of the compound. So no skis are to leave the compound once you're finished for the day. And they also can't be randomly put on the water and tested because there's a testing window.
Wow, that's crazy intense. I got a chance here to look at all the crowds starting to pick back up again. The rain has passed. Sun's come out. Well, it came out, and it just is teasing us all day today. But actually, I love the conditions. It's cool conditions, crisp boat motor opportunity for me, I think, because it's not as hot. It's going to be fun. I think we're going to have some good running.
I think it's going to be a great afternoon.
I do too. I do too. You have been a huge help with information and insight on the boats, and I really appreciate a lot of that you're sharing. Any secrets you want to share about what helps you go faster at altitude? Silence.
When I work that one out myself, maybe I'll share. No.
Just by the way, guys, I've asked every team, and that is the exact answer I've gotten from every single team. So do you have any secrets? Pregnant pause. Of course they're not going to share. It makes such a huge difference. And even if it doesn't, it's like, well, I don't know if it's a real advantage, but in case it turns out to be, I'm not sharing it with you, Dawson. Because you shout it out to the world, goober.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that's the same in any sport. The minute that you've got a good combination and an advantage, the last thing you want is your commentator coming over here and finding out what all you're doing. But I thought I'd try.
And you know, one of the hardest things is I've been in the sport a very long time, and I love to see up and coming riders and new riders come through.
Sure.
And they come up and ask you for, you know, advice and help and things like this. And you do try to help them, but there's a limit, because the limit is we need to stay at the top. And so without trying to sound mean, you help them to the best of your ability for where they're at.
Exactly. That's a good point.
For where they're at, and as long as it's not at with me in my race.
Right.
No,
look, nobody in their first year would want to get on Kevin's boat or Quentin's boat, because they're never going to be able to handle it like they are. Well, for multiple reasons. A, the sheer horsepower, but B, I have such admiration for these top riders, because it's taken years for them to find out the combination that works for them. Whether that intake rate sits a little bit lower, you've got an allowance on how low and high it can be, where you want your prop to be, where you want to be on the boat with your handlebars, all of that factors.
Height, weight.
Everything.
The way you stand, the way you lean, the way everything
the length of the plate, right? The length of your ride plate.
Absolutely.
Sponsons.
What I love in my team is that we can, we all pretty much have the same thing, slight little tweaks different, and it's such a cool battle between us. I love it. It actually pushes you to try, and we have a good battle.
Speaking of good battles, we got one coming up, you guys. This second qualifier is on deck, and here is going to be showing up Michael Perret, Anthony Biernot, Morgan Perret, Valentin Dardelot, Alex Barrett, Oliver Cock-Hansen, Jeremy Perret, Kevin Redder, Axel Courtois, and Quentin Bosch. And that is the showdown that is about to happen. Who will get the whole shot? In about 12 minutes, I'll let you know.
And I see here we've got more Jeremy Perret has jumped out in the front there, so I'm expecting a very nice clean hot lap from him once they've broken the water.
Oh, yeah, so he got in the front.
Yeah, he definitely made his stance known there. He come rushing out.
I didn't see that. I'm glad you pointed that out. So Jeremy Perret jumped right into the front as we get ready to go. And I am as excited as you guys are. This is going to be a real Royal Rumble, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. When you see these kinds of caliber of racers, this is the best of the best in the world. And I can only think of a few riders that we are even missing, but to see Quentin Bosch and Valentin Dardelot, Oliver Cock-Hansen, Kevin Redder, Axel Courtois going at it, this is going to be fun. Morgan Perret, this is going to be really, really fun. Oh, gotcha. Just grabbed it. I was just getting some notes from my audio and film crew. Love you guys. Thank you for that. And we got a heads up on what's happening and the outline. Appreciate ya. Okay, let's get back to it. We're just chopping the water up so everybody gets a equal advantage as we get ready for Ski Division GP1 Q2.
We've actually had the winds picked up in the last 5 minutes.
Good. I like it. Make it rougher.
Mm-hmm.
They like it rougher out there anyway. They don't like that super flat water. These riders are at the caliber where it doesn't matter, but I think they like the rougher water. We're just about to start. I am waiting for the green flag. Looks like our race director, Marco Petrini, is still waiting. And assistant race director, Bart Seegers, joining us this weekend. I love that sound.
Absolutely. With the wind picking up, you might actually find some of the times in the first session may be quicker than this session, depending on if we've got any lake chop coming through.
I like it.
Unsure, but it'll make the riders work hard.
So I know you haven't had a chance on the track yet, right? You haven't been on the track?
Not on the circuit track.
Okay, great. So on the circuit track, here's my favorite part so far. I have two, but I'd love your feedback. First, I love the splits and where they are. And second, I love that Marco Petrini put buoys in the channel. I think that's the coolest thing since sliced bread, because you guys, every time I see that channel and the boats go in, it gets oogly.
Well, I have to tell you, I was out here last year in endurance, and we had the final endurance race here, and he had buoys for the endurance race in the channel. And
love it.
With the 30-odd runabouts going through there, wow, you went from flat to, really? Is this happening right now?
All right, you guys, I can't wait. Was there any other area of the course that you think is going to be fun?
Well, I have actually noticed that there's no real straight.
Yes, me too. There's like this tiny little thing that's sort of a backstretch, but not really.
If you blink, it's over. And do you know what that means when we get to the motos?
What's that mean? Oh, this double buoy, by the way, is the indicator for the runabout course, guys, just to let you know. But look at this back and forth. They just have a series of dog legs. I didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, without a backstraight, these guys need to be fit and on your game. There's no resting to stretch your back or anything.
Yeah.
And I believe that's the whistle. We're now going to start going for the hot lap.
Woo, woo. All right, Jeremy Perret's right in the lead. Whistle hits. Green flag is up. We are on the clock, 9:04. Already we've lost a minute. Those guys are rocking through. Yum, yum. Jeremy Perret has got some clean-ish water leading that back. Let's see what happens. Only it's about 8.5 minutes. Not going to be a long time, particularly because they're averaging a little over a minute and a half so far. Let's see how much they can trim.
70, he's looking nice out there in the front, isn't he?
Yeah.
Jeremy's having a good run.
He's just a masterclass. He really is.
Yes.
I've always loved watching Jeremy Perret. He's just a wizard at getting hole shots. I don't know how he does it. I do not know what his formula is, but whatever it is, we need to bottle it. He's incredible getting hole shots, and he's great on the track. And you know what else I really love about this guy? He's a clean rider. He doesn't make stupid mistakes. He calculates laps in advance when he's making a pass. And I love how he handles the other riders, but I also love how he composes himself on the track. It's really cool.
Actually, you can take that on and off the track. He is an amazing guy on and off the track.
Yeah. And there's a lot of them. I mean, Jeremy's not the only one. Obviously, I'm fangirling, but that's because he's on camera. But you could really say that for all 10 of these guys. They're incredible.
Absolutely.
All right, Jeremy Perret, you are watching. Very signature style. He drops down, but he's quiet about it, so it's deceptive speed. And when I say speed, he has got some of the best boats in the biz. He's on a fast power sports boat. What's the other funny thing about these brothers? They don't all do the same thing. He's on one, a fast power sport boat. Mika's on a fast power sport combination. But Morgan Perret's on a Commander. Just likes that. He just likes that particular boat.
Wow.
Okay, let's see the time. Trimmed it all the way to a 141.455. That was Mika Perret that did that, and then Valentin Dardelot just answered that with a 139.565. So Mika Perret had a 141, and Valentin said, well, check me out, 139.565. And we've got Mika 141.455, Jeremy with a 142.372, and oh my, Kevin Redder with a 138.950. I feel like we're paying poker. Where is it where you slap the cards down and challenge back and forth? That's what this is going to feel like. Oh, so you got a 138? Well, let me see what I can do.
Yeah, that's right.
Axel Courtois with a 142.656 so far. Quentin Bosch has been chilling like a villain. Let's see what he lays down. I am so excited to see this battle between these guys.
Absolutely, this is going to be a good day.
Kevin Redderer with this new combination and new boat. XBJ, it's a great team. They hail out of the UAE. Oliver Koch-Hansen is also going to be one to watch. He had a 153.912. Not what I normally see from Oliver. We'll see what he has to do here in just the next 6 minutes. You're watching him on the clock. And I think right now he's sort of playing. He doesn't look to me. No, he's not on the time. He's way too chill.
Quentin was 30 seconds off. He's not.
He's not. No, he's not ready yet. He's waiting. Just wait. He's lurking.
Yep.
He's like a shark.
Well, I'm hoping with that too that you know we are going to see something good out of him this afternoon. It's always good when what we want to see is the battle.
I always see that with him. He never fails to deliver. This entire year has been all about that Belgium team and Quentin Bosch, QB1. I got to watch him when he first started racing as a junior. He loved Yamahas. He was all about the two-strokes, and man, he was spectacular even then. He looks great now.
So, but we might have an upset day this year being about him. Let's see how Kevin and the new team gel.
Yeah, you just don't. You never know. Like I said, I've been very excited to watch Kevin Redderer and see what Kevin pulls out. Here's Quentin, and he is lighting it up. This is going to be his run. Let's see what he lays down as he answers the challenge from Kevin Redderer with the 138.950.
What I find interesting about this is he's decided to go on a lap after, so he's now going to push through traffic, and he's going to push through riders having to pull out of his road. So interesting decision from Quentin, but he's obviously confident in himself.
Well, here's something I noticed that I like about him. He likes to hunt. He's a hunter. Maybe he feels that way, that hunting will help him. Let's see what the time was. He just went through, and he's up in 6. So 142.467 for that one. For Quentin Bosch, let's see, still got plenty of time. 4 minutes left on the clock. He also likes to play late in the game. And with 4 minutes left, he might be able to pull something out. And in fact, I'm sure we'll see that. Let's see what happens this next 4. There's Kevin Redder, boat number 90, brand new boat, and you can see the XBJ colors. It's gray, red, silver, and he looks solid. By the way, he's had almost no hours on this boat. They shipped it out. He has not had any time to play on it, and already looking very pretty.
Yep, he's looking sharp, going around the corners, and he's so far it's looking really good.
One of my favorite riders as well. All of these guys, all 10 of them, but Kevin looks so pretty out here.
Absolutely.
Another masterclass. Stays very tight to the buoy, very clean, very quiet. Oh, stuffed it there though, over-calculated.
Yeah.
Well, that'll do it for that run.
But, fortunately enough, he's got a cracking time in the first run. So, but what's good about Kevin is that you see that, but he kept going. He didn't just pull out. He's like, I'm going to, he tidies himself back up and gets back on form and composes.
Yes, he's probably one of the most poised racers I've seen come through in the last decade. One of the cool things about him is he practices yoga, does a lot of meditation. He's just a very balanced individual. And the consequences of that is he doesn't phase out too easily. It takes a lot to fluster that guy. And I think that really makes a good combination. Here's another one too. He's got a great sense of humor and he's a lot of fun off the track. He brings a lot of intensity when he gets into race mode, but he still adds playfulness to it. And that's something I truly admire. You're watching Oliver Cock-Hansen and he's on the clock.
So, as an interesting thing here, Dawn, we've got 2 minutes left, or just over. Now, Quinton Bosch is in 6th. He really, if he wants to jump in and put a,
a good time.
Put a stop to the top 5 guys, he needs to be in the top 5.
Yeah, he needs to lay it out right now, and he knows that. He's got 2 minutes left. Within that 2 minutes, I'm sure we're going to see boat number 98 bow down, throttle on.
Yeah.
Watching Axel Courtois just come through. Let's see what he laid down. He is in 7th with a 1:42.556. So the fast times are under a 1:40. Valentin Dardelot jumped into 2nd with a 1:39.565. You and I both thought that spectrum might be something to watch, and it is. Morgan Perret in 3rd, a 1:41 triple ace for Morgan Perret. Mika right behind him in 4th with a 1:41.455. So. And then Jeremy Perret in 5th with a 1:42.071. So Morgan, Mika, and Jeremy have taken away 3 of the top 5 spots so far. And we have a minute left, minute 10.
So we've got Kevin and Valentin against the Perets.
Yes, pretty much, so far.
Right. No ganging up there, of course.
The tribe. You know, here's what's crazy about them. They don't do that.
No, they don't.
I've never,
actually.
ever
No.
seen them do that, and I think that actually has raised my admiration for them. They all go out and they race individually. They're not protecting or trying to hold anybody up, and I love their good sportsmen. They're just really good sportsmen.
Can you imagine their table talk at night time?
Oh, for sure. For any of these teams. Hey, guys, we got Quinton Bosch, QB1 on the clock. Let's see what he does.
And he is needing to have a good time, or he needs to cross the checkered line within the next 30 seconds to get a second run.
Yeah, he's a very tall rider, just like his dad. Both his dad and his mom raced. And by the way, that race number is a combination of their race numbers. That's how he got boat 98. It's a really cool and inspiring story, and his background is actually pretty inspiring. He had a horrific car wreck in the early 2000s, and not sure he was going to be able to come back. He was really hurt in Nysa, Poland.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was pretty bad, and he came back from that, and he has been unstoppable this last 10 or so years. You're watching Quinton Bosch on the clock. The time he is hunting is a 1:38.950. That's Kevin Redder. Was he able to better it? Whoa, 1:42.467. Let's see what happens. I think we're a little delayed on the time. No, 1:42.467. His last one was a 1:43.054.
Yep.
Quinton Bosch just out of it. Now that is a surprise.
Out of the top 5. He's gonna have to work tomorrow or this afternoon.
Quinton Bosch, in a surprise in this qualifier, is in 6th as the time ended. I don't think he had time to start another run. I don't see it. Checkered flag is up. Time is out for your top 10. Let's run them down. Kevin Redder with the fastest time, a 1:38.950. Valentin Dardelot in 2nd with a 1:39.565 in 2nd. Morgan Perret in 3rd with a 1:41.11 or 111. He's in 4th. Jeremy Perret in 5th, 1:42.071. Quinton Bosch in 6th. What?
We have 72 still coming through.
Okay, let's see what he does, but he's already qualified. Quinton Bosch with a 1:42.467. Axel Courtois in 7th with a 1:42.656. Anthony Biernot in 8th with a 1:42.753. Oliver Cock-Hansen with a 1:43.339. Alex Barrett with a 6:27. I don't think he got a chance to really put the gas on. And did Jeremy Perret move up? Yes, he did. He was out of 5th. He moved up into 4th, pushing Mika, his bro, into 5th place. Morgan. It's going to be Morgan, Jeremy, and Mika in that order.
Yep, that's right. Bit of brotherly love.
Yep, Mika Perret, by the way, I told you he's a showman. He's over there whipping up the crowds. We love you, bud.
Wow, what a shock there.
Ooh, I'm so fired up.
Quinton Bosch out of the top 5.
That is the first time I've seen him misstep this entire year. He has been flawless all year long. Him and his dad put together a great combination. He runs QB1, a company that builds boats, teamed up with Dustin Motzuris, who is a legend, frankly, out of South Africa. Now he lives in the U.S., Dustin Motzuris and him. Fast Power Sports is Dustin's company, and QB1 is Quentin's company, and they have been building some wicked combinations. Axel Courtois coming through, waving at the crowd. And guys, we're done with qualifying for ski. And you know what that means? Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, that was my cool music intro. Qualifying. Don't kill me. Q2 runabout for pole position. This is going to be a runabout for pole position. They're qualifying. And then slalom, and then freestyle coming at you. We got a big day. That was fun.
That was fun. The spectrum. Let's talk about that.
Wow. No wings. So I typed in today, I was taking notes, and I said no wings on that, and my social media director was like, what the heck does no wings mean? Do you want to do the explanation?
Okay, it's developed from wings. It started off as wings because it was one on each side. Now it's the front hood or splash guard, as they call it, isn't it? So you can call it a plate, a splash guard, a wing.
I like wings, okay?
An aerodynamic contraption. Anything. So basically, what's happening there is the negative pressure caused from the water hitting the underside of that as they go into a corner, even though you think, oh, it's not in the water, but the water being pushed up from the bond line, the negative pressure is hitting that wing and is helping it turn. It's helping it bring it round.
Oh, that's so cool. I love how you define that.
Now, so what's interesting here is Valentine's boat is going around the track without any, which means he's done a very nice job on that hole because he hasn't had to use any other type of aerodynamics to get that round.
Interesting. A little bit wider. It's a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. And so he's obviously got a few things going on underneath of it.
Yes.
To be able to get that round because he's not relying on the water pressure coming from the spray.
We're talking about the new Spectrum. Valentin Dardelot rolled it out this year. The new one, anyway. He's been working on it. Need them, lean them out. Oh, as we were talking about tuning, one of the comments was you actually lean it out if you want to address that. That would have been more of a two-stroke thing, wouldn't it, when you lean out the carbs?
No, you lean out. It's fuel injection.
Okay, so you can lean it out through fuel injection.
However, there's depending on how much information you want to give people.
Yeah. All right. Again, we just got through with qualifying and ski. And right now we're going to run about GP1 and free practice, where they were free and practicing. Gosh, I'm in rare form today. Jeremy Perez came in with a 1:34.636. Georgi Kasha, who almost had the Siemens Cup yesterday in endurance, only his second year. He got a 1:36.204. It's his second fastest time. Egidius was third, Rasmus Koch Hansen fourth, and Sam Johansson was fifth in free practice. Doesn't count for anything, just kind of gives you a little indicator who's feeling good under the hood. Look at the crowds. Man, you could barely get through. Kylie was saying it took 10 minutes. Took me 15, almost 20, actually, to get through. And with these crowds, that's going to click up to 30 minutes. I'm going to have to start 30 minutes early to just get through how many crowds we had. We were in the hundreds of thousands last year on the live stream. It was insane and so cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Indonesia, for being such incredible hosts. I've never seen anything like this. We are so fortunate to visit some of these great places and areas of the world that I normally would not have a chance to see, and the fact that we're bringing areas of the world that maybe you don't normally get to see as well. And I appreciate you guys listening in and watching. Kylie, you as well, right?
Absolutely. Some of these places are fantastic.
Bend in. Yep, we are free practice, or not free practice, sorry. We're starting qualifying. They're going to break up the water. This is the runabouts. Q1, we're getting ready. Going to do the first couple of laps, and then we're going with the green flag.
And is that Wineski?
Wisniewski,
yes.
Who, by the way, won in Lake Toba last year. God, what a story that was. He kept telling me, "Oh, I'm gonna retire." Shush your mouth.
If he was going to, that held him in.
Yeah, that locked it down. I do believe that is. Just watching these guys come through, Midori and some of the other riders. But yeah, Andrzej Wisniewski, he is definitely a crowd favorite. And here we come with the runabout boats. This is going to be a little tricky to see these numbers. Yeah, we have a big class, 19 riders in this one.
So 19 riders are going through, and we're going to, this session is going to eliminate 9 of them?
10, yeah, well, yeah. Oh, yeah, 9 will retire, correct. 15 minutes is our first session, and then just like ski, we'll go back for the second qualifier and bring out the top 10. Ooh, what a pretty picture. That's that big sweeper turn I was telling you about. Now these guys are going to have a different track, so let's follow along. Most of the track is the same, but then they go into this area. Watch for the double buoy. Hopefully we'll get the camera guys will follow Andrzej Wisniewski for us, boat 25, and we can actually see this extended course. Of course, they have to do other things too, so if they can't do it, that's no problem. But hopefully they'll show us that longer extended course.
That just gives them a bit of run to open up the throttle and really get some speed in.
Right. Now, this is the slalom section, by the way, guys, in case you're wondering where we are. They're along that front stretch, and Andrzej Wisniewski is taking I do believe the greens are the inside. They are. Goes through the checker flag. And, we're just a few seconds away here from making a run. And look at this, Midori trying to jump in as well. Andrzej Wisniewski.
They've got one more lap, I believe,
yeah.
to cut the water.
Andrzej was kind of hoping they'd throw the flag on that. I could see him lurking a little.
That's because he's got Midori hot on his tail.
I know, I saw it. Midori wants that water as well. Everybody's kind of fighting for that clean-ish water.
Absolutely.
We had 2 American riders out here this weekend, Anthony Radatak and Juan Lascano. We have 2 Chinese riders, Huang Ri, 2 Japanese riders, Ju Nakoma and Isahai Hajime.
2 very talented Japanese riders.
Oh yeah, legends. Well, a lot of these guys are legends, jeez. 21, Juan Cruz Lascano, you just saw him. Multiple French riders, including Jeremy Perez and, of course, Francois Midori. I guess it's just 2. I thought it was more. 2. We got 2 French riders. Denmark is represented with Rasmus Koch Hansen. There's boat 75. That is Ju Nakoma, the Japanese rider that we did not get to see in endurance. His boat broke down, but you can expect something good from him for sure.
Absolutely.
Super quick.
Yep.
There's Johan Johansson, who's retiring after this year. Rude.
Is he really?
Yes, he's actually retiring after this year. They did a whole article on him. I was so bummed to see that. Now, he's still going to come play, but what he's going to do is really support Sam and Nina. But he says, I want to just back off and work and take care of my business. And he goes, as he said, he goes, Dawn, when I get out of bed in the morning, I'm starting to feel it. It's like, yeah. I get you, man. I feel you. What a legend. They're watching Johan Johansson.
I had a great run with him yesterday in endurance.
Oh, yeah.
And he broke down in the first round, and I had a little bit of a hard run, but by yesterday we were both having to play with each other, and it was great, you know, cutting through, trying to get the lines on. He's still fast.
Green flag is up. We are green to go for time. And there's boat 24. That's Martin Dulick. Mr. Dulick from the Czech Republic. And here comes Sam Johansson on boat 4. Right behind him was like boat number 19. And I don't, oh, maybe it's Agidius, boat 18. And Johan Johansson, he's always had that 8-4 number, so it makes it super easy to remember it. I miss Jan Jensen. Do you remember him? Great rider. Maybe not. Jan Jensen used to ride on this tour. You know who I also miss? Yosef Abdulrazak.
Yes. Yes, definitely miss Yosef.
Rides for Kuwait. It's just a another legend for sure.
And his dry sense of humor.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
He is hilarious.
Super cool guy. Out of Kuwait, injured his shoulder so many times and come back from that with the training and the rehab, and he's taken so many world titles, but unfortunately I think he's starting to sort of reel it in and not come to all of the tour stops.
I saw him in e-boats.
Yes, yeah, he's doing the e-boat series for UIM. All right, Johan Johansson is on the clock. Oh, we just got a time, 1:32.709. Francois Midori wasted no time. So he's at the top right now. First one coming through. Ruben Jimenez Riquelme, who really had a mixed bag of tricks yesterday. He came in with a 1:37.231, but just as soon as I was trying to say it, Lino Araujo, I was saying his name wrong yesterday, Araujo, is in third, 1:36.753. Martin Dulick, a 1:34.426. Araujo. Oh boy. And there is another world champion, Mr. Jeremy Perez. 1:31.825. Georgi Kasha just jumped on the clock with the fastest time, 1:30.977. Wow. Okay, so it's Kasha, Perez, and Midori so far. Dulick in fourth. Rasmus Cock-Hansen in fifth. Lino Araujo just out of it. Araujo. I am going to get this right. Lino, forgive me until I get there, okay, buddy? In seventh, Ruben Jimenez Riquelme. Kylie, stop laughing. Juan Cruz Lascano in eighth. Sam Johansson in ninth. And Linus Lindberg in 10th. Anthony Radatek is just out of this top 10 right now. Well, he hadn't posted a time yet. Let's see. Let's see. Give him a minute. Anthony, what are you doing, Anthony? Where are you, bud? You got 11 minutes. Almost 12.
No, he's just posted.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Anthony, where are you?
He's rolling down the field.
Okay.
He's pretty tired this morning. I mean, he's just done 3 days of grueling endurance and only hanging on with his upper body. By the time he's gotten to this morning, he said, I don't know, Carly.
Shattered.
I am struggling right now, and I said, I don't blame you.
He just had a heck of a year. He was on the podium almost every day.
Yep, he was every day.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, he was. He got every single day. He was on the podium. A big crowd favorite. Okay, let's do the rundown. Georgi Kasha, 1:30.977. Jeremy, and he's leading in the time. Jeremy Perez is second with a 1:31.825. Francois Midori in third with a 1:32.709. Martin Dulick in fourth with a 1:34.426. Rasmus Cock-Hansen in fifth with a 1:35.009. Lino Araujo with a 1:36.016. Lino, I know you're going to kill me. He's in sixth. Ruben Jimenez Riquelme in seventh. Was in seventh. Dropped down to eighth with the 1:37.231. Sam Johansson just jumped on the board with the 1:31.646. Shen Shan was in 10th with the 1:39.796. He's a young gun out of China. This is really sort of his first couple of years to season, but I got to tell you, I really think this is going to be a rider to watch. One of the mechanics, Subi, on the F1 series came out to help him.
Yes, and I was talking to Subi through the endurance weekend, and what a great guy. And he's got a lot of experience behind him, which I think will help settle Shen down. Like, he's got a good logical approach to it. He's used to how this setup works, and he can settle Shen down as both and get him going right. You need to be here on time. You need to do this on time. When your boat turns up, it needs to be in this condition. We might see some good things come out of Shen.
I would expect we would. Speaking of good things, Noragato. That is boat number 75. We are watching one of the Japanese riders. This is Jun Akoma. Sorry. Yeah, Japanese riders, Jun Akoma, and he is spectacular. Had a 1:44.124. He's in 14th at the moment, and I would definitely keep my eye on the Bumblebee. Yeah, that's interesting. Isahai Hajime and Huang Ri both have not started, so they're now not on the track. Now, Isahai also has been on the podium this weekend, for the endurance, and I wonder if something happened that he is not able to be on the track. So Isahai Hajime is currently not on this qualifying, which kind of surprised me because he's really good at close course.
Actually, I believe because June has his boat broke down during endurance.
Oh, do you think
if you have a close look at the boat that June is on now, I think it's Isahai's boat from endurance.
OMG. You're absolutely right.
I think they're playing the good team game
That is very cool.
because June is going to have more energy this. I couldn't be sure, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Lino Araju on 136016. He is in 8th place. So we've got 2 qualifiers. This first one, we are trying to determine our top 10, and then after this, we're going to retire 9 riders, and then we're leaving the 10 out, and that will be the second qualifier where they try to get pole position. As I like to say, that is the shootout in Q2. You're watching Lino Araujo, gentleman who got 4 hole shots in endurance. Very consistent rider. He was plagued with penalties and troubles underneath the hood, but put on a valiant effort in endurance and just an incredible man. You're watching Lino Araujo. He had a tumor in his brain several years ago. We did not think he was going to ever be able to come back and race. Not only did he come back, but he is a force to be reckoned with. Just huge props to this gentleman that's in 8th place. He's in qualifying for the top 10 with a 136016. Lino, hearts out to you, bud.
Absolutely, that's a stunning effort. And you know, sometimes you get a little bit more drive coming back from something like that. And he's like, life is short, let's go. I need to get the most out of it I can.
Yeah, he is living loud. Georgi Kasha with a 130977, your fastest qualifying time. San Johansson in second with a 131646. Jeremy Perez, a 131825. Francois Mondori, a 132709. Martin Dulick with a 134426. That's your top 5. Rasmus Koch-Hansen in 6th.
We're watching Linus at the moment.
Oh, Linus Lindberg is looking hot. He's a 135702. He's in 7th. Lino Araujo is in 8th with a 136016, and Ruben Jimenez Riquelme with a 137231 is in 9th. Andres Wisniewski just popped on to the 10th spot, a 138251. That's who is going to be invited back thus far. Let's see if anybody gets bumped. We are just under 6 minutes.
I believe, just hearing the noise in the background, I believe that was Midori just starting a hot lap. So we'll
seriously can identify the boat by the sound?
Some of them, yes.
You are scary. That is alarming to me.
Some of them have just completely different noises. And
all right, you're my hero. Well, I can just hear in the background that Midori is starting his run.
Well, you know,
it's impressive.
You can hear like your neighbor's car pull up the driveway.
No, I'm telling you, I'm bowing in your direction. This is mechanics talk right now, guys. I feel like I just joined a podcast.
Do you not know whether you've had, like, your neighbors are going to visit her or not by the sound of the car?
No.
Wow.
No, I don't. I
well,
don't.
Dawson.
So, yeah, I know. What the heck is wrong with me? Georgi Kasha, 130977, fastest qualifying time. Sam Johansson right there. No change, by the way. Last 5 minutes between the top 3. Georgi Kasha, Sam Johansson, and Jeremy Perez are your top 3. Francois Midori 4th. Martin Dulick jumped into that in the 5th. Let's see what happens. We got a little more time. You were just watching Andres Wisniewski at a 10th place. He's going to try to do better than that. Actually, I don't think it matters here, as you pointed out. All you got to do is get in the top 10. You've got the opportunity to talk to your team. This is the only time, by the way, during the races, during qualifying, where they allow the team managers or the team to talk to the riders out on the track. After that, you're not allowed the radio. But I think that's a huge advantage.
Oh, absolutely. However, I don't think Wisniewski is going to be taking that lightly. Being in position 10th, you're on the hot seat. Anybody could bump you. One person comes up, you're bumped. So you wouldn't be wanting to take that position lightly. You would be trying and going again and again
Okay.
Until,
Smart call. Smart strategy.
anything from probably 7 down.
So you're saying don't be comfortable if you're 9th or 10th.
No, don't be comfortable at all. You're on pins and needles.
Okay. That's fair. All right, boat 18. What's happening? That's Agidius Kirlavicius. He had an actual great free practice. I'm surprised that he's dropped back. He's at a 138, 881. He's just out of it. He's literally on the bubble. He was 11th. Georgi Kasha. You guys, I was literally on tiptoe yesterday watching him. He had an opportunity to take the Simalungun Cup. He was whipping through that final moto, took the whole shot, was killing it, and I don't know, it was 3 minutes from the end, and kaboom. He just went down, and his body language on screen was heartbreaking.
Oh, and it is. When that happens to you as a rider, you've put in everything, and you're on the last lap, basically, and we've all had it happen. It is part of racing, and you learn to take it, but it's that instant moment is no way.
Yeah, it'll just rip the legs out from under you. But I will say this again, it's his only 2nd year racing in endurance. Georgi is a warrior. I just love how he approaches life and racing. He just never gives up and he never quits. He just goes back to the office and works on the combination. The very first day he was out doing very well and broke, and then spent the entire next day rebuilding that boat. And he's used to closed course. He told me straight up, he's like, I had it, winch too tight. It was like a screaming monkey, and I needed to bring it back a little bit. And then he came back in that third one, and he said, I just want to go out and prove and learn and train. He goes, I'm treating this like training for 2025.
He is actually an information sponge. There's one good thing about Georgie is that he puts in the time to get the information back out, and then he turns that information into good things.
Now, this used to be your class. You would run in runabout. Tell me a little bit about the different setups that we've got with these riders.
Did you have to say used to?
I'm so sorry.
I'm actually thinking I'm sending my boat to Vietnam.
I just meant. Okay. Hi.
Okay.
I know better than to dare you anymore, so I'm not gonna.
Okay. So what we've got going on here is some of these are on OEM, so standard manufactured hulls from the distributor. Others are on carbon hulls made by different manufacturers, myself being one of them. Kaza has some of his own, some of mine. We could go down through the list on the different... for some reason in runabout racing, we don't tend to name the hulls they're on or who's made them.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Unlike with skis, it's kind of all about that.
Skis has gone for a big chase on who's who in the zoo, and
who's who in the zoo?
And in the runabouts, we're all just like, hey, let's make our boats work, and it's up to you to work it out. It's a bit more of a...
Your mutts is what you are, because you'll take the bottom of one and the top of another. And
yep, we'll change it and mix it, and we'll either, some of them they're made outsourced or they're done. It is a very personal thing on the handling, the amount of spray that's coming up at you, the speed, the porpoising, the weight. Not necessarily the lightest boat is key, because this race is very long, and you need to be able to drive that power and be strong enough to hold it. And if the weight's in the wrong spot, it will bounce wrong, land wrong, roll around on the waves, and everybody likes different things. So this is an interesting class for the type and the handling. Everybody is so different.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. It was so fascinating to watch the different combinations just back in the track. Whoa, as we were chatting, time ran out on us. We are looking at the checker flag anyway. Georgi Kasha never got bumped off of that spot. He's at a 1:30.977, and he is going to definitely be transitioning into the top 10. This is what we're going to do now, is go into Q2. Sam Johansson was the second fastest time in 1:31.646. Jeremy Perez with a 1:31.825. Francois Midori with a 1:32.709 will be fourth. Martin Dulick fifth with a 1:34.426. Ruben Jimenez Riquelme sixth with a 1:34.681. In seventh, Rasmus Koch Hansen, great to have him back, with a 1:35.009. He had a slipped disc. Ouch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, got it back, and he's looking good. Boat number 8, Linus Lindberg, in position 8th. Linus Lindberg with a 1:35.702, and Lino Araujo with a 1:36.016 is in 9th. Andres Wisniewski held on to that 10th place spot, 1:37.563. Now the shootout.
So, yeah, unfortunately, Shin's just missed out there, but good run. Very good run for him coming into this class.
He just missed it. Yeah, he was 11th with a 1:36.117. I mean, less than a second. 7/100ths of a second. Egidius also just out of it. June Acoma, unfortunately, on borrowed property. In 13th, Juan Lascano didn't make it into the final group. He's in 14th. Johan Johansson 15th. Anthony Raditek, he's nursing it right now. He is in 16th in qualifying. Mario Lamy, so great to have Mario back here hanging. So hopefully Huang Ri and Isahai Hajime will be able to make it to the main dance. We got 2 motos total for these guys. Right now we're in qualifying, and you are watching Boom Boom. Who's going to get the pole position up next?
One thing I'd like to
Yes.
point out here, Dawn. It's Georgie Kaza and Jeremy Perez, 1st and 3rd. They were out there running their boats for 5 laps. Samuel Johansson has gone out and done 2 laps, sitting in 2nd there, and gone, hey, that's me, I'm saving my boat. I do not need to be wearing out my engine or doing anything. I'm comfortable sitting there with a 1:31, and that will get me through to the 2nd game. So he's actually conserving.
And Sam's very sneaky. I'm going to start calling him Sneaky Sam. In fact, I like him.
I would call that a strategist.
I would too. He's definitely very, very, he's a cool little cucumber.
Yep, and he's got a good strategy. And I mean, look at the team he comes from. Very professional team.
Johan is.
And they are very aware of what's going on, and they are not wasting any effort on himself or the machine.
Is that Team Arrogans? I was trying to think what's on the side of his boat. I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Team Arrogans.
So that's a clever game. He did exactly what he needed to without any extra.
Holding the horses back, that's all you need to do, particularly in Q1, because you just got to get to that top 10, and Sam proved his point. He's like, I'm in 2nd unless something quay happens. There's no reason for me to burn up anything. I thought that was wise. Jeremy Perez also just a few laps. Gentleman's been a past world champion.
Many times, and such a great guy.
I mean, I've got all the stats. We'll get to that in the motos. I don't need to throw those all at you prematurely, but yeah, Francois Midori, your defending world champion, up in 4th. Martin Dulick 5th. Ruben Menez Riquelme was another one to watch yesterday that was just spectacular in the endurance classes. Hey guys, thank you so much for hanging with us. We'll be right back.
The final showdown in Lake Toba, Indonesia. World-class riders, breathtaking scenery, non-stop action. The UIM Aquabike World Championship jets into the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. 5 days of full throttle action on the largest volcanic lake in the world, testing the limits of rider and machine. 3 days of the endurance racing from the 13th to the 15th of November. Then the finale of the World Championship from the 16th to the 17th of November, where scores will be settled for the 2024 season. Don't miss the thrilling finale of the UIM Aquabike World Championship.
Hey, welcome back to the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. We're here for the UIM AVP Aquabike World Championship. We're on the grand finale, the final day, in one of the most beautiful places on the globe. It's a minute to get here. If I had any critique at all, it's just plan for jet lag when you come out and hang out. Just give yourself a day to sleep. And then after that, I think you should go party. Unless you're, young and...
Or you're from down under, and I get the jet lag when I go home.
Now you're just bragging. Stop talking. I'm just kidding you.
I can get in and hit the ground running, but when I get home, it's you do lose a day.
Okay, fine, it's just me. Everybody else, you're all cool. Just
Don't-
come here.
Actually, no, it does. We're from opposite sides of the globe. This is the thing. This is what makes the difference. Some events we go to, I'm fine, and other events, you know, I'm not. So it's interesting on what part of the globe you're traveling from.
I do love that. Okay, we're just going to wait a few minutes here. We're supposed to be going into Q2 for runabout. We're bringing back the top 10 riders. And it got a little cloudier and a little cooler suddenly, and the wind shifted. Wind was coming from our backs out over the water, but I feel it kind of swirling right now. Don't know if that means another system's moving in or not. That's my unofficial weather report. Swirly.
Yeah, swirly. Is that what you've got? That's the best you could come up with?
Well, you know, I'm trying here.
I mean, how many years of experience have we gotten to this? Swirly. I mean,
It's very technical. I don't know what you're talking about.
not wanting to get into this too much, Dawn, but
All right, you guys, I can't thank you enough for hanging out with us. The antics continue in the live streaming booth as we wait for, with bated breath, frankly. I love this portion. To me, this is the most intense. I mean, both of them are hard because you got to get to the top 10. It's like qualifying. Qualifying's just horrendous for mental poise. It's hard to keep yourself together. That was what Kylie was talking about earlier. You just really got to learn to build your mental game. It's not about just the boat. It's not about just the, hey, I've got a great race course and a great mechanic. It is and I'm in great shape. It's the mental game, your mental strategy.
it is strategy, and it's the strategy of how you're going to get through to the track. Because if you've got someone in front of you, you're going to need to pull that gap back and then try and create cleaner water so you can go. I mean, a new person might go, oh, I have to go now, and they'll be right behind someone because they've gone for a fast lap.
Yeah.
Now, that's not necessarily a good thing. They could hold you up, or you're going to get a wash coming over on the cornering and things like that. So you might have a bit of a jump or a porpoise or cavitation coming because you're following too close behind someone. So all of these things are what matters. And your team on the bank, if they've got comms in their helmets, they're going to say, hey, you need to back off now. Or sometimes they're thinking they're about to finish a hot lap and the team's saying, hey, no, you've got clear water in front of you. Do a second lap straight away. Do not slow down because you've got a cleaner run. So all these things are quite important, and they've got 10 minutes on to get in a clean lap. But the laps are taking them over a minute and a half. So, you know, they've basically got 4 laps in them if they went fast for every lap. So pretty much on a slow lap, they're going to only get 2 hot laps, I think. Maybe 3, but I reckon 2 hot laps is going to get this.
Well, if that doesn't add pressure, I don't know what will. We're breaking up the water right now for Q2 as we get ready to go for Runabout GP1. This is the second qualifier. They got 10 minutes to show their stuff and get an opportunity to grab the pole position. The most coveted spots are the top 5. So we'll keep an eye on that for you and see who is going to be on that who's list as we finish up. But to Kylie's point, you don't have a lot of time. This is like racing to the airport when they're about to close the gate. That's probably the same feeling if you wanted to try to, you know, what does that feel like? Well, kind of like that. A lot of adrenaline.
Is that why I'm good at that? Being the last one on the plane?
Quite possible.
And not feeling bad about it?
Yes.
Oh.
I know our Aquabike team sometimes feels like that. They've traveled a ton this year. We had 3 stops. We started in Binh Dinh, Vietnam. It was the first time ever for us to be in that location, and man, that was outstanding. Then we went to Olbia. Olbia is an old friend of ours. It's like just a comfortable old friend, an amazing location.
What a great location. I love Olbia.
I do too. That is in Sardinia, by the way, which is a green zone. People live longer, and the minute you land, you can see why. We finished up that round number 2, and then we came to this wild, gorgeous, pristine, very remote place of the world, Indonesia. Not a lot of people get to visit here, but please put this on your bucket list if I can give you any advice.
This has to be a bucket list place. It is amazing. From last year, I tell people, you know, traveling through the back of Indonesia is such a great place.
Oh, it's cool. Well, and listen, you can pop from here to Raja Ampat. It's one of the top diving spots in the world. Bali. I don't have to say anything else other than that. But there are hundreds of little islands. So you could go hopping anywhere. But this area, Sumatra, with this lake, is really unexplored. I mean, it's...
And the mountains.
In the mountains, and you get every ecosystem here. So Sumatra, gotta try it. Trust me. And the coffee. If you like coffee.
The coffee and the beautiful waterfalls.
Oh, 16. I was counting waterfalls going out the endurance yesterday. It was great. You're watching Francois Midori. He's on the camera right now. We're not ready quite yet. We're still breaking up the water. Green flag is going to come out shortly. There's Sam Johansson. Look at him. He's all cool. Chilling.
Isn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he's just, window shopping.
Well, he's a strategist, let's face it.
He is.
And, you know, like when we're looking down this list, we've got Midori, okay? He's put in a stellar efforts for endurance the whole weekend. So, you know, if he's not feeling it by now, hats off to him. Kaza did probably half endurance, so he's pretty good. But Johansson, Winiski, Jeremy Perez, they'll be fresh.
Yeah.
They're fresh, so.
Green flag is up as we are now go for green, and the clock is ticking, 9:48. Woo! Let's see what happens. Midori popped early. He likes to do that too. He likes to jump out as soon as he can, so Midori's going to get on the clock.
He doesn't look like he's
He didn't, did he? I was going to say it, and then all of a sudden I'm like, well, wait a minute. Maybe not.
I'm actually not sure he's come through yet.
Oh, maybe not. You're right. He's still waiting on the other side. I thought, well, they moved the camera to him, so generally the camera helps me pick who's going on to gas. But looks like Midori's cruising. Man, their heads are on a swivel, aren't they? They're just trying to see when and where they can make their run.
Absolutely. These guys are aware of their surroundings, who's where and what's what.
Were you looking for the other riders too?
Absolutely, because you need to be able to create a gap of clean water, but you don't want to be overtaken by the lead skis that then mucks up your water, because on the very next lap, that lead ski or that fast ski is probably going to slow down and muck up your lap. So you're trying to create a gap, but know where everyone is. So you're looking for gaps, you're looking for riders, faster ones, slower ones. And if you're going slow, you need to be able to move out of the road so the guy on the hot lap respectfully gets a clean line past you. You're not holding them up.
Love that. Great feedback as we get ready to go. Now, it did look like Francois took off there as soon as he hit the checkered flag, or excuse me, the checkered buoys. Yep, he is on now. Well, it is interesting. It's quite a different view.
Yeah. And what's interesting is he's on a completely different style of boat that he was racing in endurance. So his adaptability will come into play here from one to the other.
Yeah, a lot of the setups are moved further back. The seats are moved back. He had an alternate, like a little area where you could pop over the back of the normal seat and sit behind that. Kashi had it as well. I thought that was kind of cool. The rotation on the handlebars was something they were showing me, the different angles of the handlebars. That was also fantastic. He really was giving me quite an education on the difference between endurance and closed course for Midori.
A complete different hull as well.
Yes, yeah, he mentioned that as well.
But it is, all these things are different. People think, oh, I can just use this boat in both. Well, yeah, can you?
But really?
I mean, don't get me wrong, Georgie Kaza can. Yes, he can.
Any of these guys could.
Yes.
But there are, just as you had mentioned, this is completely different. Every micro expression makes a difference. And look who just jumped on the top of the board. 129340. That's Georgi Kasha. Rasmus Hansen right there with a 1:29.340, and Georgi Kasha dropped to second because Francois Midori popped with a 1:28.397. That is your defending world champion. And Georgi Kasha second, 1:29.340. Jeremy Perez third, 1:29.556. Rasmus Hansen, a 1:31.480. In fifth, Ruben Jimenez Riquelme with a 1:33.137. Lino Araujo with a 1:33.137 is in sixth. And sorry, they just keep moving. Sam Johansson just jumped at the top, and that's why, with a 1:27.399.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll just stay here for just a minute. 1:27.399. That's the fastest track time I've seen. Now, I know they've got fewer riders out here, but come on now.
That is a great lap.
Somebody just made a statement.
He actually did. Like, he has thrown the hat in the ring.
He really did. He really did. And here's why I say this, guys. Midori is a seasoned professional. In fact, he'd raced so long he'd retired and come back. He is that good. Georgi Kasha has been a legend for the past decade and a half. Jeremy Perez, same, right? Rasmus Hansen also very, very quick. Martin Dulek. But Sam's a young rider. He's only been in this game 4 years, I think, 5 years.
I know, and watching him from the first start, from the first year, he came out cracking the first year.
Yes.
You know, he just,
which is unusual.
It is unusual to just be at the pointy end from the get-go. And yet, there he was.
Yeah, I'm going to say it, I was stunned because I kind of expected, get a little season, he's going to do good, but maybe not be able to complete all the motos and all the And again, a strict tour. I mean, you've got to follow a lot of protocols, you've got interviews, you've got a lot going on. You're not just working on the track. And he just handled it like a pro from day one. Now, I know Johan coached him a lot, but nevertheless, that's hugely impressive. So anyway, Sam Johansson, 1:27.399. Well, let's move down just a little bit. Francois Midori second, 1:28.397. Go ahead.
I think we've got Georgi Kasha about to start a hot lap, is what we're watching on the screen.
Oh, good.
And he'll be trying to get that lap back. He would be already informed that he has dropped down to third. So he's just taken off now to run through and see if he can give it everything he's got.
All right, well, that's a perfect setup because he's in third right now with a 1:29.340. Jeremy Perez is in fourth with a 1:29.556. And Rasmus Hansen in fifth with a 1:31.480. And Andrzej Wisniewski is lurking like a shark. He also is waiting for it. He's in ninth right now with a 1:35.881. And I'll give you the full rundown in just a minute. We're only got 4 minutes left. It is crazy to me how quick this goes.
Yes, of course, this session is 5 minutes shorter. That's why I sort of, 2 hot laps. I mean, Kasha has done 2 hot laps, and he was now on a third. So, well, actually, no, his second one wasn't hot. It was slow looking at the board. It'll be interesting to see. Now, if he doesn't make it, he almost has to do a second lap straight away if he doesn't get to the number 1 spot, because I believe he doesn't have enough time on the board to cruise around and then do another lap.
Okay.
So looking at the time left, he can complete this lap, but he would need to stay running fast if he doesn't make it. So these are all these things that you need to know, because if he stops, then he's not going to get around again unless he does a off lap very, very quickly.
All right, so you've got some more insights into the game called qualifying. And there is 63. It's actually, I was looking for Jeremy Perez. That was 86. Jeremy Perez, 1:29.556. Just having a hard time catching that number, but I looked at the rider. It's Jeremy. 78, of course, Rasmus. Bright yellow boat.
Yep.
You can find him in a snowstorm.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh no, especially for me, that's really helpful. All right, can they knock Sam Johansson off of the top of this? And Georgi Kasha and Francois Midori are sure going to try.
Francois Midori is on a hot lap, and he's going to have a good go. And he's looking very nice going around the track. Look at that.
Gosh, it's fun to watch him race.
Absolutely.
Can you believe he had a broken wrist last year?
I
Oh, look how he switches. This was
yeah.
cool. He dropped up. He went actually up and over the back of that seat. That was what I was telling you about.
That's the matter of moving and to being able to push from one corner to the other and keep it hooked up. So it's all about feeling and what he's feeling. And he has gotten into second place.
Wow. Francois Midori, that was pretty. A 1:28.397. Popped out his buddy Jeremy Perez. And Georgi Kash on that last lap got a 1:29.3. Oh, no, excuse me. Last lap was a 2:38.590, so he hasn't finished his yet. Let's see where Georgi ends up. He was on a hot lap. There he is.
So
you call them hot laps. He's on a run. That's what I call it, so whichever.
Yeah.
I love his riding style. He hunches over. He looks like he's in attack space, isn't he?
Okay, so yeah, and the difference is he's locked into the seat and he's not really, he's not I jump up and stand to push around the corner like Midori.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that. He wraps that seat around him, actually.
Yeah, he pretty much gets himself in there and hangs on for dear life. And Midori uses his legs a lot. Two different types of runabout riding.
All right.
Which is interesting because I pulled the G-force meter off my ski yesterday in endurance, and just in my endurance ski, 4.9 Gs out of a corner.
Buckets.
So these things would be more than that, and Midori's in the middle of that for over 5 Gs he'll be doing, nearly 6 probably. He's standing to push on his legs.
OMG. All right, well, Georgi Kasha just pulled a 1:28.615, but what's fascinating is he was not able to overtake Francois or Sam Johansson on that. Francois had a 1:28.397, and Sam Johansson had a 1:27.399, so Kasha's still in third. Jeremy Perez in fourth with a 1:29.556. Thank you for sharing the number of Gs, because I knew it was crazy, but I didn't know it was that crazy. And I want to know what it's like here. Can you give me any updates on that, do you think?
It depends on the type of ECU the guys have got in there to tell me what the Gs are doing.
I'd love to know that. Guys, time's run out. We are done with Q2. We still got some riders coming through, to include Andres Wisniewski riding for Black Shadows, AKA Amper. That is his nickname because he is always amped up, and his team actually called him that, and it is very befitting of him. Just an incredible, boisterous, out there personality. If you ever want somebody to hang out with that'll make you feel better in about 20 seconds, Andres Wisniewski is that guy. He's just full of energy.
Maybe I'll go and make friends.
Have you ever met him?
No, I have actually. I was just joking around.
Yeah, but I mean, legit, he's so cool. Okay,
Yeah.
Rasmus Koch Hansen, 7.8, another one on the gas. Let's see if he's able to pull a little faster time. Hansen is currently in fifth. He's already in, but he's trying to move it up.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to move it up because if there's anyone behind him, and
Dulick's been a surprise, and so's Ruben. Ruben
Yes.
Jimenez could easily come into this. And Andres. I mean, really, any one of these guys.
yeah.
Oh, he had to check right at the end for Rasmus. That might not have helped. Let's see what Rasmus got. Yeah, he ended up with a 1:34.575. Oh, no, he's not quite done. So sorry. Yeah, he is. He is, okay. Yeah, I thought I saw that because I saw him check right before the checkered flag.
Okay, so that rounds out our top 5 tournament.
It does. All right, let's give it to you again. Samuel Hansen, bam, 1:27.399. And Francois Midori, 1:28.397 second. Georgi Kasha, 1:28.615 third. Jeremy Perez, fourth. Rasmus Koch Hansen, fifth. Martin Dulick, sixth. Ruben Jimenez Riquelme, seventh. Linus Lindberg, eighth. Lino Araujo is in ninth. And Andres Wisniewski is 10th. That is what it looks like, at least for the first group and for the pole positions in group number 2.
What an amazing setup. This is going to be a great race.
It was. After looking at that, thoughts, predictions, insights?
Looking at this, it is going to be so close. I mean, to be fair, Samuel Johansson, he's done less laps and he is a second quicker. And he's also a lot fresher than Francois Midori and Georgi Kaza. And behind him is Jeremy Perez and Rasmus Koch Hansen. So, look, they are all lightning fast people. I don't know what to tell you. They've all got a good chance at the whole shot.
I totally put you on the spot. It was so much fun. Francois Midori and Georgi Kasha both did endurance along with Ruben Jimenez Riquelme and Lino Araujo. that is going to factor into this closed course racing because they didn't have 1 but 3 days and they've had no break. They've gone right into closed course racing. I think you're absolutely right. That is going to make it triple tough for them. Your fresh riders are Sam Johansson, Jeremy Perez, Rasmus Koch Hansen, Martin Dulick, and Andres Wisniewski. I don't think I've missed anybody there. And interesting, 2 of the fresh riders are first and fourth. So there you go. We'll see what happens. But these guys may be tired. But Francois is right there and Georgie's right there.
Absolutely.
So I don't know. I'm with you. I got nothing. I would not want to bet. 1 second. Right, you guys. We're going to go to freestyle. Hey, I tell you what, thank you so much, Kylie Elmers. I appreciate you hanging out with us. She's going to go back to work. You're welcome. Yeah, appreciate you so much. All right, you guys, we're going to freestyle, and I thought we were going to do some runabout qualifying, but we'll do that a little bit. I'm not qualifying, but slalom, but we'll do that a little bit later. But right now it's freestyle, and this is not a moto yet. This is going to be qualifying, though. So they will be doing freestyle 4 points. And our competitors this afternoon are Rashid Almola, Roberto Mariani, Paolo Nunez, Massimo Accumulo, and Yassine Fadli. Beautiful shot of the crowds back there, and we're just on pause as we get ready for your freestyle action. Really pretty afternoon here. We've held off the rain since this morning, so we had a brief rainstorm, but it didn't last all that long, which was very, very helpful.
The final showdown in Lake Toba, Indonesia. World-class riders, breathtaking scenery, non-stop action. The UIM Aquabike World Championship jets into the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. 5 days of full throttle action on the largest volcanic lake in the world, testing the limits of rider and machine. Days of the endurance racing from the 13th to the 15th of November. Then the finale of the World Championship from the 16th to the 17th of November, where scores will be settled for the 2024 season. Don't miss the thrilling finale of the UIM Aquabike World Championship.
And we're back here live at the Lake Toba Grand Prix. It is right here in Indonesia, and we are on the final round of the UIM ABP Aquabike World Championship finale. We're hanging out in Sumatra. Highly recommended. Sumatra is known for so many great things, to include, for all you caffeine addicts, to include coffee. They're home to 201 mammal species and 580 birds, different species, about 300 freshwater fish, species and 93 amphibian species. And we're about to get a rockin' and a rollin'. Oh, one of our faves coming out on the water. This is Paulo Nunes. He's out of Portugal. He rides for the Flyjet Racing Team along with his partner, Joanna. 56 years, fantastic. And they actually ported the boats over today in order to save gas, which I thought was pretty brilliant. And we're just going to get ready. Actually, I thought Paulo was going to be first, but I think he was just warming up his boat. Let you know who's going to be coming up. Just on standby here as we get ready for freestyle. We're just organizing right now the qualifying as we begin the trek for freestyle. And you can see some of the different presentations to include the rowing teams from Samosir. One of the big traditions here in Samosir. And you're getting a chance to watch that on the water. That was really cool to see that. Here's a little background on it that I know of. This is the finals of this boat race. It's an Ulus race aside from the jet ski race. And they build those boats themselves. So we got a quick look at that Ulus race. We're going with our very first competitor, Yassine Fadli. Yassine hails out of Morocco. Oh, excuse me, I fibbed to you. He's from Morocco, but he lives in Dubai. Well, I sort of fibbed, but not really that much. Grew up in Paris. He is such a fun personality. He's going to open up with a big combination. Wasn't able to complete it. He normally has 3 or 4 tricks in that. He rides for Team Abu Dhabi. He's good buddies with Rashid Al Molla. And they've been doing a lot of work on that boat this year. Big 360 followed by a backflip. And this is a massive amount of time. And by the way, on top of what they're doing today for qualifying, Rashid Al Molla and Yassine Fadli both have been out at every one of the Endurance Cup rounds. And I was catching up with him yesterday and talking with him, and Yassine was like, man, Don, I am worn out, because that is something else. We're used to about 3 to 4 minutes on the water. Good backflip. Triple. Oh, beautiful. Completed, almost completed that fourth. But he said, you know, we were out there for 10 to 15 minutes at a time all 3 days, and he said, this boy is tuckered out. He is such a cool dude. He had all the guys in the boat yesterday laughing and having fun. He's just that kind of a personality, just a really cool guy. You're watching Yassine Fadli as we begin qualifying for freestyle. Also, 1,300 students from schools all around Samosir are attempting to break the world record for the largest MURI Torta Hata Sopasik. That's actually a traditional dance. So we've got a lot going on, both behind the scenes and in front of the camera. Yassine completing another backflip. So they have to create their own wakes in order to do that. And, oh, nice combo. Another 3 in a row for Yassine Fadli. It's one of the better routines I've seen from Yassine. And boat. He's had been working on a Team Extreme boat, but Team Abu Dhabi has been helping him out this year. And the crowd is really loving it. He's the head of sales for Middle East and Africa at a big IT software company called MongoDB. I bet you guys have heard of that, actually. He is a very, very busy man with his business. So just comes out here and does freestyle because he loves it. Walks that right into the pontoons. Give him some extra points for Yassine Fadli. Team Abu Dhabi boats that Rashid Al Mullah helped him with. Put your hands together even though you're watching from the live stream. The other thing I think that is so unique about freestyle, unlike the other differences in the, or not differences, but the other divisions that we do and the other genres that we do, or disciplines, if you will, freestyle feeds off of the crowd. These guys are such great ambassadors of air, but they live off of our energy. It's really wild to watch them as true performers. And I always see it, it never fails to impress me. The wilder the crowd gets, the more they react to it. Happens every single time, and we have got the perfect crowd for them. They're right there, they can come in very close and react. Paulo Nunes is on the water, and he came in with a big opener as well. Paulo's got a cool boat. I happen to know who owns the revolver. That's Lee Stone, who now lives, he came from the UK, now lives in Florida. And Paulo Nunes with a one-hander lander. Quick 180 into a backflip. Backflip and like a 1.5 there. Just subbed it on that final completion. And another backflip for Paulo Nunes, followed by a whole series of 180s. And another backflip. One-hander lander on that. He did a big 360. You're watching Paulo Nunes. Hails from Portugal. Rides for Flyjet Racing Team. Enjoys beekeeping. Talked about it a little bit earlier. They had a huge series of beehives, or a huge group of beehives, but they're down to 3 after a devastating attack by invading hornets or something that he was talking about. It's too bad. He's a 2-time European champion, 1-time world champion. And he's got 2nd and 3rd place 3 times. Hopes to go fully pro one day. And he has been really enjoying this new revolver boat that Lee Stone put together for him. In fact, Lee Stone even came out and helped him tune that boat when they first got started. You're watching Paulo Nunes from Portugal. Big old backflip and a half a back. Well, he just didn't give up. He was like, by golly, I'm going to get 3 of those. And a monster backflip to finish. Whistle comes out. He's just got a few. Actually, the red flag's up. It's it for him. Paulo Nunes, great job as we work our way through qualifying. And he's waving to the crowds, and there are a ton of them. They are all along this bank. I just got a chance to actually see that. Wow. We have definitely increased. In fact, behind us, even behind us on the barge, they're all the way down there. Insane view of the crowds. The camera guy is actually showing you all of that. And we are zooming in on our next competitor as we finish up with Paulo Nunes. Bringing Paulo back as we need to have everybody staged on the pontoons. We've got multiple things happening on the water today, and in order to be safe, we're actually porting these guys over to the pontoon boat or pontoon start area, and then what they're going to do is they're going to bring the boats in to start off of those pontoons, and then we're going to pull them back out after we're done. Looks like our final competitor for this morning. I guess we're really creeping into late afternoon now. It's 2:30 already. Wowza, we got such a biggie. We got action all the way to 9 o'clock tonight. Don't you miss parallel slalom. It's going to be something, man. Rashid Al-Mullah in the house. What a story. I said yesterday he had 22 Aquabike podiums. I was wrong. He has 24 Aquabike podiums. He's 36 years old. He's out of Abu Dhabi. Rides for Team Abu Dhabi. And he goes big on his opener, riding it right on up to the barge so the judges can see him. Is one of the few disciplines where you could say, look at my hull, and that actually is a good thing. Rashid Al-Mullah, falconer, always does a sushi roll. It's a move that is a competitive move, and it's actually a really interesting modification to the barrel roll called the sushi roll. You'll see that in one of these tricks, and he's got massive combinations. It always helps him with the points. He's your defending world champion from last year, and he's currently in the points lead. Kaboom, baby. 540 and backflip, barrel roll, or helicopter, or 360. There's all kinds of terms for that, and a whole series of backflips. Setting up for another one. We're still on the clock. Luca Filiberti, our UIM commissioner, is holding the flags. And another 360, reverses into a barrel roll, then a backflip, and he's going to walk that into the crowd. It's one of his signature moves, and he does a whole charcuterie board of backflips. Very nicely done. A little flat water spin just for style. It's not going to gain additional points for it. A lot of times what they're trying to do is just set up some weight so that he can go bigger than normal. Gentleman that says, I like anything with a throttle on it. That was a massive. He also typically gets just a tremendous amount of altitude. Not quite as clean on those final couple of maneuvers. He needed to be just a little bit higher to complete all of that. Loves motocross in his off time. And he just got the flag up indicating he's got a few more seconds on the clock with an unusual, just a tiny little unusual series of mistakes here. He's going to make up as much as he can for a big finale. Now, again, all they're doing is qualifying. It's once they get in the motos, and you'll see his first moto along with the rest of the freestyle riders tonight. We have a huge group of judges here, making sure that we are keeping the points as we get ready to go for that first moto, and that was the final whistle. And all of this is gratuitous for the crowd because he loves freestyle so much. Oh, we do have one more rider. Roberto Mariani is going to come up next. Rashid Almola finishes up. He's going to bring it back in. And one of the crowd favorites is coming out. And ever since I first started hanging out on the Aquabike Tour, I've had the privilege of hanging out with Roberto Mariani, and he always has this signature look. So he does it in different ways. It's expressed in different ways, but it's always some form of yellow and black, and the yellow is always neon. I've seen him reverse that. One year he had yellow on one side and black on the other. But no matter which way he goes, this guy always provides a ton of fun. You're watching Roberto Mariani. And you can't say his name without acting a little more accent and attitude. What is it about this guy? He's just the best. And what makes it even more inspiring from my perspective is Roberto is, he's not a spring chicken. He's 52 years old, and he's still out here competing and having a great time. He just seems so very ageless. Setup, opener, one-hander. On backflips, a series of quick 180s and another backflip. Make it 2, 3, ouch. That wasn't quite the triple latte I was thinking. Didn't quite complete that last one. He'll still get points for the other two. It's a minor deduction. It becomes a major deduction if they lose the boat. It also becomes a major deduction if they have both of their hands off of those handlebars, but he was able to hold on to that. Big 360, spun just a little bit out, not a big deal. Another backflip, backflip. 4 backflips in a row. They make it look a lot easier than it is. Oh, beautiful 360, no-hander lander. Do it another little setup. Again, these are grueling routines. They go longer than normal. They're 3-minute routines. And what's cool about Roberto is he not only does what I would consider to be sort of the new wave or the new style of freestyle, he also preserves the heritage of freestyle, and I absolutely love that. And here's what I mean by it. Watch towards the end of routine when he starts doing some of these vintage tricks. There's a perfect example. He does a little super sub. That started in the late 80s, early 90s when they didn't have a whole lot of horsepower. So what they would do is they'd do these kind of fun, sort of low vis tricks is what I would call it. They ride along the side of the boat. They'll spin the boat, super sub the boat. They'll do a fountain. He always likes to do that if he can. Let's see if he rolls out a big, it's either a super soaker or a fountain. You could call it either one. That's definitely vintage. And there's the running man. That is a throw. It's another discipline of freestyle. The only thing that is on the boat is their hands, and then they're doing some sort of maneuver off the boat. There's another one called the Ghost Rider that's really cool as well, but that's the running man. And there is the Ghost Rider. And hand the final couple of seconds out, and there's the fountain. Now, back in the day, we used to actually aim those at the crowd, but we've gotten wiser in our old age, and so now what we're doing is we're actually doing the fountain, but we're not pushing that water right at anybody. But it's still a fantastic routine and a great job for a gentleman that's always a crowd pleaser, Mr. Roberto Mariani, the ultimate showman. Making Italy proud as the red flag comes out. And man, the temperatures just dropped about 5 degrees in about the last 5 minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap, as they say in the U.S., at least for the freestyle part. Don't you go very far. We've still got a whole lot coming at you, to include the first series of motos this afternoon. That's going to be Ski Ladies. That's going to be their first moto, and also Ski GP1, their first moto. And Roberto Mariani is now just playing it up for the crowd. Can hear Marco Petrini in the background. The logistics are staggering of what they have to do. If you can imagine the paddocks at the other end, we've got the barge down here at the far side, and just trying to coordinate all of this. It's mind-boggling to watch them, and just massively impressed with all the work that those guys have done to put this event together. You are watching us here live in Sumatra, Indonesia, and now we're just putting on a show for you. And the crowd absolutely loves this, and you can certainly see why. All right, going to bring those ponies back to the paddock. Horace, Horace, Horace. Traditional greeting here in Sumatra. Oh, look at Rashid going down the line and shaking hands. Paolo does it too. It is so fun to be here. The Indonesians are amazing, and the fact that they come out in hordes to hang out with us is just inspiring. We really, really, really appreciate the big crowds and all the appreciation here, and all the love is really, really something else. Lots of whistles. We are going to clear them off after this. And then we're going to be going to some racing action here shortly. So this morning we worked our way through the pole positions. We did some qualifying for slalom. We did some freestyle. How do you like us so far? And then we're going to be going to Moto number 1 at 3:15 this afternoon. That's going to be Ski Ladies GP1 first, and then Ski GP1 second, and then Runabout GP1 third. And that is that rowing competition I was telling you about. They actually hand-built these boats. All right, once again, we have a rowing competition as we finish up with Rashid El Molla and the rest of the cool freestyle crowd. If you were me, would you row those boats, or would I steal an engine and turn it into a speedboat? I think you know the answer, but I do love these boats. They're very cool. But I don't know if I could row one. Those things look tough. I can't wait to see the students. We've got students here this afternoon. Actually, I think they've already gotten here. 2:30 was when they were supposed to show up. We had about 1,370 students from schools all around Samosir attempting to break the world record for the largest MURI torta hata sopasik. It's a traditional dance that's happening this weekend, but we also have students coming here to visit us as well. Salamat Dantang and Horace. And the other thing I heard, I hope I say it right, Mang Dua Dua. I heard that a bunch at the Dairi Cup and also at the Samaluun Goon Cup. So Mang Dua Dua to all of you hanging out watching us. What an incredible day we've had so far. Hope you guys have been enjoying this. And don't forget, we've got a new starting procedure for the motos. I'll talk to you about that. Special thanks, by the way, to our safety marshals who we've been watching all day. Antonio Secchi, Davis Zisas, and I'm probably going to not say these correct, but Alicio Shintu, Stefano Somagli, Ivan Montaguti, and Oliver Ravel. All of those guys are our safety course marshals, and they have been on point all week long, and they also have worked every single day. So a big shout out to them. Also a shout out to our race director, Marco Petrini, and our assistant race director, Bart Seegers, who's been helping up on the barge this week. Been a great part of our team. Barek has been helping us, as well as our TV crew. It's been a beautiful series of qualifying and performances this morning, and this is just the start of an outrageous weekend. You've been watching all the craziness in qualifying, but I would imagine that the motos are going to be a big brouhaha. Also want to say a shout out to our UIM official, that is Luca Filiberte, who's been with us for several years. He will be the one on the stage. Tomorrow evening, we're going to make him dress up because he is the only person allowed to give the World Championship medals, and they're gorgeous. All right, pretty cool stuff. That is the rowing competition that we were talking about. All right, you guys. I tell you what, we're going to take a quick break as we get ready to go for our first round of motos. Meanwhile, you got a couple of great visuals here of this rowing competition, again, with these handmade boats. It's been amazing hanging out with you. We'll see you in just a few. Horas, and welcome to the UIM ABP Aquabike World Championship, the Grand Prix of Lake Toba. This is the final stop for the Aquabike World Championship Tour this year. Starting in Vietnam for round 1, then we went to Italy for round number 2, and finally Indonesia for round 3. This morning we had qualifiers amid rainy conditions. Right now, we're on to moto number 1. This is the first official race action for our racers today. Whatever they do now counts more than ever. In just over 24 hours, we will have new Grand Prix champions and new world champions. So every point counts. Are you ready for the ride of your life? Well, I am. Let's go. We're here in North Sumatra, home of the Batak people and of Lake Toba. This region represents just one of the many hidden gems of Indonesia. The Batak people are community-minded and very friendly, with a language, culture, and cuisine all their own. They believe in the power of nature, and it's not hard to understand why. Panoramic hills, dense rainforest, beautiful waterfalls all surround the main attraction, Lake Toba. This is the largest volcanic lake in the world and the largest lake in Southeast Asia. We're in a naturally protected geopark with thousands of unique flora and fauna, calling this lake home. Lake Toba has areas as deep as 1,600 feet, making riding conditions very unpredictable, but fun to watch. The views surrounding this lake can be distracting for our riders and for us, but perhaps a cup of locally grown coffee will improve their focus and ours. This warm, wild, and winning location is the stunning backdrop of today's racing action. And we are back live. Ladies, the Q1 results look like this. Jessica Siobhan takes the pole position with a 1:43.942. Yasmin Epraus is going to be second on that pole position with a 1:44.169. Benedict Drange will have a 1:46.338. She'll be in third. Sophie Borgstrom's going to be in fourth with a 1:48.479. Emmy Nella Ortendahl will be fifth with a 1:48.893. Virginia Morales is going to be sixth. Joanna Gross is seventh. Janina Johansson eighth. Lisa Kazan Battaglia will be ninth. And Naomi Benini rounds out your top 10. We're ready to go. Now, this morning, it was pretty chill. It was a little, I don't know, cooler temperatures, but it was more mixed clouds. Right now, it's looking a bit gloomy. We lost some of our partial clouds. Tell you what, guys, I'll be right back. We'll give you more after this.
Indonesia. World-class riders, breathtaking scenery, non-stop action. The UIM Aquabike World Championship jets into the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. 5 days of full throttle action on the largest volcanic lake in the world, testing the limits of rider and machine. 3 days of the endurance racing from the 13th to the 15th of November. Then the finale of the World Championship from the 16th to the 17th of November, where scores will be settled for the 2024 season. Don't miss the thrilling finale of the UIM Aquabike World Championship.
Welcome back to the Grand Prix of Lake Toba right here in Indonesia. We are rounding it up with our finale. This is the world champion for the UMKM Championship for the UIM ABP Aquabike World Championship Tour, and this has been bar none a barnstormer. We've had some pretty surprising qualifying results. Let's start with the ladies. It is Jessica Siobhan back at the top of the list. What a great run for the young lady that was having some challenges in Italy. In fact, she was flying and then flying a little bit more off of her boat in Olbia, so it had a tough break. But as she continues to learn that combination, she is really enjoying this new boat that she's been on, and it certainly converted today into a beautiful run. She had the fastest qualifying time with that 1:43.942, and that's really all she needed to get the pole position. The biggest challenge she's going to have is going to come in the form of the young lady out of Estonia. That's Yasmin Epraus. I actually would have told you normally Estelle Perret was going to be a hot minute, but I saw her in the paddock today and she was limping a little bit, so I'm kind of concerned about Estelle's health. Having said that, however, I saw her in Jumeirah Beach just a few years ago when we were racing in the UAE, and that girl went off her boat side. They're talking about Estelle, off her boat sideways, cartwheeling, held on, got back up, and then passed her way back up into third. So never ever count the French lady out, Estelle Perret. This is going to be a packed house, and of course, Eminelli Ortendahl, always the analyst out on the track. She's going to be one to watch. And I got to say, go Minions. Sophie Borgstrom, who loves the Minions. She's actually got a Minion on the side of her boat. I am not kidding you. This Minion she calls Marco. That is Sophie Borgstrom's little signature to the race director, Marco Petrini. And he's a little cutie. He's got his hands in the air. He all looks expressive. So we got your number there, Miss Sophie Borgstrom. You are looking wicked quick, and I hope she does well as too. Joanna Grassa, of course, the threat. Janina Johansson continues to improve and has been looking very good. Naomi Benini is, I think she could have been the dark horse on this and still might for sure. But if the water stays this flat, it'll be challenging for her because Naomi is on a stock boat. So let's see what happens as we bring them out. We got 12 riders. And while the race conditions look a little gloomy, the race action and the number of people on the shore watching is just nothing short of jaw-dropping. Very cool. I'm just blah, blah, blah. I keep twisting my tongue there. I got a little overexcited as we get ready to go. All right. We're bringing them in, bringing in the horses here. Now, let's talk starting grid, because this is different from what you've seen in the past. The pontoon start is probably not going to surprise you too much, because we've been doing that the last couple of times. So we're escorting them out. The ladies followed by the Port Authority and police and military Coast Guard. So the start of the race, we'll be doing a pontoon start. The holders are going to have gloves and shoes. And they're going to have to, they've been warned multiple times, please don't wrap the rope around their hands for like obvious reasons. But the ski divisions on these pontoon starts, they are going to be able to have 2 holders hold them, which I think will make a big difference. And they're going to line up on the line behind that first queue. Both ski and runabout will have 2 holders today. The start procedure, we've got a new start light. Thank you so much to Alec Cavallero. And I'll get to that starting grid as soon as we finish up with the parade. We are now moving to the Parade of Nations. We'll have our dignitaries and VIPs come down to the escort boat. Meanwhile, the ladies will be grabbing their respective countries' flags, and we'll be getting underway. You can see the different countries down there. Naomi Badini riding for Italy. Virginia Morales, again, congratulations. She's a brand new mama, and her little girl is absolutely stunning. Axel and Virginia, she looks so much like you two. She's just adorable. So she's here. She's going to be cheering on her mom, even though right now I'm not sure she even knows what's happening. She's a little young. And then Benedict Dronge will be riding for Norway. Sophie Borgström, the Minion Meister, she'll be riding for Sweden. Joanna Grassa for Portugal. Naomi Benini for Italy. Yasmin Epraus for Estonia. Lisa Kassan Battaglia will be riding for Monaco. Janina Johansson will be riding for Sweden. Estelle Perret for France. And Eminelli Ortendahl will be riding for Sweden as well. So we're just getting those flags situated, and then you're going to get a chance to watch the start the same as I do before we get ready to go. And thanks for all the kind words, and Sumatra and Pingu Ruran. You guys are amazing. You are just amazing. We have been spoiled. Wonderful Indonesia. The race marshals, course marshals will be carrying the flags of Indonesia and the tagline, Wonderful Indonesia, on the side of it. You can see it up on our screen. We're going to have 11 competitors today. We had 12 registered. I'm missing several of them that I'd love to see. To include River Varner from the U.S. Unfortunately, she was unable to make it over. But that's no problem, because we've still got a lot of hot riders down here ready to rock. You can see Eminelli and her dad down there chilling. I love that girl's helmet. So easy to see it. She looks like the flying tennis ball. And again, just getting everybody staged. Water's deceptively calm before we unleashed the wild. I'm just doing a run down this lineup here. And again, those pole positions were hard earned this morning, with Jessica Chavon on the pole next to Yasmin Epraus and Benedicte Dronge. And Sophie Borgström. I get a chance to zoom in on Sophie's helmet. That thing is so cool. She's on boat number 23, and she's got minions all over that boat, all over her helmet. She even has minions on the side of the boat. One of them, like I mentioned, she named after our race director, which is pretty awesome. it is those kind of things, the sense of humor, but also honoring our team is so much fun. So anyway, boat number 23, the Minion Meister. Oh, they're going to try to sneak up. It's boat 23 if you can. If you can't, no big deal, but it's a cool look. As we get ready, we see Ramondo San Germano getting into the parade boat, the lead boat that will be directing our Parade of Nations. And of course, the Aquabike flag proudly displayed, the Indonesian flag proudly displayed, along with the UIM flag, since we are a part of the UIM as well. And that boat is packed. How lucky are we to have that? By the way, just to recap, last year's winners in Lake Toba, Jessica Chavon, Yasmin Epraus, Benedicte Drange, Virginie Morales was 4th, and Sophie Borgstrom was 5th. So Jessica took the win here last year, Yasmin 2nd, Benedicte Drange was 3rd. And there is that lineup yet again. This is a fierce group of ladies. When we take a look at the points right now, it is the young lady from Estonia that has the lead, Estelle Perret in 2nd, and Jessica Chavon in 3rd. And unfortunately, I do not see, oh, that is such a heartbreaker. I don't even see Estelle out. I was hoping she'd be able to make it out there, but it doesn't look like she did. She was limping in the paddock today, and I kind of was wondering if she hurt herself. All right, I can hear the whistles in the background. And we're off with our Parade of Nations. One of the funnest part of each one of these programs, and we'll do this with every division as we get ready to kick off our first moto. We're going to have one, this will be the first of 3 closed course motos for Ladies Ski GP1. And our dignitaries holding again the Aquabike flag, Indonesian flag, and the UIM flag. As we make our way out over this beautiful area in Pengururan, we're right in Lake Toba, in these mist-shrouded mountains. And it's taking multiple people I see to hold those flags. That wind is really picking up. Jessica Chavon and Estelle Perret up there, or excuse me, not Estelle, Yasmin Epraus up there in that group. My mind is on Estelle because I really expected to see her out here. But I do think something has happened and she is unable to go to the lineup. Everybody waving to the massive number of people along the banks. We had 110,000 viewers last year from Indonesia for this live stream. It was off the chart. And that was just the first rendition of it. Beautiful. There's Benedicte, just saw her ever so briefly. There's Janina, boat 88. Sweden, Estonia. Estonia is the flag that Yasmin Epraus is carrying on the 64 boat. And again, all of the different VIPs and the people that helped us get out here. This is just a massive endeavor. Look at all of the people on the side of this. It's insane. Oh, you guys, how cool. There's Sophie Borgstrom, the minion. You could just see now on the back of her helmet the minions. Isn't that cute? She just loves them. All right, and it's so cool to see her in top 4 as well. Benedicte on that pretty, she's got to have one of the prettiest colored boats we've seen this year. She's got a purple and yellow. It's got a silver on the side of it. That's the number 10 boat. Well, that was a quick parade, and we're coming back to get them in position, and it's about time to talk about our starting grid. Young lady that has had multiple world titles. Eminelli Ortendahl, she makes her way back in on that 98 boat. Here's your lineup as we get ready. We're here for the Samosir Cup, Lake Toba, Indonesia. And Virginie Morales riding for France, Benedicte Drange for Norway, Sophie Borgstrom, Sweden, Joanna Grassa, Portugal, Naomi Benini, Italy, Yasmini Praus, Estonia, Lisa Kazan, Battaglia, riding for Monaco, and Janina Johansson riding for Sweden. Estelle Perret won't be on the grid today, but she rides for France, and she was in the points. Eminelli Ortendahl ride for Sweden. She's there. And Jessica Chavan for France. Let's see what happens. Now, I got to say, last year, just to recap, talking about the entire week, it was a complete sweep by the French when you took a look at that podium. They took endurance. That was John Bruno Pastorillo. They took runabout. That, of course, was Francois Midori, and it goes on and on. Jessica Chavan, of course, taking this win. So will they be able to do a complete sweep yet again? It is looking good for France. Let's see if Jessica is able to get this whole shot. Now, the starting procedure is a little different this year. Alec Convero came up with a really cool design. You line up in the starting chute, and then what they're going to do is they're going to turn on the top light, which is kind of a yellow. It looks like lime green, actually. It's kind of a lime green yellow. It's super bright, by the way. It's telling the riders to start the engines. Then once they get the engine started, there's a red light that'll go on the same time that the green light will go on. It's indicating, hey, you've got time right now for a 2-minute hold till they go down the line. And then once they switch to that, they have a green light on top and a red light on bottom. And that tells the riders you have between 1 to 5 seconds to hit the gas. And when you'll know when they'll do it because all of the lights turn off. That should make a very equal start. Let's see how it works out. This is our first look at this new lighting system. And let's see how the riders react. And I love our position on the live stream from the barge. We're able to very clearly see the entire lineup of riders. And we're just getting our course marshals in position and ready to go. This is really tricky race conditions, only because it's such flat light. It's going to be very hard for them to see the waves as they're approaching them. And the waves here are definitely monstrous. So they're going to have to really watch for that. The other thing that's going to be tricky is the air temperatures. It's cooler today. So while the boats are going to be really, really crisp, they're going to run through their physical resources pretty quick when it's this cold. and they want to try to keep warm as possible so that they don't start shivering. Because once you start shivering, you kind of go beyond the norm for your body. So the riders right now are going to be really wanting to watch the waves before they get ready to go and figure out what areas they are going to be able to capitalize on, what areas are they going to be most comfortable with. And the other kind of cool thing, now this is more cool for us, but cool for them too, we have the split section right in front of the crowds on the front stretch. So instead of a front stretch, we have a split section. So that's going to be awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Inside split's going to be the green buoys. Outside split will be the blue buoys. Oh, and we're just clearing, we're clearing the starting line. We had a boat go down right in front of the starting line. And so we got the course marshals helping with the boat. So we're just doing that adjustment. Oh, we got the boat going, so all's good. I think the boat just didn't know. We didn't know a race was going on. That's fantastic. Our race director is losing his mind. He's like, what is happening? What are you guys doing on our race course? That's a simple mistake, easy to happen. They were probably coming in to see what was going on, what all the cool buoys are. You know, if you don't know, I mean, it would kind of be intriguing, like, hey, I want to see these buoys. All right. Guys, we got the engine started, and we're almost ready to go. And we're changing the light system. Just getting ready. Oh, that's a nice start. Jessica Chiffon and Yasmin E. Prouse were literally side by side when they popped out of that hole shot. Looked like Yasmin E. Prouse got a little bit of a advantage there in the end. Let's see how that converts and who gets the hole shot. But man, that was close between Jessica Chiffon and Yasmin E. Prouse. Jessica's going to have the better end of that one. Look at the minion. Yay. Yin Yin's up there. Virginia Morales is in this grouping as well. Right now you're watching Jessica Chiffon from France, the young lady that took the win last year right here in Lake Toba. She is on the gas, and she is in the lead. She goes to the outside split. She's going to take the blue buoys to that outside. And it looks to be like Yasmin E. Prouse will be going to the inside split. So we are going to have a shootout here in the splits. And that was exactly what I was hoping to see for the crowd, so they get an opportunity to watch. Now, Yasmin E. Prouse is unbelievable in split section. She's very fast, and she did gain a little bit of time. It's not going to be enough, though. Jessica Chiffon is going to get the credit for the hole shot. Nice start for for Jessica Chiffon. Yasmin in second. Benedicte Drange is in third. And Eminelli Ortendahl in fourth. And Sophie Borgstrom in fifth. Janina Johansson is in sixth place. Joanna Grassa is going to be seventh. Virginia Morales, eighth. Naomi Benini in ninth. Lisa Kassan Battaglia in 10th. And a great start as we get underway. This is going to be a 15-minute moto. Jessica, you go, girl. And this lady, she's neat. I don't really know what all to even start with when I talk about her. I was working her numbers for 2024, and thus far she had a 100% chance of getting a hole shot. I mean, that's good. She's right in the 90s typically to get a hole shot. She was born in July. She was an engineer for Airbus, but she said, I'm not doing that anymore. She's actually gone full-time with the fitness training and coaching and motivational coaching, and she's doing quite well with that. She's been very successful. You're watching Yasmin E. Prouse and Eminelli Ortendahl. Emma's like, I'm not happy with that start. I'm moving up. Eminelli's in fourth, so she's going to put some pressure on Benedicte. Jessica goes to the outside once again, and Yasmin E. Prouse follows her on the outside. Look at how beautifully Yasmin E. Prouse rides the Black Cat. That is the name of her most recent rendition of boats. She names every single boat, and this one's called the Black Cat. There's Jessica. Jessica coming through. We'll get some times for her. She's got a 1:44.409. Yasmin Epraus with a 1:45.09. That's how close those two are. A 1:46.954 for Benedicte Drange. And Eminelli Ortendahl with a 1:49.165. Jessica Siobhan. Wow. Just wow. And look how close. A 1:44.409 and a 1:44.509. I mean, that is crazy. How evenly matched Jessica Siobhan and Yasmin Epraus really are. Yeah, Jessica's partner is Laurent, who supports her. She's sponsored by Pastorello Competition. They've really helped her up her game. She's a 2-time world champion, her first world championship in 2020 back in Kuwait. And she's a 2-time vice world champion as well and a European champion. She's just wicked. She's just a wicked, neat person. She's kind of bobbing her head a little bit going into that. That has really no impact. She's just playing very loose. She's keeping those muscles as loose as possible. And so if her head kind of bobs, she's just trying to keep all of her body as relaxed as possible. This is a long race, 15 minutes on really high-speed boats. We were talking about the G's pulled on the runabout boats, but make no mistake, the acceleration on these stand-ups these days, you are definitely pulling G's when you come in and out of those turns. And if you're not in the right position, and Jessica's actually going to illustrate it for you. Watch her come into this turn. See how loose her upper body is and her elbows are way out? Kind of keeps her head up, drops down. She keeps as low a profile as possible. That helps the boat stabilize. And let's see if she's faster. She slowed down just a smidge, 1:46.496. They're just settling in on lap 2. And a 1:46.278 for Yasmin Epraus. 1:47.687 for Benedicte Drange. Eminelli Ortendahl with a 1:50.368 in fourth, and Sophie Borgstrom with a 1:51.415. They're all that close, within 5 seconds of each other. Backstretch, well, what we are jokingly call a backstretch. Now this is odd. It's off camber, that turn, right-hand turn off that yellow buoy, then you go to a double red. That requires a stupid amount of technical expertise to be able to handle it. Now watch this series where they go through a bunch of 180s. It's nuts, I tell you, nuts. They're not really going to get a backstretch, and they're not going to get a front stretch, which normally is where these riders are able to, they'll get out of race stance, stretch their back a little bit. So you got to be in incredible fitness. And see how fast they went through that track? A little over a minute and a half, about a minute 40-ish. So almost 2 minutes each one. So about 7 or 8 laps for them will be what they're looking at. We're on lap number 2. Who are you gonna call? Jessica. And she's such a quiet rider. She got both her feet pushed back a little bit. She's on a Kawasaki. She likes to move back on that boat, so she's got an extended handle pole. That one was a 1:47.846 for her. 2-second gap is all we're looking at between Yasmin Epraus and Jessica Siobhan. A 2.780 gap, 2 seconds and 78 hundredths. Yasmin is a different type of rider. She's more physical. She's more aggressive. Both of them ride aggressively, but Yasmin shows it physically. Pushes forward. She's a little shorter than Jessica, where Jessica is probably what I would consider to be a bit of an elegant rider, a finesse rider. Yasmin is all bull. She is bullish. She's going to push it. She is fierce, and it's fun to watch. Jessica is sneaky. So you got the bull versus the sneak attack. We are 7:28 left on the clock, and they are screaming through this track. Jessica comes out of that double yellow, which is the entrance to the split section. Once again, picks the blues. You see Benedicte Drange just above her. Benedicte is your third place rider. She's 6 seconds off of the leader. They're very tight. So Jessica, while riding very smooth, she cannot afford to make any mistakes. And Yasmin Epraus went to that inside split trying to pick her off. Let's see if she gained any time. Was a 2:78. Now it's a little bit more. It's a 2:85. Not much. She's really being consistent. Yasmin Epraus, a 2:857 is all that separates. And there is Yasmin. Hails out of Estonia. She loves those black boats with the bright yellow side. She's sponsored by Radamar Sportswear and Terre Dairy Company and GoPro Estonia and Red Bull Estonia. Wow, see what I mean? How physical Yasmin is. She really hung it out there. Went by the double buoys, and you can actually see the starting grid. That's where we break up the different starting line. And she is keeping the pressure on Jessica. She runs every morning. That's her pre-race, 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes of exercise, wakes up her body, and she says she gets her focus in place by doing that. That is Yasmin Epraus's morning routine before she comes to the race site. These guys have to be incredibly fit. So back in the 90s, seriously, we would be riding, 45, 50 mile an hour boats. We thought we were all that in a bag of chips, right? So we would sort of work out. We'd do like workouts, I don't know, 3-4 times a week. But, if we weren't into it for a week or so, it'd be whatever. That is not the case anymore. These guys are truly at Olympian type status. They're training constantly. I don't know, not the same as Olympians, but very, very tricky and very close. They're just incredibly dedicated. And it takes that level of training for them to be able to compete at this level. And Yasmin Epraus has gotten even closer. She's down to a 1.349 second difference between her and Jessica Siobhan. She actually came out wide on that sweeper turn. She's going to try to take the broom out and sweep Jessica. Jessica is staying focused. She's got her visual forward. She's not worried about Yasmin Epraus. I'm sure she's aware of her. But she's riding her own game right now, and that's part of that mental toughness that we've talked about. That double buoy that you just saw, these two riders go through, that's the indication to the runabout riders to change course. They have to go deeper back into this bay area to pick up the runabout course to add a little bit more add a little more distance. Over 3 kilometer track. It's one of our biggest tracks this year. Oh my goodness, Jessica Siobhan made a mistake, had to come back in and pick up that yellow buoy, and that put her even closer to the attack of Yasmin Epraus, and that is not a comfortable space to be. Yasmin sensed it. She realized that Jessica made a mistake, and she's going to try to push her. Now this could get interesting. Yasmin once again goes to the inside. She does have a little lap traffic she's got to work with. But this might be the opportunity that Yasmin needed. What a pretty series of turns. We're going to see Yasmin, I think, tonight in the slalom course. Getting as low as she can in the tray, trying to hold that momentum. Oh, they are within strike distance. Yasmin is really turning up the heat on Jessica Siobhan. Can't believe Jessica missed that. That's not like her to lose focus like that. So she must have maybe noticed Yasmin, or something got in her head, little gremlin. And that could be costly. Yasmin is not one to mess around with. So Jessica refocused, recentered. You can see her lock back in, dropping down, not looking. So a lot of times you'll see the riders try to look out of the corner of their eye and see where the other rider is. She knows that Yasmin's there now. She doesn't have to look. She's got to play defense. She needs to run very close to these buoys and not leave any openings, and she can't make any mistakes like she did just a second ago. She's in lap traffic now, and that is going to require even more focus because you've got to get around the other riders safely, but yet again, not open up any doors. And this course is easy to get lost on. Again, there's no brakes. They have one 180 turn after another, and then they go to the splits. Oh, Yasmin's got lap traffic right on top of her. She smokes by them. Nice, nice, nice. Last time was a 1:44.409. This last lap, she was a 1:5:10.56. Jessica's picking it up. And Yasmin Epraus was a 1:5:12.95. So Yasmin is with 200ths of a second. This is insane. Yasmin is pushing her. Yasmin is definitely pushing her through here, and she's going to have an opening as they make a run towards the right-hand side of this track. Oh, now Yasmin made a little mistake. She went just a smidge wide, carrying up the momentum. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe she was just trying to carry the momentum through that turn. I think an opportunity there would have been to go to the inside of her, but I will leave it up to her. She's much smarter than we are on where she needs to be on that track, and Yasmin is fierce. Yasmin, a 2-time world champion, a 4-time Estonian champion, slalom world champion, and she won the Grand Prix this year in Ben Den. And they are 1 point apart. 1 point between these two little hot rods. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, you guys. Jessica looks so good here. I'm impressed with her poise. Very impressed with her poise. We are down to a 7.94. Yasmin has decreased the deficit every single lap. Let's see if she gets right in Jessica's pocket on this next one. We're on lap number 7. Oh my gosh, and we are on the time, and Jessica is really having to hold off Yasmin Epraus. And the white flag is out as we get a rumbling, and I thought Yasmin might have had her on that one. Jessica, girl, the hat's off to you for this. This is insanity to watch you. Oh my gosh. All right, Jessica Siobhan, you superwoman. Yasmin Epraus is hunting. Yasmin Epraus, oh, just a tiny correction for Yasmin. Her dad used to race 164, so she just made that her number. The 6'4" on the side of that boat honors her dad. That's Yasmin you're watching. Yeah, she popped off the pace just a tiny bit. And she lost a tiny bit of time on that last one. She went back up to a 1.318, like 1 second, literally, in 3/100ths. So, I mean, it's not like she's not right there. Yasmin cannot afford to put a foot wrong, but neither can Jessica. And Jessica knows it. Oh boy, Jessica sees that she's got people in the lane. She's got to make a decision. She's going to stay on the outside, and she's got lap traffic right in front of her. Oh no, Lisa Kazan Battaglia with a boat down. So that counts her out for the moment. She's got her hood up. '99, Jessica Siobhan, white flag is out. She's got to hold it together, work her way through the lap traffic, and nail this first moto as she can. We got 3 motos, and she's got an opportunity. Look how close they are. Yasmin Epraus was actually in the lead coming out of that split section. She put her foot in the water trying to hold it, and best defense I've ever seen. Jessica Siobhan takes the win. That was a barn burner. Wowza. That literally came down to that final turn, and Jessica Siobhan literally blocked the pass. Well done, Jessica Siobhan. Well done, young lady. All right, Jessica Siobhan takes the win, but Yasmin Eprouse, I'm going to salute you as well. That was some of the best aggressive, fun racing I've seen in a long time. Yasmin going to take second, Benedicte Dronge for third, Emanelli Ortendahl fourth, Sophie Borgstrom for fifth, Janina Johansson for sixth. Joanna Gross is seventh, Virginia Morales eighth, and Naomi Benini is going to round it out as well. We're finishing up. We've still got riders coming through, but that was something else, man. Oh my gosh, I heard Estelle Perret might come up and talk with us. I would love to have her. And if we can, I just want to take a moment to say happy birthday to a very special one. Jeremy Perez just let me know that today is the birthday of his son, Leonardo. He turns 1 today. Happy birthday, Leonardo Perez. I can't wait to see you on the water as well. And I'll definitely say, I'll definitely comment again when we get to the runabout racing. We're just finishing up with our final couple of riders. That's Joanna Grossa coming through. She's in 7th. And a Naomi Benini also coming through. Mind you, Naomi is on a stock engine. Whew, I'm still catching my breath, and I didn't race that. Man, that was cool. Congratulations. Huge shout out to the top 3 riders. But Jessica and Yasmin really put on a dance for us. I'm still recapping that in my head. All right, you guys, we just got through with the first moto of the day. Bam, bam. We're going to have such an awesome day. Again, we're going to put up the final results for you in just 1 second. We're going to post that so you can see how all the ladies finished. But huge props to Jessica Siobhan, and I bet Estelle Perret watching this was super bummed out because it would have been really great to have her here. There's your final results for the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. This is Ski Ladies GP1, Moto number 1. And the young lady from France is trying to keep the charge for another French sweep. I've never seen a French sweep or a sweep like that of every single class actually was taken by one country, and that's exactly what happened in 2023. Hey guys, we're gonna be right back with Ski GP1.
The final showdown in Lake Toba, Indonesia. World-class riders, breathtaking scenery, non-stop action. The UIM Aquabike World Championship jets into the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. 5 days of full throttle action on the largest volcanic lake in the world, testing the limits of rider and machine. 3 days of the endurance racing from the 13th to the 15th of November. Then the finale of the World Championship from the 16th to the 17th of November, where scores will be settled for the 2024 season. Don't miss the thrilling finale of the UIM Aquabike World Championship.
Welcome back to the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. You are watching us stage the Ski GP riders. Thank you so much. Had to just do a little quick check here, but we are staging the Ski GP1 riders up into the pontoons. And this is going to be a big showdown. I'll tell you why. You've got Kevin Redder on a brand new boat, and it's quick. He got picked up by XBJ. That's that big team out in Dubai, and they are real good at working on boats. But he's also formed a company with Chris Wilkerson, and that company is a tour de force, man. Chris Wilkerson has worked with Kevin Rederer for years and years, and the fact that they were able to collaborate and put together this company and start working on boats and designs, that means, I think that's going to be something to really watch. That could be a true juggernaut, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen today. But of course, you've got the king. Quentin Bosch has not moved a muscle wrong in 24. He has been indomitable, and it certainly shows in the points as we get ready to go. I'll get those for you in just 1 minute, but Kevin Rederer had 150 points coming into this. I'll pull those up. Just 1 second. Sorry, guys. We got... there we go. All right, 150 for Quentin. Kevin Rederer with 126, and Morgan Perret comes into it with 114. Jeremy Perret with 102 is in fourth. Toshi Ahara out of Japan is in fifth with 99 points, and Oliver Koch-Hansen is in sixth. Michael Perret, or Mika Perret, is in seventh. Alec Enderley in eighth, and Valentin Dardelot in ninth. And I think Valentin also brought a sneaky opportunity here this weekend, because he's been working on a new boat design as well, formed a company called Spectrum, and he's got a brand new boat that he is on this weekend. He's been working on this all year long, he said. It's a little bit wider, longer, and it is looking pretty awesome. Let's take a look at the results from qualifying in Q2 today. Kevin Rederer had the fastest time. That's going to give him the pole position with a 1:38.950. Valentin Dardelot on that new Spectrum boat pulled off a 1:39.565. That's going to put him in second. Morgan Perret got in third with a 1:41.111. Jeremy Perret for fourth with a 1:41.185. And Mika Perret came to the table big time today with a 1:41.455. That puts all of the Perrets in that top grid. Quentin Bosch, with an unusual move, ended up in sixth with a 1:42.467. Was it strategy or was it a misstep? I don't know. I'll let you decide, but he is going to be the first one in that second group. Axel Courtois, a 1:42.656 in seventh. Anthony Bernot in eighth with a 1:42.753. Oliver Koch-Hansen in ninth with a 1:43.339. And Alex Barrett is rounding out your top 10. Well, that is the stage that we have set as we get ready to go with our first of 3 motos. Now we're going to give these guys a little more time than the ladies division. They're going to have 17 minutes. But first, we're going to do the parade lap. I got you all set up, didn't I? And then we're going to do the parade. It's our opportunity to salute all of the different countries that are here. We're going to be representing for, oh my gosh, there's a ton. Let me just pull the riders list and we'll talk about that, shall we? Ski division. Mika Perret riding for, well, we'll wait. I'll actually wait. I'll just let you guys enjoy the show here for a second. See all the people here cheering. Everybody's so happy to be here and be a part of this. And I'm got to tell you, it's been a real privilege to get a chance to even see Indonesia, much less participate at this level. I mean, this is something altogether different. Dan Anderson getting water in his boat. He's trying to get that boat cleaned out. Hopefully he'll be able to come up and join us for some runabout racing commentating. If not now, he'll be able to come at the parallel slalom this evening. The holders are coming down to help out as well. They had to bring them over from the paddock. As I mentioned, this is quite the endeavor The paddock is what, 2 kilometers away, I think, at least. Okay, it felt like 50 kilometers, Dawn. I need to get in shape. But it's a good hop over there. So what they're doing is they're actually bringing them over in boats so that the holders can reserve their strength, because they're going to need it as much as the riders will. And I can feel the shift in energy. Of Nations. Okay. Well. "27 countries represented this weekend here at the Grand Prix of Lake Toba, Indonesia. And as we get underway, again, the dignitaries in the boat, they are representing the Regency of Samosir, one of the larger regencies in this area. And they are also have several of the dignitaries from around the different areas. We are currently in Pingururan. Ramondo San Germano is also on the boat, your vice president for F1 H2O and Aquabike. Nicolas San Germano is the founder and president. Lavinia Cavallero is your vice president. And we are continuing to work our way through the starting grid, and here are the countries that are represented for ski division. GP1, moto number 1, France, Michael Perret. Belgium, Anthony Bernat. Tanawin Moli riding for Thailand. Morgan Perret riding for France. Valentin Dardalat riding for France. Dag Martin Dranga is riding for Norway. Slaven Ivancic riding for Croatia. Danielle Pascalia riding for Italy. Alec Enderley riding for Switzerland. Andrea Guidi riding for Italy. Alex Barrick riding for France. Toshi Ohara riding for Japan. Matteo Benini riding for Italy. Mads Koch Hansen riding for Denmark. Oliver Koch Hansen, his brother, also rides for Denmark. Jeremy Perret rides for France. Soshi Sato riding for Japan. Russell Maxence riding for Belgium. Dan Anderson riding for Norway. Kevin Redder riding for Austria. Axel Courtois is riding for France. And Quentin Bosch is riding for Belgium. All right, you guys, we're just bringing them back in, and we're going to get them on the pontoon boats. And I am joined with one of my favorite people, Estelle Perret. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good, I know.
I was sad to race today, but
I was so sad. I saw you in the paddock today limping, and I almost didn't say anything, but I was like, girl, are you okay?
yeah, I'm okay.
What happened?
I hurt my tendon Achilles and Vichy.
Oh, okay.
I had surgery 3 months ago, and I tried to ride this morning and yesterday. Yesterday was okay, but this morning on the track, I don't feel so good. It hurts so much, so I think it's easier to race. So I stay focused on the next season, and I don't want to take a risk for.
Yeah, I sure missed you on the lineup, but I got to tell you, what a privilege to have you commentating with me. I appreciate you. Feel free to speak as well in France if you want to. I'm sure we've got some people from France watching, and we can go back and forth from English to France, but obviously I won't be able to respond if you speak French. Okay. But it'll be entertaining. All right, again, I'm here with Estelle Perret, a multiple world champion in a ladies ski GP, and she's going to join me on the microphone as we get ready to go. How did you see the start system when we were in the riders meeting? What'd you think of that?
Yes, the start system is very nice. We saw the light so far away, so I think it's very nice.
Good.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah, good to hear. That seems to me like it's going to make it even more equal on the start.
Yeah, of
and
course.
The women's looked good.
Yeah, more equal, and for the rider it's easier to see it, so it's better.
Good. All right. Well, let's see how it goes for the guys as we get ready to go. Once again, we talk about the points. Quentin Bosch with 150 coming into this. He's got a little cushion, but I can't imagine that he is going to back off at the throttle. Kevin Redder's right there with 126 points, and 75 points are available this weekend. They do have 3 motos to go after. Morgan Perret, sort of close to Estelle. He's in 3rd, and Jeremy Perret in 4th, and Toshio Hara in 5th, Oliver Koch-Hansen in 6th, and Mika Perret in 7th. Now, I described them like this morning, the boys. I said that Mika Perret, of course, was the showman, but I said that Jeremy Perret was more the analyst. Like, he's such a smooth and quiet rider, but he's always analyzing and strategizing out there. But Morgan has been the surprise.
Of course, this season Morgan is on fire.
Yes.
Michael is a showman, so on slalom and pole position, he is very good.
Yes, he is.
Now we will see on the race.
All right, well, let's see how it lines out. I am very excited to see the Spectrum on the water. That's that number 8 boat. Valentin Dardelot has done a lot of work on that boat, and it really looked good
He was
in qualifying.
so fast this morning.
Yeah, 2nd in qualifying. It was really cool. All right, what's it like being in that pontoon start?
Yeah, it's good, but it's different. The older do a lot of the job.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. All right, again, I'm up here with Estelle Perret as we get ready to go. There's Mika Perret, her brother, hanging out down there, chilling like a villain.
There are all 3
Yeah, all
together.
3 right in a row. Oh, my gosh. Trouble in batches. Oh, that's so funny.
The track is very good here, very technical, so I think the race will be crazy.
Yeah? Good.
Yeah.
I see that, too. There's no breaks.
No.
Yeah. No opportunity to rest. Well, so far the rain has been holding off on this picture-perfect backdrop. As we get ready to go, we are just moments away from the start with Ski GP1. I'm sure that the live stream is starting to light up as we about to get some thunder on the water. And I don't mean like natural thunder. I mean like the thunder of these engines. When these guys fire up, if you don't get some adrenaline, I don't know how to help you. This is like the easiest way to increase the heartbeat. In fact, I should probably check and see what my BPM is as soon as they fire up. It's just so cool to listen to these engines start. Quentin Bosch, who's been indomitable, is going to be in that 2nd starting grid, so we are going to have to keep an eye on that, see if he pulls a whole shot, and if that was just strategy in his qualifying, or if he really just didn't have a fast qualifying time to get in the top 5. Either way, doesn't matter. You got to watch boat number 98QB1 in the house. Kevin Redderer with Kev Racing in the house as well. Valentin Dardelot with that new Spectrum boat, going to be one to watch. But, of course, we got a passel of berets. It's a tribe down there. All right, we're getting started. And the way they start is you can see Luca Filiberte working his way down. He hasn't moved yet from that end gate. That's Andrea Guidi having some problems with the boat. And everybody's in, and Andrea gave the nod, so now he's going to start to move. He works his way down, and once he does, that light system will shift to a green and a red. And then when he turns it off, 1 to 5 seconds between the start, and when all those lights go off, we've got a 2-minute hold. Oh, I see what happened. We had a boat that jumped out of there. That's stressful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult for the holder because if the rider took so much gas, the holder can take him.
Yes, and then you can't hold on.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, you're pulling me in the water. All right, that was Soshi Sato. He's brand new on the Aquabike Tour, so we're going to give him a lot of props and a lot of breaks.
And holder and rider have also the spray of the ski.
Yeah, so you can't see.
Yeah, so it's very difficult.
I wondered about that. You guys completely flush the holders. I don't know how they hold them.
You can see that some holder have glass.
And goggles on?
Yeah, goggles.
Yeah, they literally have goggles on. That's great. I see Danny Bosch down there holding his son. That's very typical. Always down there supporting. Kevin Retterer's got the XBJ team down there holding for him. And we are firing up these engines yet again. And he's going to walk down the line even quicker. And we are just about go. And we are going. A fantastic start for Quentin Bosch and Valentin Dardelot and Kevin Retterer literally side by side on that inside split, or excuse me, on the inside pole. Now the top 5, including the Perez, Retterer, and Valentin Dardelot, are going to that green buoy. And
Yeah, I think it's Valentin,
around,
no?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking it is Valentin. It is Valentin Dardelot on
Jeremy, no? I think second.
Is it? Yeah, Jeremy.
Jeremy. Jeremy second, and oh no, it's I don't know.
Let's take a look here. It's Valentin Dardelot on the inside for sure, getting the whole shot. Let's see what happens.
Morgan and Jeremy.
Okay. All right, we've got Jeremy going to the inside split, and then we've got Valentin Dardelot going to the outside. And it looks like Kevin Retterer also going to be moving it to the outside split.
I think it Jeremy on the gray and Morgan on the blue.
Yeah, okay, awesome. So I got Sis up here helping me with the Perez. So again, Valentin Dardelot is going to nail this whole shot.
Second.
Jeremy Perez is going to come in second, and Kevin Retterer is going to hit third.
Valentin is fourth.
And Valentin back in fourth. Mika Perez in fifth. Wow, Quentin Bosch back in sixth. And it is Alec Enderle giving him fits. That is your start as we get underway. Was going to be Valentin Dardelot, but Valentin dropped back.
Yeah, we didn't see the start, but Valentin and Kevin was 1 and 2nd, and now they are 3 and 4. So
yeah, really, really cool. I wonder how this is going to play out. Jeremy works split sections incredibly well. Beautiful, beautiful start. So Valentin Dardelot has dropped back, but I got to say that was a wicked start for him. So Morgan Perez comes through.
Yes,
after
he's on fire.
Yes, he is. He's on the commander boat. He really likes that.
Yes.
All right, so I thought it was going to be Valentin, but Morgan pushed him out. Valentin is back and forth. Morgan Perez leading, and it is Kevin Retterer in second. Morgan on a brand new engine. Got a fresh engine underneath the hood.
Jeremy's on the green, Kevin on the blue.
Yeah. So
it will be tight, I think.
It's a little bit tight. Let's talk a little bit about these engines. How is Morgan liking that commander boat? How's Morgan liking the commander boat?
Yeah, of course. He is on the commander, Jeremy on the fast sport boat. And
Jeremy Perez just moved up into second. Kevin Retterer had it, but Jeremy used that inside split to his advantage. He's now in second. Kevin Retterer in third. And Valentin Dardelot in fourth. Mika Perez in fifth.
And we have to look Quinton, because Quinton is now in sixth, but I think he'll come back on the 3.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Estelle called it. Now you're watching Morgan Perez at the moment. Morgan is on the gas. What a great start. We are underway with the 17-minute moto, and it went so fast. We're already at 13:30. It does seem like forever out there, doesn't it?
Yes.
All right, you are continuing to watch the start. As a recap, Valentin Dardelot and Kevin Retterer both had it from the inside. I think Dardelot made a mistake on that split section. That had just the opening that Morgan Perez needed. You know, some years they just seem to carry momentum, don't they? Jeremy Perez, I've seen in the past, he just has these starts over and over again that are great, carries that mojo and momentum throughout the season. It's been all about Quentin Bosch, quite frankly, in 2024. Yes. It's had a lot of momentum for him.
See, Quinton has a lot of points.
Yeah, 150.
So, yeah.
He's got a little cushy cush, but 75 points is up for grabs. Morgan on the outside split.
And we can see some Morgan stay on the blue, Jeremy still on the green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jeremy likes that inside split.
Yes, and Kevin pushed a lot on Morgan.
Yes, he did. All right, so Jeremy comes out and he's battling Morgan for the lead. Jeremy sweeps it wide, gets the broom out, and Morgan's like, I don't think so, bro. Morgan shut the door. Is this how you guys practice? Just like that, I bet.
I'm just like this.
Are you shaking?
Yeah.
As you should be. You got your brothers up in the lead. Morgan Perret holds off his brother, Jeremy, on that lap. Kevin Rederer in third. Valentin Dartelot in fourth. And Mika Perret in fifth. And Quentin Bosch right there in sixth. Quentin is going to have to go on the hunt.
I think the race will be crazy now.
I think it already is crazy,
Yes.
girl. I think it already is crazy. Wow. All right. You are watching that little section where the runabout riders will actually kick out and go deeper into the track. Meanwhile, these guys are staying on this very technical series of 180s. It's been brutal just watching them on that.
Yes, and we can't see on the live, but in reality, the track is wavy.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's difficult.
It is difficult.
Yes.
I like how you describe it. She's very concise, Estelle is. All right, Mika back in fifth. Now, describe the riding styles between Morgan and Jeremy.
Yeah, it's different. Jeremy is more smart, I think, on his ride, and Morgan is maybe more aggressive sometimes.
Okay. And what about Mika? He's just insane.
Mika is very technical
Is
rider.
he really? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say he was more aggressive, but technical. I like it. All
Technical, aggressive also, but I think it's the best technically. That's why in slalom he's very fast.
Good. All right, didn't come out quite as quick on the inside split on that lap. Morgan's got a little bit of a cushion. When I say that, it's about 2 seconds. Let's take a look at times. Morgan Perret with a 1:43.774. His last lap, a 1:51.024, still leading. Jeremy is only 1:634 off of that pace. 1
It's
second.
very close.
Yes, it is. Kevin Rederer
Kevin is
also only 1:239 off. Kevin's right there in this
And laps before was Jeremy with the best lap. Now it's Kevin, so the race is very nice.
I like it. Good description as we continue to watch this battle between some of the top riders around the globe. You are watching Morgan Perret out of that entire group. Leading this is super impressive.
Yes, and we enter in the last 10 minutes. So now it's physically, the race is
You
physical.
are shaking. It's so cute to watch you.
I can take your job now.
Yeah, no, anytime. I love you, girl. So Estelle Perret, by the way, one of the fastest ladies I've ever met and one of the toughest ladies. I was actually describing that race in Jumeirah Beach when you went off the boat. I don't even know how you held on to that stupid thing. She had both of her feet off and she was bouncing on the back of it, managed to get back on the boat and moved up through the pack. Girl, you have all my respect.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin Rederer on the dash here. Let's see how he works this outside split. He's got to deal with Jeremy Perret, but Morgan has to also deal with Jeremy, his brother. And coming through, this is a pretty overhead shot. And you got some lap traffic they're going to be moving into within this next lap. Boy, Jeremy is looking smooth on the inside split.
Yes, we can see that Morgan is still on the blue, Jeremy is still on the green.
Yep, Jeremy comes out a little bit quicker this time.
Very, very close.
Oh, not going to be enough. Morgan's going to go, nope, still shutting the door. I like how Jeremy just moves to the outside there to see if he can sweep.
Yes, he's nice because he goes slowly behind Morgan, I think.
So Kevin Rederer is on, as I mentioned, that brand new boat, that combination. He has not had a single hour of practice on that thing, and he is working against a couple of guys that have had a tremendous number of hours on these boats. So he's at a bit of a disadvantage, but don't let that hold you back from watching Kevin Rederer. He is definitely still a force to be reckoned with. Now, Valentin Dartelot just came in with a 1:50.853. He's got the fastest of those 5 riders on that last lap. Very impressive to see Valentin Dartelot kick through that, and that's dropped his time behind those guys down to 2.528 seconds.
Toshi and Valentin had the best time on the last lap.
Yep. Toshi Ohara with a 1:50.996. It's fun to look at the times, and that really does tell the story. Toshi started mid-pack. He's moved up into 8th. Enderly is going to be one to watch. He's in 7th behind Quentin Bosch. What's fascinating to me is Quentin hasn't gotten around Mika yet. And I know how fast Mika is.
Yes.
And also he's got huge elbows. So he just sticks them out so you can't get around him. All right, so how old is Morgan?
Morgan is 33, I think.
Okay, and
Yeah.
Jeremy?
34.
Okay.
And Michael 35.
Oh, Michael's the oldest one,
Yeah.
and yet he's
Yeah.
the craziest. All right, any other cool facts on the family this year that's been going on that I don't know about?
I don't know. I think their children look the race.
Oh, now your kids are watching the race.
Yeah, of course.
I love it.
And all want that their dad win.
That's fantastic. All right, a 1:43 was the fastest lap time by Morgan. Right now, he just laid down a 1:52.389. Jeremy got a 1:52.975, and Kevin came through with a 1:52.922. 1.612 between them, and you can see Kevin's going to work. Starting to open up the gap between him and Valentin, but not by much. Valentin's not letting him get away, so none of these riders in the top 7 have got much breathing room. Let's take a look back a little bit further. Toshi Ohara is in 8th, Alex Barrett in 9th, Oliver Koch-Hansen is in 10th, Matteo Benini in 11th, Anthony Biernot is in 12th. You can also see the times and the placement on the side of the screen. We've got just under 6 minutes on the clock. What a beautiful place. Do you like Indonesia?
Yeah, it's very nice place, and people are very amazing.
Yes, they really are. There's the king, Quentin Bosch, QB1. He has definitely been the king this year. We called him Roy L.
He won all the moto.
Yes, he's won every moto.
Yeah.
That is why. Been quite indomitable. Yeah, just taking a look down here at Quentin Bosch's scorecard. He's had a perfect year this year, but you know, he's up against France, and I gotta just say it, France last year took the sweep. They won every single division at the Aquabike final here at the Grand Prix of Toba in 2023. Will they be able to do it again? And by the way, Francois Midori has already started that sweep. He did it yesterday. Estelle, will France be able to do it again? Oh, Morgan's looking to see where Jeremy is. He popped back a little bit, but now Kevin Redder is getting in this dance. He's trying to come in underneath the left-hand shoulder
I
of
think
Jeremy.
Quinton passed Michael.
Yep, and Jeremy Perez did get around Michael Perret.
Yeah, Quinton moved on 5th place.
All right, so Quentin Bosch up in 5th. And now he's got to deal with Valentin Dardelot. And this is going to be something to watch. Keep your eye on that Fast Power Sports QB1 boat. Valentin Dardelot dropping down, playing defense as he should when he's got QB1 behind him. What a story with Quentin Bosch. Incredible background from that gentleman. 19 World Championships, 8-time European champion, 20-time Belgium champion, 10-time Dutch champion. Do I need to go on? He, as I mentioned, is the owner of QB Racing. All of those wins, and he's only 29 years old. He turns 30 on the Sunday. That would be tomorrow, his birthday.
Oh, really?
Well, I think so. I might have gotten that wrong. Okay, freaking under 2 seconds average between these riders, and Kevin Redder, one to watch on that XBJ boat. Let's take a look at the times. 1:52.392 for Morgan Perret. Jeremy with a 1:52.670. Man, that really tells the story.
Yeah, Valentin is always faster.
Yeah, Valentin's really quick on this boat. I'm telling you, this new boat is something. It's got me interested. I'll just say that. It's a little wider, it's a little longer, and he seems to be riding it quite well. Again, your top 5, Morgan and Jeremy Perret, Kevin Redder, Valentin Dardelot 4th, Quentin Bosch in 5th, and right now, Quentin trying to hunt down Valentin. We've got, oh my gosh, we're already almost through this race. We only have 2 and 49 seconds left.
Yeah.
It's crazy. This thing flew by. I was ready for 4 or 5 more laps. I bet they're not, though. All right, Valentin Dardelot. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
no.
Quentin's trying to sweep. I saw it.
Yeah.
Quentin moving to this outside is trying to sweep Valentin Dardelot. We're going to keep our eye on boat 98 and 8.
Yeah, no, Valentin and Quinton are very close to Kevin, Jeremy, and Morgan.
Yeah, nobody could breathe here.
The first 5 are very close.
Yes, they are. Morgan Perret, that is your race leader, boat number 7. It's funny because as quiet as Morgan is, I always thought his was the oldest, but it actually is Mika. That's funny. All right, Jeremy. Oh, you could see how close Jeremy is. Now, this could be a little more
Yes,
interesting.
and Nomi, when you are in first, the pressure is
Horrible.
impressionant.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You want the end.
Oh, it's so great to have Estelle up here. She's just amazing. All right, we're coming into the split section. You can see them coming off of those yellows, and Morgan's going to stay consistent. He's going to that outside, and Jeremy's going to go to the inside again. I love this setup. Do you like that we have the splits on the
it's
front?
crazy.
I just love it. Can't miss anything, because this is where a lot of the drama does unfold in the splits. Oh, Morgan tapped it just a little bit. Nose subbing. I feel like Jeremy's having a faster run on this than he did last lap.
Yeah, it's very close, but I think, yes, Morgan won. It's very, very close with Kevin also.
Yes, Kevin is continuing to be held off from that top grouping. Morgan Perret with a 150, 560. He increased his pace. This last one went from a 152 to 150. And Jeremy Perret is even faster with a 149.900. Kevin Rederer with a 150.170, and Valentin Dardelot with a 150.50, and Quentin Bosch with a 150.53.
Yeah, it's Alec with the best lap on this lap.
Yeah. Alec Enderley is not one to shake off. He's quick and real hard to pass.
And I think they will have the white flag on the next lap.
Yeah, I think so. We're down to 29 seconds. So we should be seeing the white flag. I like how the racer tells me that the white flag is coming out. She is on point, man. She's like, I know.
We're happy to see it. When you're first.
Yes.
But when you're second, you want more.
You always want more. Yeah, we've got some great action out on the water, but right now we're really focusing on this top grouping because it's just too tight to call. We've got 2 more laps to go. You're watching Ski GP. This is the first of 3 barnstormers, and Kevin Ritter continuing to push Jeremy Perret. I found what's interesting. I thought Jeremy would go to the inside, but he has chosen to follow Morgan every time on the outside. So maybe he's thinking that outside's quicker for him. It's personal preference too, for sure. But you've got to be able to run both splits, and Kevin Ritter no doubt is. Morgan comes through on the outside again, Jeremy on the inside.
Yeah, he tried to pass him, but the double tracker are equal, so it's hard to pass.
I like when the splits are this even. It's hard to keep these splits even. Whoa, Kevin's got a little more momentum coming into this, but Jeremy shuts the door.
Oh, look, Quentin and Valentin.
Yep, Quentin's really close as well, and Valentin shut the door on him too. White flag is out for your top 5. Quentin Bosch has got his work cut out for him on this last lap, trying to get Valentin Dardelot. So now it's going to be a head game. Quentin Bosch is going to try to get in his rear view mirror and see if he can psych out Valentin Dardelot. The problem with that is Valentin is a very experienced racer. So it's going to take a lot. Man, I just noticed this. We have 4 people. Is this right? Holy buckets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And within the top 6, we have 4. Is that right? We have 4 French riders.
Team French.
You guys are stacking the odds. You're stacking the odds. I love it. Jeremy Perret on the camera. And does he look smooth? This guy is insane. I've got the stats on him, but I don't know. He's moving so fast if I'll have time to pull him up. Jeremy Perret is 36, as they mentioned, 12-time world champion, 7-time French champion, a 3-time King's Cup champion. And right now he's trying to run down his brother, who is being obnoxious and not letting him in.
And Morgan is the younger, so...
Yeah, you think he's got more energy?
Yeah.
It looks like it. Okay, watching them as they come through the splits, and they've got lap traffic now. This is your final lap, guys, so it's, as they say in the U.S., it's getting real. Morgan once again picks the inside. Now, sometimes in strategy, the leader will go or outside. Sometimes they'll go to that inside to try to mess the rider behind him up. Morgan knows better. Jeremy's not that easily shaken, so he's going to stick to that outside split. And here comes Morgan Perret, and he takes the win.
Yes.
Jeremy second. Kevin Rederer third. Valentin fourth. And Quentin Bosch top 5.
Yeah, I'm really happy for them because it's a lot of work to be here.
It is, isn't it? Tell us just a little bit about that, actually. Let's pull up a chair. You got a minute to hang out.
Yeah, it's a lot of work on the ski, but also on the body, and it's a lot of sacrifice to come here, train before. So I think all the riders on the top 5 are very happy of this.
Yeah, me too. I am so impressed. I mean, I don't know, how many hours a day do you put into this crazy sport?
It depends because some riders have to work, some riders don't work. So I think every rider on the top 10 are training every day, 1 hour or more, I think.
At least.
Yeah.
Oh, Morgan Perret, as he should, going through the crowd, waving. That was a beautiful one. Well, France right now is looking hot. If we were in the Olympics, it would be France with the most medals at the moment.
Of course.
I knew Estelle would love that.
I think because in France we have a top championship. French and jet cross are very good to progress. We have good track, so I think it's for this.
You're good at schooling. You're good at schooling other riders and building up your team. Soshi Sato just coming in, one of the new riders on the track. Let's do the top 10. Morgan Perret, Jeremy Perret, Kevin Rederer, top 3. Valentin Dardelot, Quentin Bosch, 4th and 5th. Mika Perret, 6th. Alec Enderley, 7th. Toshi Ahara, 8th. Oh, thank you so much, guys. They just put all the results up there so I don't have to go through it. You guys can just enjoy that huge group. Look at all these riders. Wow, 22 on this
It was
lineup.
so close.
It was really close.
Yeah.
You're not shaking anymore, though, so that's good. I don't
And
blame you.
the weekend is long. It's only the first moto. So tomorrow it will be another day. I
Yeah.
think it will be a nice weekend.
Is it hard to have 2 motos in one day?
I think it's 2 days harder day because we are free practice this morning, pole position, also quali for slalom, Moto 1, slalom nitro. So it's very long day.
This is the longer day
Yeah,
for you.
yeah,
Okay, that makes
I think.
sense. That makes a lot of sense. So tomorrow you can really just focus on the motos.
Yeah, only on the moto.
Yeah. All right, Morgan Perret coming by. Hey, bud. Big hugs.
Yeah, I can understand them because here the people are very amazing and very happy to see us. So of course they want to thank them for that.
I saw him splashing the holders too.
Yeah, it's Michael always.
Yeah, he's trouble. He's just trouble, which is so great. All right, we're gonna get to see. Now, is Michael's competing in the slalom tonight, right?
Yeah, of course,
Well, of
Michael
course.
and Morgan, and they will fight together for the world title.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
That's
it will be
awesome.
crazy.
Yeah, it'll be crazy. Just cheering on the crowd, getting them all excited. Morgan very happy. He's got his goggles off just so he can see everybody. Well, we're going to bring those guys back to the stable, as they say,
Yes,
back
he
to
did
our paddock.
an amazing race.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. Any recaps on that? Did you
Because
see any
when you
fumbles?
have Jeremy and Kevin behind you, Kevin, Jeremy, Quinton are world champion.
Yeah.
Morgan is not, so I think the pressure is not the same.
I'd be scared.
Yeah, me too. You know, in the French Championship, I race with them, with men.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot again.
Yeah, and when I'm between Quinton or my brother, I said, oh, okay.
Always terrifying.
Yeah.
Got to beat the boys.
Of course.
I'm going to put you on the spot. You got to watch that moto. Excuse me. You got to watch that moto. Critique the top 5 riders. Did you see any fumbles? Did you see anything that you said, I wonder if maybe they should have come in here or picked a different split?
No, I think the race was beautiful. Jeremy tried to take the green one, Morgan the blue. There are sometimes laps traffic, so you have to follow.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Yeah,
Especially
I think
if
they
you
all
like
do the
it.
best, and no mistake. No mistake for Morgan, no mistake for Jeremy.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody drop down on the tray.
Yeah.
I didn't see any fumbles. Nobody tapped a buoy.
No, little one, but
Oh, you did see a buoy tap. Who tapped?
I think Quinton,
Oh, did he tap? Oh, yes.
yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
just a bit. But no more time lose.
Yeah, really, really good. So, breaking down the track, what's the hardest part of this track in your opinion?
I think it's the green one because there is near to the quay,
Okay.
the wall, so the waves is coming from everywhere.
Yeah, oh God, you're right, because it's bouncing
Yeah.
off of the wall and right back into that track.
I did only one lap this morning, so I don't really know, but I think it's the double track who is harder.
No, girl, you know, you've
Yeah.
got a good eye. You've been doing this a long time. How long have you been racing now?
I think for 12 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
First,
cool.
I did my first race at 12 in Switzerland, because in France we only can start at 14. And now I'm 28.
Yeah, that's so cool. So young. Anything new on the horizon?
For next season?
Yeah, for you and yeah, for the season, for the family, for 25. Anything new happening?
Yeah, no news, but no, I'm riding on the same team with my brother Jeremy. And I think that next season will be amazing for us.
Oh, good. What's
Yeah.
the team? Fast Power Sports? Or?
Yes, we ride on fast power sport boats.
Yeah.
And our team is naming GWP Racing.
What is it again?
GWP Racing.
Oh, you're going to have to write that down.
Yeah.
That sounded very amazing. But, oh, cool. Very cool. So what's different about that team? What is unique about that?
We have very good mechanic who work on the ski all the year. And thanks to Fast Power Sport, we have today, I think, the best hull on the market. So it will be good to be in that team.
You still working with your trainer?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, I want you to get that Achilles heel fixed up. I was really upset
Yeah,
when I saw
yeah.
Vichy. I was like, what the heck? I knew you were
It was
injured.
a bad accident.
Yeah, well, you know what happens. That's part of the course, right? What did happen, if you don't mind describing it?
I go on a paddock on a kick bike, for children.
Yeah.
And I had it on my I don't know in English, but this.
Okay.
And it cut the Achilles tendon.
Oh,
Yeah, directly.
girl. Brutal.
So bad accident.
Bad accident. All right, we're coming up on Runabout GP1. Excuse me. I do believe this is free practice for Runabout. Oh, no,
yeah.
they're doing the parade, so they are doing... Let's see, let's do...
Yeah, I think it's only free practice.
Yeah, I thought it
But
was
maybe they do
practice.
the parade for the show.
I think they're doing the parade for the show, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna keep on rolling on through, but yeah, that is gonna be a free practice. Oh, JWP.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you, boo. Last year Morgan was battling Mika, now it's Morgan battling Jeremy. I love it. All right, here was the Q1 results, and actually we'll just go to the Q2 results. Sam Johansson with the fastest lap time, 1:2:73.99 in Q2 this morning. Francois Midori right there, despite running all freaking 3 of the Endurance Cups. He had a 1:2:83.97. Georgi Kasha in third with a 1:2:86.15 in third. Jeremy Perez in fourth with a 1:2:9556. And in fifth, Rasmus Koch Hansen with a 1:3:1480. Martin Dulick with a 1:3:1598 in sixth place. And Ruben Jimenez, Raquel May in seventh. Linus Lindberg ended up in eighth on timing. Lino Arahu in ninth, and Andres Wisniewski rounded out your top 10. Did you ever race Runabout?
No, never.
Did you ever want to?
I don't have one, but I do on holidays.
Oh,
Only
really?
for fun, but no race.
Yeah, that seems like more fun and a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Right now we're getting ready for our free practice.
Also more, I don't know, more dangerous or... Hello, Christ.
All right, you guys. We're going to be coming to the Parade of Nations. We're just going to do a free practice after the Parade of Nations, and then we'll go from there. Into the rest, we're doing a freestyle. It's more just a show, I believe, and then we're going to be going into the evening event here pretty quickly. That is going to start at 7 o'clock tonight and go till 9.
Yeah.
And as Estelle mentioned, this is going to be, once again, the parades going after each other
Yes,
for a world title.
of course.
Parallel. Oh, hello, rain.
Like every day at this time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been holding off for us all day, every day. I tell you what, we've really been blessed with the weather this weekend. We've really been blessed with the weather this weekend because every day, for the most part, it hasn't started raining until
Yeah.
we're done with the racing.
At this time. And here when it's raining, it's crazy.
It's raining, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It is drenching. Brad Attack down there, he looks like he's napping. He has had a week. Hit the podium every day on the Endurance Cups.
For the rider, it's okay because you are on the water. But for holder, it's not so good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're really pushing it right now with the electronics. We've got all of the electronics for the production team up on the top part of this barge. So far, everybody's dry. We're going to scoot everything back just a smidge here and see if because we've got water pouring down on the barge here. Thank you, guys. Listen, this is the life and adventures of racing. All right, I think we got it back here far enough. Ooh. Well, we had a ton of crowds, but wisely, they know more about the weather than we do. Oh boy, that was a miserable run.
I think they're happy on the boat.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be super happy right now. That's the UIM flag that they are holding, the Aquabike flag, and of course the honoring our country that we are being hosted by. That's Indonesia. And the flags that the course marshals are holding are wonderful. Indonesia, that is what it says on the side of those banners. And the Parade of Nations is underway. And I mean, even if you are wet, I don't think I'd like to have rain pounding into my goggles quite like that. But these guys are such troopers, they just don't mind. Ooh, yeah, it's getting even
Yeah,
more
it's going to
intense.
be
This is about the
crazy.
biggest rain I've seen. Yeah, we're gonna adjust yet again.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it is real. You could see it on the live stream. It is really getting jiggy with it here. We're just trying to keep all the electronics dry as we continue to work this parade lap. And I got to hand it to these guys. They are really troopers.
I think for the rider, it will be difficult to see.
Yes, very much. For everybody, it's difficult to see. I'm going to switch here because everything's getting soaked. Okay, well, that's exciting. Here are the countries that are being represented in the runabout class. Sweden, Hungary, China, Lithuania, USA, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Portugal, China, Spain, France, Slovakia, Sweden, Japan, Denmark, France I've mentioned, and Japan I've mentioned. 27 countries this weekend are here for us. That is nuts. I mean, that is just like a wall of water that they're dealing with. Oh my gosh, the TV screens are up there as well. We have these big jumbotrons, and the jumbotrons are, oh my goodness, I'm looking
crazy.
over at the cameraman. He is just getting drenched. He's actually, we have him perched outside. Yesterday they were in up to their thighs in water trying to hold the cameras. All of the timing guys are back here trying to keep the water from sinking into the middle of it. Because, you know, we have these easy ups, so they're trying to position the water so it goes out over the edges of the barge. So our timing guys are all huddled up. Race directors are huddled up. Drone operator is hiding, which isn't easy because he's about 6'6". Estelle and I are cuddling because it's now gotten cold.
Yes.
True story. And just trying to keep all the paperwork here as
Welcome
dry.
in Indonesia in
Yeah, that's part of it, right?
November.
That makes it.
Sometimes it's sun, sometimes it's
it's
raining.
good, sometimes it's raining. Yes, part of being in a tropical climate, I'm sure. Wow, that is the most rain I think I've seen. At least while we were here. I know it'd been raining here a couple of times this week, but we missed it because we were in different regions. But it is coming down. Just doing a little bit of adjusting here. Grabbed a quick drink. We've been live almost the entire day. Dan Anderson behind us is soaked. All right, we've got quite a situation here. They're going to go ahead and put them in the into the podium. I think we are going into this first race. They are holders and everything. So this is going to be moto number 1.
Yes.
So we will be doing moto number 1 for the runabouts. And while I've got that, a special shout out and a happy birthday to Leonardo Perez. Leonardo Perez, happy birthday to you. He's 1 year old. And Sam Johansson is going to have that pole position as we get ready to go. Sam Johansson comes into this with 92 points in the lead. Francois Midori in second, and Georgi Kasha in third. Lino Arahu in fourth, and Ruben Jimenez Raquelme in fifth. Linus Lindberg in 6th, Martin Dulick in 7th, Matthias Seaman in 8th, Andres Wisniewski in 9th, and Mario Lamy rounds out your top 10.
It's very close between Samuel and Francois for the title.
It is, yeah. Francois Midori is really going to have to dig deep. He has gone 3 full days of racing in that Endurance Cup. He ended up at the top of that after a devastating DNF in that first moto. And we are getting ready to rumble here. They are starting up the engines in just a moment. We've moved the light system back and the engines are starting. And wow. That is definitely bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I think it was only a test, but some riders start.
Yeah, no, we were only staging that. Yeah, we're just going to call that what it was. False start. Boat number 18 was involved in that, unfortunately, at Judius. Oh, and they're still going. Come back. Pretty soon, I think they're going to realize they're the only ones.
Yes.
All right. Again, Q2 results. Sam Johansson with a 1:27.399. Francois Midori a 1:28.397. Georgi Kasha 1:28.615. That's how close qualifying was. And Jeremy Perez was right there with a 1:29.556. I cannot help but think that this is going to be really, really tough for Francois and Georgi.
Of course.
After doing all of those endurance rounds, and then they got to come back and they've got to battle this big field. Anthony Radatek, who hit the podium all 3 times yesterday, the day before, and the day before that. Talked to him briefly, and he was like, I am toast. So tired. All right, I thought we were going to do a free practice with this, but we're going to a moto. In the past, we've made them do 2 motos in a row on the same day, but I think they were like, don't do that to us. It is a little bit easier if you can get 1 moto a day. They're going to be 2 and 2 overall, I believe. And the ski classes are going to be doing 3.
Yeah, but engine of runabout are more...
They're finicky, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, I call them tweaked like wild monkeys because they can break at any moment.
Yes.
All right. Sam Johansson, Georgi Kasha, and Huang Ri, Egidius Kurlavicius, and Juan Cruz Lascano, Anthony Radatek, and Martin Dulick, Andrzej Wisniewski. Slap. All right, and we are off with Georgi Kasha with that hole shot. He looked really good on that. Let's see if he's able to hold it. We are live with Runabout GP1. And it is Georgi Kasha. Rasmus Koch Hansen right in the mix. The gentleman that came into the year with a slipped disc is back on the water and couldn't be happier to be here. And that looks like it might be Jeremy Perret in this battle as well. Or Sam Johansson, and that is who it is. So again, Georgi Kasha from Hungary with something to prove, and Sam Johansson, the young gun, on that inside split. So Georgi Kasha goes to the outside, Sam Johansson on the inside. Who will win this meetup as they come to the front stretch right in front of all the fans? And Sam Johansson had a very clean run on that inside. Georgi Kasha smokes through there, hits the red buoy. He's got it. Sam Johansson's going to be second. Francois Midori sneaks in from that inside split. He goes to third. Rasmus Koch Hansen in fourth. Jeremy Perez in fifth. Andrzej Wisniewski going out with Lino Araujo for that 6th place spot. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your start. Yeah, that was great. It was great. Thank you. Good start. Oh, Estelle said she's going to pop out of here. Are you leaving me? Oh, okay. No worries, sweetheart. It was great having you. Come in anytime you want to. We love having you up here. All right, you guys, that was Estelle Perret. Be sure and shout out and follow her on her social feed. She's awesome. And we love her, and everybody wish her good luck getting that Achilles heel taken care of. Hopefully we'll see her tomorrow. Back to the water, Georgi Kasha. Oh no, you have got to be kidding me. He stalled out. Do not break, Georgi. He broke yesterday on the Simo Lagoon Cup, 3 laps from the finish line. And right now that boat just stuttered on him. Might have just pulled the lanyard. But Georgi Kasha is giving me a heart attack over here. Sam Johansson goes to the inside. Georgi Kasha on the outside. Sam tried to run him down. Georgi goes from that outside pretty quick. The problem with stopping like that is Sam Johansson got within strike range. Georgi Kasha on fire on this lap. We're going to be able to get some times. And as we come through, let's pull up times for Georgi Kasha. A 1:36.843 and a 1:38.996 for Georgi. Francois Midori with a 1:37.265. Rasmus Koch Hansen with a 1:38. And Sam Johansson popped into the lead right past the starting grid. And he is your new race leader with 1:36.843 for Sam Johansson. I'm up here with Dan Anderson, who is soaked.
Hello.
Hey, baby, what's up?
Hey, I'm kind of wet.
I noticed.
But you know, that's a home field advantage. I live in Bergen. There's like over 200 rain days a year.
So what you're saying is you're used to this craziness.
Yeah, we live for this.
I hear you. All right, Dan's going to help me on the call, but Sam Johansson got around Georgi Kasha. He actually did it just past the starting grid, but a beautiful pass for Sam, and he was just indomitable. Georgi Kasha in second, and even looking at the lap times sort of tell this story. Sam had a 1:36.843 to Georgi Kasha's 1:38.996. Francois Midori with the 1:37.295.265. And Rasmus Cock-Hansen with a 1:39.362. Jeremy Perez is right in this hunt with the 1:39.908. Whew, insanity ensues on the water. Dan, how you doing today, sir?
I'm feeling okay, actually. I wasn't feeling that great when I arrived here, but I've sooner now adapted more to the climate.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah.
Midori putting the charge on Georgi. I actually thought it had him out of that split section.
You know, Midori has been on fire on these endurance races earlier this week and clinching the title, and he seems like he's well off on this first moto.
Yeah, I was catching up with him yesterday. I was like, how are you doing this? And tomorrow you got to do closed course racing. He just looked at me. I was like, got it. Enough said. Got to dig deep now. Him and Georgi Kasha. Sam Johansson on the other side of the stick is young, and he is fresh because he did not do the endurance. So he's got an opportunity to break that juggernaut called the French Riders. It was big sweep last year. Every one of the different divisions was taken by France. It was unbelievable.
What's funny about Samuel is like when he's riding, he looks like he doesn't care. He's just look at him. He's just like, all right, I'm out here and just leading.
He does look very chill, doesn't he?
He looks so comfortable on that ski.
Yeah, he really does. Yeah, Johan Johansson retiring after this year, and Sam is going to take over the leadership of that team. Janina Johansson will also be on it. And it looks to me like Francois Midori is trying to get around Georgi, and he might be able to do it on this lap.
I mean, Georgi, he's a skilled rider, so it's no easy task passing him.
Boy, it certainly is not. Both Sam Johansson and Francois Midori went to the outside. Georgi Kasha on the inside. I promise you, Georgi knows where they are. Oh, Georgi spun. Oh, he spun so hard. I thought he was going to go off the boat. How he recovered, I have no idea.
Oh, it's not over.
He did drop back, however. So Sam Johansson leading. Francois Midori moved into second. And Georgi Kasha, I looked like he spun 360 on that boat and still hung on to third. That was outstanding. I wish we had instant replay for that because that was insanity.
I mean, when the boat is sliding like that and finally catches up, it has so much hookup. It's kind of scary because then you might just get thrown off.
Well, so the difference between the seats with the other riders is Georgi Kasha actually has a unique system where he's truly locked into that boat.
Yeah.
There's ups and downs to that, but it certainly saved him on this one. Georgi Kasha is under investigation, however. 1:36.843 for Sam Johansson as a best time. His last was a 1:40.886. Francois Midori with a 1:39.842. Georgi Kasha with a 1:42.068. But again, I mean, he completely adjusted his back. You don't have to pay for a chiropractor for a month, dude. Jeremy Perez is in fourth with 1:39.362, and Rasmus Cock-Hansen in fifth with a 1:42.197. Lino Araujo is in sixth with a 1:41.319, and Andres Wisniewski in seventh with a 1:42. Yeah, crazy town.
They both went into each split, and you see that Midori, he was right on and Samuel Johansson's tail right after he passed Casa.
All right, so Johansson on the outside, Midori on the inside. I don't know how Midori is doing this. Oh, he's fast. Midori's going to take over. He's got the opportunity. Will he be able to sweep it? Nope. Sam Johansson's like, I'm just going to go ahead and shut the door. And then it's not done. Midori trying to come from that section. Now he's shut for a little bit.
Yeah, you saw Midori try to go wide there, taking advantage of the high-speed turn, but Samuel closed the door on him there.
Let's talk about this track, Dan, because you were on it today. What is the toughest part?
Well, it's not the rain. No, but in honesty, for me, it's the elevation of this very location and also the heat. Since I'm from a colder area of the world,
I'm with you.
But it's also it's a big lake, but it's very choppy out here.
Very good. Is there a specific area of this track that you think is more technical?
Well, the split sections are rough and very tight. So I would say that when you get tired, this is the spot in the track where you're going to struggle the most.
Look at this live stream. It's got to be wicked trying to see from their perspective. I mean, from our perspective, it's hard to see out there with the rain coming down on him. Johansson just going through. He has to do the extended track, opening up their times, and once again he goes to the outside. He feels more comfortable, no question, on that outside split. He had a 1:41.055 on the last one, but Francois Midori had a 1:40.795. Francois actually came through that inside split a little faster, and he is going to use it once again. Midori on the inside.
Yeah, Samuel is going to have to watch himself now, because he's actually hitting some lap traffic already.
Oh, Midori has got an opportunity here. He came into it, and he shut the door on Sam Johansson. That was aggressive, but safe. But, man, that was a little sketchy.
I'm pretty sure that was contact there.
All right, Francois Midori is your new race leader. But, man, that was crazy town. 1:40.888 for Francois Midori and a 1:43 for Sam Johansson. Georgi Kasha, 1:42.144. In third, Jeremy Perez with a 1:41.424. That was insanity.
How is he doing that?
Well, I don't know.
He already got like a week of hard racing under his belt. It just goes straight into the lead here.
That was a high risk. That was really a high risk maneuver, but he pulled it off. I don't think he did touch him. I don't think he touched Sam. I think Sam had to check. I think Sam actually let off of the throttle a little bit. I don't blame him. That was crazy. All right, so Midori, look at him. That's my sound effect for Midori. All right, Francois Midori. Boom, boom, I'm in the room. The gentleman out of Corsica, France. He is a pharmacist. Got, I think, multiple locations. He's a Corsican, if you will. Him and his wife, both pharmacists, work in that industry. He's got a couple of girls. They stay at home and watch the live stream, so they get to stay up late and watch Papa. I'm sure they're up right now. Not sure what time it is. Might be afternoon.
It's earlier there.
Yeah. Okay, just taking a look. There's Anthony Radatek, and he is looking haggard. He's out there riding a great race, but you got to know this guy has been really pushing it the last couple of days. He's podiumed every single day at each one of these World Cups. He's back in 14th at the moment, and what a beautiful ride he had this week. Sam Johansson coming through, and Georgi Kasha having to go pick up a penalty buoy. So Georgi felt like he had missed a buoy, so he went back in and picked it up, and that is going to cost him some time. Well, that's why Jeremy Perez moved up, because Georgi had to go get that penalty.
Yeah, Perez took advantage of Kasha going to the black buoy there and picked that position right out of his hands.
So Francois Midori, Sam Johansson, Jeremy Perez, Georgi Kasha, and Rasmus Koch Hansen are your top 5. 1:37.785 for Francois Midori, and Sam Johansson a 1:42.910. He's making a little adjustment in his head, I think, before he back up and hits the pace. And then in third, Jeremy Perez with a 1:42.466, Georgi Kasha with a 1:45.783, and there is boat number 75, and that is June Akoma on borrowed property. He's actually aboard Isahai Hajimi's boat, I believe. Isahai, who also had the podium in endurance this week. Francois Midori to that outside. Of all of the riders that I would have predicted to be this fresh looking, I would not have said Francois Midori after all the work he's done this week.
You see the interesting thing that now that Midori passed Samuel in the green split, he's moved back over to the blue one. Why is that, Dawn?
2 reasons, I think. One, that inside split is rougher because those waves are mirroring off of that. And 2, it feels to me like there's better rhythm on the outside. But what are your thoughts? You've been on the track.
I'll give you a little bit of inside information. I think there is a mental thing about it because the entrance of the blue is more straight. So you could, the last turn before you go into the split section, it's more like a straight,
so it's like
lane.
an illusion. You feel like you're getting a little straighter run.
So it might not be that much faster, but your mind is saying, oh, that turn was easy.
Yeah, I like my turn. I'm not really turning, I'm just going.
Yeah.
All right, fastest lap time on this last lap. We're on lap number 7, was a 1:36.519. That's Jeremy Perez.
Worth noting that he's actually now taking over the fastest lap time.
Yeah, just mentioned it. Literally just.
Oh, I'm in another spot.
You're all good, my friend. No stress. Francois Midori, a 1:41.283, and Sam Johansson with a 1:41.132. and a 1:39.947 on the last lap. And Georgi Kasha with a 1:40.292 on this last lap.
Look, Perez is charging after Samuel there.
Yeah.
He's not giving him any slack now.
And Sam had to recompose. I mean, that was, I'm telling you, that would have gotten me in my head a little bit, because that was super close. I mean, I have to imagine that Sam was counting the number plates on the VIN number on the back of Midori's boat.
He could probably smell his deodorant.
That's that close, yeah. Midori on the outside as we work lap number 8. We are 10 and 45 seconds left on the clock. Monster Moto. Again, Francois Midori is making this look way too easy. Let's take a look at this last one, 1:40.148. Sam Johansson still cruising in third, but Georgi is going after Jeremy Perez. Jeremy had moved up into third when Georgi made the mistake lap prior to and had to go to the penalty buoy. Now he's trying to...
Yeah. I really like Haas's fighting spirit. He had a little bit of issues coming into this moto now. He was like, you saw he struggled a little bit in the beginning.
Yeah.
But he's not letting go. He's not letting them go.
Yeah, I like this too. I've always loved watching Georgi Kasha. He's such a fighter. He's got that spirit where he just won't back down, and it's really fun to watch. But he's subtle about it.
I mean, he's not a young lad anymore. He's a machine, this guy.
A young lad. Best ever. All right. Well, the not young lad is doing really well. He had a 1:40.179. That is great. The young lad.
Young lad.
Francois Midori. Speaking of young, he's 38 years old. Riding for Easy Rider, that boat put together by Teddy Pons. Did you get a chance to see the live stream and the bouncing between Teddy Pons and Francois Midori? They were going at it back and forth during the Endurance Cup. It was so fun to watch. Really, really cool. Yesterday's racing was off the chain. And Jeremy Perez is currently working the inside split. Your gentleman in third. He currently has the fastest lap time on the track. Midori coming through, just about to hit the front stretch. Meanwhile, Perez, whose baby boy just turned 1 today. Happy birthday, Leonardo. Sam Johansson's
he goes wide.
He got so much company. And Jeremy Perez is about to lose that third place spot, and he does. Unfortunately, Georgi's got that inside. Perez doesn't give it up, though. So Georgi Kasha does lock in third.
What an amazing pass, actually.
Yeah, that was nice.
They just kept going after the split section.
Yeah.
All the way around us.
It was cool. It was really cool.
That was a brilliant pass by Georgi.
So Georgi Kasha locked in. He's got to be thanking his lucky stars that he has that specific boat seat design. It literally wraps around his hips and his upper legs, so it kind of locks him in. It's completely opposite, by the way, of how Francois Midori's setup looks. Also, Georgi Kasha's handlebars are much lower than Francois Midori's. Midori has a different angle altogether on him, but both of them are more like, it's kind of this aggressive race stance. They're a little bit lower and a little bit tighter, but Georgi Kasha looks like he's riding a go-kart. It's actually pretty cool. His setup's pretty neat.
I think that's more like Samuel. He's like just sitting there chilling.
I don't think he's in a go-kart, though. He looks to me like he's in a limo.
Samuel?
I do. I feel like he's chilling. He's just rolling on out there. He's really quick, but he's quiet about it. I love that.
Yeah.
All right, Midori again on the outside, as Dan pointed out. He likes that easy entrance in. And these boats have been running really good. Now, he's the other thing I think that's been a disadvantage for him, although he's ignoring it clearly, is the fact that he had to switch boats. He had to switch boats, and whoa, coming into this turn, Sam Johansson is under fire from Georgi Kasha. Sam had to shut the door on Georgi, but I don't think that battle is done. I like how Sam, through that finish line, just moved over and said, oh, I'm sorry, did you want that line? Nope.
I think Kaza has a little bit of advantage here because I think he's pissed.
Well, either that
he's
or
probably angry he's lost these positions, and now he's going to take revenge, catching up some positions here.
Either that or his back hurts after that split, and he's trying to get home to get some aspirin, because I'm telling you, I don't know how he held on. That has got to be, he's got to be feeling that. He is insanely tough. He runs a gym, by the way, so that should tell you quite a bit. The guy's in amazing shape. He's owned that gym for many years, him and his wife, Ildi, and their little son, just coming up on 2 years old. Look at Sam Johansson. La, 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 la. I'm just cruising out here.
What a lad.
Keeping people from passing me. I got no rash guard on whatsoever. Just my bib. He is so awesome. I love watching Sam Johansson. He is super tall. 6'6", I believe. So that's
not that tall.
That's tall. Look at his knees.
Tall.
Look at his knees. Look at, he has to make adjustment. They have completely redesigned his boat to accommodate him. He is a tall, fast athlete. All right, Sam Johansson still second, 1:40.966. They're in the split section. Midori comes into the lead, and we do have a rider down. That's Linus Lindberg. Meanwhile, Georgi Kasha and Sam Johansson still going at it. Kasha drops to the outside, trying to get around Sam. He was on to Sam's tricks on that last one.
I mean, it looks like Sam has to fight to the very end here
Yeah.
if you want to keep that position.
I think so too. I think you called that right on. 5:17 left on the clock.
They're in the same frame, basically, at all times now.
Yep. About 2 boats separating them, and lap traffic is definitely a factor here. What's it like dealing with lap traffic?
That can be a hassle, especially if you're trying to defend.
Defense.
Samuel is on the defense now. We actually have to say that.
I do think he is, but here's the thing. I don't see him looking back, which is, I mean, it's not a rookie mistake by any stretch, but it distracts you from what you're trying to do, and I love the fact that Sam hasn't even bothered to look back. He's like, I got plenty to do here.
No, he's completely focused on his task, and that's what he should do. You know, if you see Ryder looking back all the time, he's not focused on what he's doing. So.
Yeah, good feedback. So less than a second, 0.09 of a second between Georgi Kasha and Sam Johansson. And you can see on that screen just how close they are. Now, what? Oh, Georgi Kasha's boat is like a rabid squirrel.
I think he has a really aggressive hull.
He does.
That explains sometimes when you can see that the ski really rips in.
Yeah.
And when you saw on the first lap, he got a little bit of a slide.
Hold on 1 second. And Georgi Kasha just missed a buoy.
Yeah, going for that black boy.
By the way, Midori just ran the New York Marathon before he even came out here. He ran a marathon of New York.
No flex.
No flex is right. Okay, back again. Francois Midori with a 138.665. Sam Johansson with a 141.058. And Georgi Kasha with a 144.229. That's your top 3. Jeremy Perez with a 142.361. All right, we are down to 3 minutes left. Catching our breaths here. This was crazy. Sam Johansson.
I mean, Kaza lost some space, obviously, on that buoy mistake, and obviously also that black buoy, but it doesn't look like he's been losing ground. He's right back on to Samuel, actually.
Well, what I think is fascinating about it is how quick he gets back up. I mean, he's made 2 major mistakes during this one, and not only recovered, but is still in the top 3. I mean, that speaks volumes to the athleticism. 41, Francois Midori, coming through with 2:20 left on the clock, and now first time I've seen him really looking back to see where everybody is. And he's got a little bit of comfortable breathing room. Not a lot, but the battle still continues. I told you, Georgi is back up on Sam Johansson. Meanwhile, everybody is working lap traffic, and Jeremy Perez in 4th. Georgi getting around Jeremy.
I think they...
Georgi Kasha just got around Jeremy Perez, Sam Johansson 2nd, and Francois Midori leading. Again, you're watching Runabout GP Moto 1. Francois Midori with a 141.664 in this last one, but Jeremy Perez with the fastest lap, a 136.519.
Nice to see Linus Lindberg back up on his ski. It doesn't look like he got injured on his little fall there.
Oh, good. Good to hear. Top 5 again, Midori, Johansson, Kasha, and Perez. And Rasmus Kok Hansen, who comes back from a injury, is in your top 5. Sam Johansson working his way through this final couple of laps, and Georgi Kasha continues to be a spider in this web of craziness. Your leader, Midori, is unfazed by that, and let's see Midori once again on the outside split.
Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, this is going to be close.
It is.
Look now.
Sam Johansson is on the inside.
Oh.
Georgi Kasha on the outside, and he has the momentum, and he is going to shut the door and splash Sam Johansson. Insult to injury on that pass.
He just shoved him over.
Yeah, he did. Your new second place is Georgi Kasha, despite 2 mistakes. So you got the young gun and the wily masterclass of Georgi Kasha. Craziness.
Yeah.
Absolute craziness.
Only one guy in front of him now, but yeah, I can see on the clock now, he does not have a lot of time to catch up.
I don't think that Georgi Kasha will be able to run down Midori with this amount of time left.
There's going to be 1.5 lap left now, so we're going to see a white flag when they come around the next time.
25:13 on the clock. Francois Midori with a 1:44.393. Georgi Kasha with a 1:40.323. And Sam Johansson with a 1:43.141. Jeremy Perez in 4th with a 1:41.883. And Rasmus Kok Hansen a 1:48.849. Just a little off the pace, about 7 seconds back. But again, he's coming back from an injury, and he's just his first time back on the track.
It's not a small injury.
No, he had a slipped disc.
Yeah, that's what it's called. I didn't know the word in English, but yeah, that's a horrible injury.
Yeah, it's bad. And especially bad on here because this is a sport that is, you can see. I mean, I don't have to really walk through it. You can actually watch what their back is going through. Francois Midori, as we hit the 26-minute mark, is coming once again to the front stretch, and he will be taking, I believe, the white flag. Sure enough, McGruff. Wow. Okay, Georgi, and then Johansson and Perez putting pressure on Sam Johansson.
Samuel Johansson, currently the championship leader, he is going to actually have to watch his back now.
Well, they come into this, he's got a little cushion. He's got 92 points to Midori's 89, but this didn't help.
No.
Georgi Kasha comes into this with 58, and Alino Arajo is in 4th place with 51. Jimenez Riquelme is in 5th place with 51, but Riquelme right now is back in 8th. So only a couple of points, and Midori just put a lot of pressure on Sam Johansson with this moto. Final couple of turns here for these guys, and boat number 41, Francois Midori, is hunting a checkered flag. He's on this white lap. He is working lap traffic, a gentleman that took the overall yesterday in a world championship in endurance is now on the hunt for another world title. He is your defending world champion for 2023. He's on the outside split, and he's just got another couple of buoys to go before he knocks down his first win of this particular Grand Prix of Lake Toba. And you can see him looking as he comes out and heads towards the checkered flag. Congratulations to Francois Midori taking the win in moto number 1. Nice.
Massive riding.
Nice.
And
That
look,
brutal.
now we get Kasha coming over the finish line.
Kasha's gonna take 2nd, yeah, and Sam Johansson 3rd, and Jeremy Perez will round out your top 4.
What a beast. I mean, Kasha, he struggled so much in the beginning, but he got back up.
Yeah.
He was fighting for those positions.
Comeback Kid Award has
Yeah.
got to go to Georgi Kasha.
I mean, there is a difference of passing and passing. Like,
There's passing.
he didn't
and
just
then
get
there's-
by on a black boy, and like, he passed these guys. the hard way.
Doing it the hard way is right. Sam Johansson getting the hand clasp there as the camaraderie with these guys is clearly evident. Great ride for Francois Midori, Sam Johansson, and Georgi Kasha. Georgi, out of all that, came in second. But mind you guys, he's under investigation, so we're going to have to see how that plays out. Sam Johansson was less than 2 seconds away from Francois Midori. Once again, we just got to watch the finish of Moto number 1 of Runabout GP1. I'm up here with Sam Anderson is almost what I said.
Sam Anderson?
I don't know.
We're not related.
It's been a long day. Dan the man. That is Jeremy Perez down there hanging out with his buddy. Jeremy is good friends with Francois Midori. They both ride for Easy Rider. And talking strategy and saying some pretty cool things.
Just 2 world champs, just chilling, you know?
Just chilling. Okay, there I was. I mean, what happened was, and then, it's so cool to see these two. Both world champions, as I mentioned before, Francois Midori. You could see the relief and joy on his face as he talks with Jeremy, but running a marathon in New York and then coming here is just nuts. Thank you, by the way, you guys, for those updates. Wow, I'm still catching my breath on that. We've still got slalom. All right, I tell you what, it's been quite a day, but please don't go very far. We're going to take a wrap for just a minute. We will be back for this evening's program. It's going to start at 7 o'clock local time. So you got to check in because, you know, we're sort of in Asia. And then we'll be going till 9 o'clock. That's going to be parallel slalom and sudden death is going to be happening. I'm going to be up here in the Palace with Dan Anderson.
Hell yeah.
We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Thanks so much for being with us today. Welcome, Oras, and the UIM ABP Aquabike World Championship, the Grand Prix of Lake Toba. And tonight, we have a very special show just for you. It is the Parallel Slalom World Championship for Ski Ladies GP1, Ski GP1, and Runabout GP1. And that's not all. After parallel slalom, we have Moto 1 of freestyle, our ambassadors of air. This evening is about speed and agility. I'm pretty excited to get going, and I'm also pretty excited to introduce our guest speaker this evening. This is Dan Anderson joining me live up here on the barge. We are large on the barge, Dan.
Howdy, partner.
Okay, that was scary. Oh, my goodness. All right, let's talk a little bit about the format here, because you've done this a bunch and you're real good at slalom. So how does this work?
Well, slalom is a short and very intense activity we do, and it's totally different from our closed course sessions on water, since it's just raw power as fast as possible and the shortest amount of time. And it really is like walking and bicycling. It's completely different. And you will see maybe different numbers here from what you see in the motos, different names.
So how does the structure of slalom work? Work us through what happens here. How did you get here, and then what happens?
Yeah, we got a parallel slalom. So right now we have 4 riders in each category that has qualified earlier today with lap times and so on. So now we have the 4 fastest riders in each category, and they're going to meet each other in semi-finals, going head-to-head in the parallel slalom here, and then progress, let's say that, into the new finals, where they're going to be champion.
And what happens if they have a tie?
Then they're going to re-roll. Or, well, they're going to flip a coin, and then they will decide on who gets to pick what split they will choose.
Oh, you get to pick a split if you win. Okay.
I think they flip a coin about it on the last time.
So how do you win it? How do you win slalom?
Like, it's a night slalom, so it actually on the live stream we can see it's a very good picture, but it is quite dark out there, so it's a little bit tricky. Sometimes you can see some riders are riding actually without glasses or goggles, and I don't recommend that.
That sounds pretty crazy. That was a gorgeous full moon shot that we have. We're enjoying an incredible evening here. We've had a great week, actually, of racing. We started out with the endurance at the first of the week. We had the Karo Cup, followed by the Dairi Cup, then the Simo Lungun Cup, and now we're working our way through the Samo Sear Cup. And a lot of these riders have been doing double duty. And now we're doing triple duty, because it's not enough that you do endurance, not enough that you do closed course, but now we're going to make you do slalom as well. So Dan laid out the program for us, and we are ready to go. The course marshals are going to dictate when you get to get into the course.
Yep. So he's going to slow you down if you're too fast. If one rider's too fast, he's going to say, hey, you're going too fast. We're not going to let this one slide. So then they might take the riders around again and line them up again. So it's even and fair.
I feel like you've been called for that before.
What?
I feel like that might have happened.
No way.
All right, so what are we looking for a clean slalom run? How will we know?
Slalom is so tricky because it's just you only, if you mess up just a little bit tiny, then you might as well you kind of are out. But unless the other rider also messes up. But there is so small margins to be the best and not be the best. And we'll definitely see that out here in the water. We'll see some people mess up, slide, suck air into their impella, and so forth. And we will see some rough handling skis, let's say that. Because it's a very short track and very short distance. And a lot of speed, so you will see rough-handled skis, yeah.
So it's 5 buoys, very tight little course. It's like a micro course for getting out on big course racing.
Yep.
And it is, I think, an added element that you do it side by side. So do you feed off the other rider?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because if you as a rider, you know if you have a good start or a bad start, and you can either use it to your advantage or your disadvantage. Because if you go on the defense, like, okay, I got a good start, now I'm not gonna, I can't mess up now. You're probably gonna mess up then. So I mean, it's tricky because you as a experienced rider, you feel and know where the other rider is.
Now, can you take the turnaround buoy whatever direction you want?
Yes, that's correct. I like it to take it so I get the long way on the way back, so I can just go on the left side on the end turn buoy and then just hold full all the way around the next buoy as well.
Interesting.
And to the, let's say, third buoy.
Okay. All right. So you feel like that's a little smoother way to do it, at least for
I
you?
like it that way because if you go the other way around, that turn will be the end turn will be much sharper, and also the next turn. So I mean, yeah, I think that we will see the majorities go the way I like it, the long way on the outside.
Just feels like you get sort of like a sweeper turn in.
Yeah, sweeper turn. Yeah, that's a good term.
All right, we're about ready to go here. What's happening right now on the water, they're actually testing each side. So to Dan's point, there are two tracks side by side. I noticed there's red buoys for the one track and then white buoys for the second track. It kind of helps the riders not lose their direction, because it's easy when you're going that fast, particularly in the GP1 classes. These boats it's a lot of acceleration.
I mean, from my own experience, I think it's, I mean, you get sometimes washed out by the other rider in the other track, and I would assume for runabout that's a mess sometimes, because they create so much water splash from their rears. So they for sure will wash each other down a couple of times maybe, making it difficult for them to navigate through this little tiny course.
Well, as you can see, we're just waiting for the first set of riders to come out. We're finalizing this track, making sure that both sides are even. That's really critical. And
it's kind of important, yeah.
Sort of a big deal. Yeah. Yeah. And the course is we're going to get rolling. We've got a big night tonight. We've got to go through first round, then semis, as you mentioned. I'm kind of hoping for sudden death, where they got people that got tied. It's really fun when they have the same times.
Yeah.
To me, that's really
photo
cool.
finish. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Because you will see the riders like, hey, that was definitely me. and it might not turn out that way, but it's always fun to see those close fights. And we'll see that today.
Just a few moments away.
I actually think they have quite good lighting here for the riders. We have not been blessed with good lights every time we've done night slalom. Let's just say that. But this time it actually looks like it's pretty good.
Still flat water, though. All right. Didn't like that course. They're making a little adjustments. I love our course marshals. They don't mess around.
No, they're quite experienced, and they know what they're doing, and that's very nice as a rider to know that it's not their first time. You know, they know what they're doing, and they make sure everything is as correct as possible for us. They don't just throw it out there and like, let's go.
That's really true.
They actually take their time and do it properly.
Not a first rodeo here for any of the safety course guys, and for us as well. So we're hanging out here in Sumatra. It's an island on a super volcanic lake, and the largest volcanic lake in the world, and credited for the beginning of the Ice Age. That's how powerful the eruption was. Some of the stats on it are pretty mind-boggling if you want to Google it. And we're hanging out in a little remote spot of the world called Lake Toba in Indonesia.
I think that this landscape with this huge lake around this volcano in the middle, it looks kind of like in a movie or like a fairy tale kind of. It looks bizarre in a good way.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's very
really
Jurassic
cool.
Park.
Yeah. I was gonna actually say that. It's really good connection there.
Yep. I was looking at it the other day when we were going to the first round, the first cup, and I'm like, I'm kind of waiting for a dinosaur to fly over.
Where's the pterodactyls?
Pterodactyls,
Where's the pterodactyls?
Pterodactyl or T-Rex in the distance.
Speaking of pterodactyls, they have moths here bigger than bald eagles. I'll tell you that.
What?
They have moths like
Okay,
these
first off,
little-
you're using your hand. That's
It's-
not an eagle.
It's my flipping hand, and they are bigger than my hand. I'm not exceptionally.
I'm gonna need a picture.
I'm not famous for big hands, but those moths are.
Okay, do you have a picture of these moths?
No, I wish I had them last year, but they were all over the place during the night slalom. Maybe
Oh,
we'll see
were
one
they
today.
really?
Yeah.
Are you sure those weren't bats?
That was just a bald eagle.
Bald eagle.
You know, you can
You
easily
lie.
make-
You lie.
You lie. Maybe you brought them.
No.
Illegal import.
An illegal import. Oh my heavens.
Looks like Jasmine is making herself ready for the water.
All right, we're getting ready to go here.
She's going to be facing Sophie Borgström in this first.
Okay, so we've got our two riders coming out, our first two riders. Very cool to see Sophie Borgström qualify for this one. She's quick in slalom. She has won or been on the podium in the past for slalom, and right now she is lining up to go up against. Let's see our other rider. I didn't catch it. Trying to answer phones. It's Yasmin Epraus is going to be who she's going up against this evening. At least to start.
Yeah, don't sleep on Sophie, Dawn, because she's a cool girl. And she's fast, too.
Okay.
She was actually in Vietnam slalom, and she was also in Indonesia last year doing the slalom as well. So she's she usually makes her way to the slalom.
Okay, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Yasmin's quick, Sophie Borgström's quick, and we're quickly going to get underway.
Let's be honest.
Yes,
Most people here are quick.
this is true. This is very true.
This is true.
Sophie Borgström and Yasmin Epraus. Now, they're practicing first, right?
Yes.
Okay, they're just going to go through, check it out, see how it feels.
They're just going to skip their little toes in the water and feel like, okay, what we're doing.
This feels so good.
Yes.
Or, if it's cold, this is so freaking cold.
No, both of these riders are from Nordic countries, so I think they're quite. I think they like the warm.
Oh, the cold water? Yeah. This probably feels pretty nice to them.
Mm-hmm. I can confirm.
Can you? That's right, because you're sort of like that.
I'm
little
sort of
Norwegian
like in
guy.
a Nordic country.
We can't decide who you are, Norwegian or Swedish. You've been to both so many times.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Looks like they're going to do one more little practicey run, and then they're going to pull them back out and get them ready to roll. So they practice on one side, and then they switch sides so that they get an opportunity to practice on both of them.
Yep.
Sophie looked really good on the red buoys. Yasmin Epraus, the tiger. She's riding the black cat tonight.
Yeah. So the marshal will choose for them the first the first time, and they will switch. And if it's even and they have to make another one, then they will flip the coin for the third, and who will pick which track.
Awesome. Oh, this is really exciting. Yes. All right. Yasmin Epraus had the fastest qualifying time, 17.763, and Benedict de Drong had the second fastest with a 17.898. Looks like we're ready to go. And they're pointing. Flag is up. Dan, we're off, and Yasmin Epraus looked hot on that red buoy.
Sophie had a slightly better start, actually. Let's see if Jasmine can make it up.
Meow.
Ooh, really good end turn there.
Yeah, it was a good turn on Yasmin Epraus' part, but Sophie looks solid as well. She's on the white buoys, Yasmin Epraus on the red buoys, and just at the end. I think Sophie had it until the end.
Yeah, she looked like she was coming back from that bad end turn there, but Jasmine got the win there with a small boat length.
All right. Well, we got the pterodactyls cleared out. Giant moths. Wow.
Massive.
All right. The course marshal is pointing to the riders and getting them ready for this second run. Oh, didn't like that one.
No, they were not properly lined up. Maybe one had a little bit more speed. Maybe they were not on line, so they're just going to re-roll it.
That's a no-fly zone, people.
No pterodactyl zone.
No pterodactyl zones. All right, we're going to re-rack, pull him back in here, and get him ready and see if the course marshal likes that entry. So far, he's just kind of checking in, making sure. Good start again for Sophie.
Yeah, it looks pretty even this time.
All right. She has really done a great job rehabilitating those wrists and very focused this year. It's probably the best riding I've seen from Sophie Borgstrom, and she looks like she might be faster. Let's see if she's able to accelerate through this.
Oh! That was close.
I don't know if I could call that. Oh,
that was looked like Jasmine had it this time as well.
Okay.
But you saw interesting that Jasmine, she was taking those tight turns on the end buoys that we were talking about earlier, and Sophie, she was going the wide sweep the other way.
Yep, opening open. She was really holding the lines open a little bit more, which is pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's two different tactics, and there is no clear way to do this.
Clear way to do it. It's really what your personal. It's also the combination and the hookup on the boat.
Oh sure, yeah.
You know, let's face it. Once they have the combination that they like, riding style might be to tap your elbow on every one of those buoys, and I've seen riders do that. To the other side of it, where they open it up and they want to just create. So the further away from the buoy you are, just to kind of explain that in layman's terms, it allows you to carry a little bit more momentum. But on the flip side of that, it reduces your opportunities to make minor mistakes because you're already going a little further out. So any mistakes there will be catastrophic versus going super tight to the buoy.
Yeah, but that also has its own ups and downs. And we can see that we're probably going to see today that somebody's going to really crash into the buoy with their arm.
Yes.
Like I did.
Which, by the
position.
way, that hurts. You did it.
Freaking hurts. All right, we got new riders.
Okay, that's going to be Benedicte Dronge.
And Janina Johansson.
Yay, yay. Now they're going to warm up. Boom, boom, boom. Benedicte Dronge, by the way, Dronge, I do believe, had the second fastest time, 17.898.
Yeah, she was quick.
And Sophie Borgstrom with an 18.027. Janina Johansson with an 18.306. This time is really, really close. All right, once again, we're practicing. They're going to switch sides so they get the opportunity to work both lanes.
This is an interesting matchup, actually.
Tell me more.
I don't think we have seen these guys match up in slalom before. Arrest me if you will, but Janina and Benedicte has quite a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, Janina she actually trains horses. So, and this is going to sound a little odd, but I actually, when I watch her, she handles that boat like she rides a horse. There's a lot of finesse to that. There's a lot of small expressions to that. And anyway, so it looks to me that that's how she handles it.
She's not riding it like a horse.
Yes, what I mean by that is when you're riding a horse versus, whatever, you're communicating. So it looks to me like she's treating the boat the same way. She's finessing the boat versus being very aggressive. We're off. And Janina Johansson, the horse rider, is on the white buoys. And Benedicte Dronge is going to be fierce in that turn. Nice for Benedicte on the red buoys.
Good sweeper there on the last end turn buoy.
Yeah, soft touch is required is where I was trying to go with that conversation. But your face was cracking me up, so it was hard. She's riding a horse. That was so perfect. Yes. Work with me here.
Yeah, we got a victory for Benedicte Dronge. She got way ahead of Janina there, so I don't know if she did something mistake in the intern buoy there maybe. Let's see when they switch up. They both had quite even starts.
All right, Dan the man giving us feedback there. Benedicte Dronge, in his opinion, took the win. It's kind of easy to see that. Benedicte now on the white buoys and Janina Johansson on the reds. Man, this girl has come a long way. Nina looks so great, but of course, Benedicte is just on fire this year.
Yeah, she's a rocket. A little bit
Jeez.
based because I'm a Norwegian and she's a Norwegian, but
Can't be
she's really good.
Can't be biased. Ooh, this looks good for Benedicte Drange.
Oh, yeah, got another finish there, so I guess she's through the next round.
She went through that like
Through
downtown.
the final.
Downtown James Brown.
So, Dawn, are we going to see the other classes now before we see the finals, correct?
Yes, what we're gonna do? Well, you tell me. You're the one that competes in this thing.
I'm just working here, man.
I'm just
I don't-
working here. Goober.
I think that's what we're doing.
I'm just here for the free water.
Yeah, and the moths, pterodactyls.
And you have no pictures.
I
So I
got
have no
nothing to
visual-
back it up with.
I got no visual proof.
You just gotta have to trust me. Dawn.
Not happening. No, just kidding. Just kidding. I trust you, man. All right, we are going to be coming up with our next group, I believe. Really impressed that Janino Johansson decided to come and play slalom with us, and Benedicte Drange, or Drange. Am I saying that right? Drange? Close.
I mean, it's pretty good for English. I mean, it's Drange in Norwegian, but that's...
I'm not even close,
Yeah,
Drange.
I mean, as far as
Repeat very
English is
please.
concerned, that's quite good.
You're a sweetheart.
Drange is